As a multitude of lights flashed through Feng Ming's eyes, he wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words eventually. The day of the battle quickly arrived. Even though there were still several hours before the start of the battle, the number of spectators had already crossed the billion mark. There were flying ships everywhere, and experts were riding on their mounts as they hovered in the skies around the battlefield. As the son of creation, Huang Xiaolong's reputation in the divine Tua holy world was like the sun in the midday sky. As for the dark lightning holy dragon ancestor, he was the strongest expert in the divine Tua holy world, and it could be said that his reputation surpassed even that of Huang Xiaolong. The battle between them was sure to shake the foundations of the divine Tua holy world, and practically all the Tao venerables and primal ancestors from the holy dragon world were present to witness the battle. Even the experts who were not part of the dragon race rushed over to catch a glimpse of the battle. When the time finally came, a shocking rumor started to spread. Huang Xiaolong's power of absolute frost had already reached perfection state. He reached the major completion in his control over absolute poison, and he already refined the Huang Long armor. Not only does Huang Xiaolong control the power of absolute frost, he also controls the power of absolute blaze and the power of nirvana. His ability to use absolute poison isn't weak at all, and he controls the power of lightning. He controls 5 different types of ultimate energies alone, and the dark lightning holy dragon ancestor shouldn't look down on him. The news caused the holy dragon world to tremble once again. What? Huang Xiaolong reached perfection stage in the power of absolute frost. He even reached the major completion stage in the power of absolute poison. He controls 5 different types of energies. The experts who were waiting for Huang Xiaolong to embarrass himself felt their hearts swaying after they heard the news. In the mystical pavilion branch in the Dragon Fish Creed, Huang Xiaolong managed to defeat the Heart Devourer twin devils when he was only a 5th esteem Tao venerable. Now that he entered the 6th esteem Tao venerable realm, he might actually be a match for the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor. Not to mention the fact that he reached perfection stage in the powers of absolute frost. He even has the Huang Long armor. So what? Even so, he's a mere 6th esteem Tao venerable. He might possess the Huang Long armor, but he might not be a match for the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor. The Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor reached perfection level in both the powers of lightning and darkness, and his strength isn't something a mere 6th esteem Tao venerable can match up to. The Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor managed to fully combine the powers of lightning and darkness together, and his strength is at an unfathomable level. Why else would the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor be hailed as the #1 expert in the divine Tua holy world after so many years? The experts of the various creeds and super races started to quibble with each other. Some of them felt that Huang Xiaolong was a match for the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor, but some felt that Huang Xiaolong's defeat was imminent, somewhere in the depths of the Dragon Cloud Sea. The experts of the Radiant Winged Dragon race were waiting for the battle to begin, and a grand ancestor of the race, Ao Qinlei, spoke up. Patriarch, if the rumors are true and Huang Xiaolong reached perfection stage in the powers of absolute frost, things might get troublesome, especially so if he fully refined the Huang Long armor. Aog, the patriarch of the Radiant Winged Dragon race, shook his head. Those might just be rumors. The Dragonfish Tao Venerable and the others might have made it up on the fly, hoping that the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor will back off. No matter how talented Huang Xiaolong is, he won't be able to reach grand completion in one of the peak-level energies in the short time he spent cultivating. He might actually possess 5 different types of peak-level energies, but his ability to control absolute frost wouldn't be at perfection level. Yeah, even the Poison Bodak and the others couldn't reach perfection stage after cultivating for a long time. How long has it been since Huang Xiaolong rose to fame? There's no way his power of absolute frost is at perfection level. Another grand ancestor from the Radiant Winged Dragon race side. Even if the rumors are true, he won't be a match for the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor, the Radiant Wing Patriarch side. None of you understand what it means to reach perfection level in 2 types of energies. It's a terrifying power, more scary than you can ever imagine. That was how the Radiant Winged Patriarch evaluated the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor's strength. He might be the second strongest expert in the Holy Dragon world, but he knew that he wasn't a match for the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor. If they fought, he knew that he wouldn't be able to last for a single second against the old ancestor. He wouldn't forget his previous battle with the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor as long as he lived. The dark light unleashed by the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor completely overwhelmed him. The Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor is here, someone in the crowd screamed. Everyone turned to stare in the direction of the Dragon Cloud Sea, and a massive flying ship tore through the skies as the only peak-grade Cosmos artifact-level flying ship. The Holy Dragon flying ship was the #1 flying ship in the Holy Dragon world. Dao Venerables lined the bow of the ship, and the person standing at the very front was the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor. Seeing as the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor had arrived, the Dragon Cloud Sea erupted into a flurry of activities. Those Dao Venerables and Primal Ancestors who were seeing the old ancestor for the first time felt a rush of excitement in their hearts. Before the Holy Dragon flying ship entered the Dragon Cloud Sea, a path was already cleared out for it. The experts lined the side of the path as they bowed respectfully. Feng Ming, AOG, and the other patriarchs who had arrived before the Holy Dragon race approached the Holy Dragon flying ship as they paid their respects to the old ancestor. Huang Xiaolong is too damn arrogant. The Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor has already arrived, but he's nowhere to be seen, someone in the crowd yelled. That's right. He might be the son of creation, but the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor is the strongest person in the Divine Tuo Holy World. The old ancestor beat back the army of the demons from the outer world alone, and if not for his timely assistance, the Divine Tuo Holy World would have suffered from serious damages. Half of the Divine Tuo Holy World would have already been taken over by the demons. There were many experts who were extremely unhappy with Huang Xiaolong's behavior. No matter how talented Huang Xiaolong was, his reputation would never match up to the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor. The Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor was the #1 expert of the Divine Tuo Holy World, and his prestige was built over countless years. It was something no one else could shake. When Feng Ming heard the discussion in the crowd, he whispered to the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor, "Brother Dark Lightning, if you make your move later, there's no need to hold back." Huang Xiaolong killed too many experts while relying on his identity as the son of creation, and he's a menace to the Divine Tuo Holy World. Only Brother Dark Lightning will be able to teach him a lesson. Brother Dark Lightning can help him tone his arrogance down a notch. Laughing casually, the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor explained, "With his ability to control absolute frost at perfection level, it will be difficult for me to defeat him, especially since he has already fully refined the Huang Long armor. World Master Dark Lightning is being too humble." The Radiant Winged Patriarch chuckled. "Huang Xiaolong is not your opponent." The Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor chuckled slightly, and he didn't say a word. Indeed, he was confident he could suppress Huang Xiaolong even if the kid fully refined the Huang Long armor and reached the perfection in his control over absolute frost. Huang Xiaolong. When the others were chatting happily with the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor, a scream came from the crowd. Everyone turned to stare at a lone figure riding on a black tortoise as he drifted towards the Dragon Cloud Sea. When Feng Ming saw the black tortoise, he felt that it looked exceptionally familiar. However, he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. A name flashed through his mind, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Tortoise Ancestor, Liang Xiao. Everyone stared at Feng Ming in stunned silence when they heard his sudden outburst. Tortoise Ancestor, Liang Xiao? AOG took a closer look at the black tortoise Huang Xiaolong rode on, and he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Is that black tortoise the tortoise ancestor, Liang Xiao? Is this even possible? The tortoise ancestor was an overlord who existed since the creation of the world. Even though he was at the 9th esteemed Dao Venerable realm, his defense was terrifying. The Radiant Winged Patriarch knew that he wouldn't be able to shatter the old tortoise's defenses even if he went all out. How could Huang Xiaolong be riding on a creation-level beast of that level? The tortoise ancestor went into the blue lotus pond with the poison bodak, nine-headed tree demon, and the others. It was said that he went missing, just like the others. Feng Ming frowned. What? Even the tortoise ancestor entered the blue lotus pond? If the black tortoise is really Liang Shao, would Huang Xiaolong be responsible for the disappearance of the nine-headed tree demon and the others? One of the grand ancestors gasped in shock. Everyone turned to stare at the black tortoise instantly. However, if existences at Liang Zhao's level wanted to conceal their identity, they would be able to hide their aura completely. Even experts like the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor wouldn't be able to uncover his identity. When everyone was still stuck in their state of shock, Huang Xiaolong arrived in front of everyone. Sweeping his gaze across Feng Ming and the others, Huang Xiaolong heard everything they said, including the part where Feng Ming persuaded the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor to teach him a lesson. Seems like I came late, Huang Xiaolong said as he stared at the giant crowd that already formed. I was too early. Your Highness, should we begin? The Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor chuckled softly. Of course. Nodding his head, Huang Xiaolong leaped off the tortoise ancestor's back. He soared into the skies and headed deeper into the dragon cloud sea. Mirroring his actions, the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor followed behind him. When they finally stood opposite each other, a shocking aura started to emerge from their bodies. It covered the entire area and the world seemed to lose its color in the face of the terrifying power possessed by the two parties. The clouds floating in the air dissipated and the air turned stale. Everyone who were there to watch the battle quickly steered their flying ships away, and they emptied the battlefield for the two monsters. Even with his power of absolute frost at perfection and the Huang Long armor fully refined, Huang Xiaolong faced the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor with a serious expression. This was the strongest opponent he would ever face since the start of his cultivation journey. In the past, they exchanged blows at the entrance of the Holy Dragon race, but that was only a fraction of their power. He could tell that there was no turning back now. Staring at Huang Xiaolong seriously, the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor wasn't feeling any better. If the black tortoise was really the tortoise ancestor Liang Shao, he would have underestimated Huang Xiaolong's strength. Your Highness, please make the first move. The Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor gestured for Huang Xiaolong to begin. No matter what, he maintained his respect for Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and he summoned the power of Tao Body of Heaven and Earth. With his figure blurring, he appeared right in front of the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor as he punched outwards. Rip! With the power of the entire dragon cloud sea backing him up, Huang Xiaolong's punch ripped through the space around him. Regardless of their identities, the Ninth Esteemed Tao Venerables watching the battle felt their expressions dropping. They could feel the sheer power contained in Huang Xiaolong's fist, and they knew that they would be deader than dead if they were Huang Xiaolong's target. Too strong. That was the only feeling they felt. When the story of the battle at the entrance of the Holy Dragon race started to spread, everyone felt that those present were merely exaggerating Huang Xiaolong's strength. They finally realized how wrong they were when Huang Xiaolong started his assault on the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor. Feng Ming and the grand ancestors of the Heavenly Phoenix race were shocked by their discovery. However, the battle was between two peak experts in the Divine Tua Holy World, and the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor wasn't going down to a single fist. Reaching out his right hand, the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor stopped Huang Xiaolong's fist. Like two stoppable forces, the two fists crashed into each other. No one gained the upper hand in the first exchange. When those around saw the outcome, they were shocked. The Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor only used one hand to stop Huang Xiaolong's punch. He's too strong. Huang Xiaolong is really too strong. However, he's still lacking when compared to the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor. He and the others revealed a face full of surprise. Huang Xiaolong was shocked too. He used the power of space to the best of his abilities, and the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor managed to stop his attack with a single hand. Even though he only used his physical power, He could see that the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor did the same. It was clear that the body of the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor was stronger than his Dao physique. After all, his Grand Dao physique wasn't at the perfection level. The Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor should have already reached perfection state in his Holy Dragon Grand Dao physique. Being shocked was one thing, but Huang Xiaolong continued his onslaught. One punch after another, Huang Xiaolong's fists were stopped by the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor. No matter how he tried, he couldn't get past the old ancestor's defense. The two of them used the power of their fleshy body to the extreme, but they failed to claim victory over the other. Shockwaves slammed into the crowd and several primal ancestor realm experts in the crowd vomited mouthfuls of blood. No matter how strong the defensive formations the flying ships they were on possessed, it couldn't protect them completely. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged more than 1,000 blows. With his body flashing once, Huang Xiaolong stopped his attack. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong was finally stopping, the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor chuckled. "Your Highness Grand Dao physique might be strong, but you're still too young. Your Dao body of heaven and earth hasn't reached perfection level, and you are unable to unleash its full might. It's not possible for your Highness to defeat me with your physique alone." Huang Xiaolong replied placidly, "I know. I was warming up." He didn't plan on winning with his Grand Dao physique alone, and he knew that it would be a difficult battle. By activating his Huang Long bloodline, Huang Xiaolong didn't use the soaring dragon art to push his power to the extreme. He wanted to see how far the bloodline alone would bring him. A golden dragon appeared behind him, and it seemed to extend to the ends of the lands. All three worlds in him started to rotate as cosmos energy rolled out from them. 3 different types of cosmos energy surrounded Huang Xiaolong's body, and a myriad of illusions started to form around him. A Xianhuang dragon trillions of miles long appeared, and countless nefarious creatures materialized in the skies. Chaos Essence Great Buddhas and creatures of the like started to appear as his 12 high-order Saint Fates appeared behind him. As rays of light started to rain down on the lands, the dragon cloud sea shone like a brilliant sun in the midday sky. The sacred lands around the dragon cloud sea noticed the radiance. When the 3 worlds had transformed previously, the power of his 12 high-order Saint Fates had gone up along with them. The expression on the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor's face turned serious when he noticed the power surrounding Huang Xiaolong. He activated his Holy Dragon bloodline, and the cosmos energy contained in his small world started to move. A holy dragon that blocked out the skies appeared behind him, and it looked extremely similar to the golden dragon behind Huang Xiaolong. Their auras started to expand, and shocking dragon chi emerged from their bodies. The dragon chi alone managed to sweep up a horrifying wave of energy and tore through the skies. The flying ships that were unlucky enough to be caught up in the energy storm were turned into shattered fragments that rained down on the lands. Even Cosmos artifact-level flying ships were shattered like broken toys before the majestic power of the 2 monsters. The experts of the various races were shocked. How can Huang Xiaolong be so strong? The patriarch of the giant golden dragon race stuttered. The giant golden dragon race was one of the 5 innate dragon races in the Holy Dragon world. Even though they were ranked dead last among the 5, the giant golden dragon patriarch was a peak late 9th esteemed Dao venerable. Even so, he could feel that Huang Xiaolong's strength was at a level he could never compare himself to. AOG, the radiant winged patriarch, felt their hearts dropping once again. Feng Ming was no different. They had tried their hardest to overestimate Huang Xiaolong's strength, but it seemed as though they had still underestimated him. Initially, Feng Ming had thought that he would be able to take care of Huang Xiaolong alone. When he finally saw Huang Xiaolong's 12 high-order Saint Fates, cosmos energy born from 3 small worlds, and the power of the Huang Long bloodline, he realized that he was nothing in the face of such power. Huang Xiaolong might actually be a match for Lord World Master. The patriarch of the Tua dragon race gasped. In response, the coiled dragon patriarch glared at Huang Xiaolong and sneered, "You're wrong. Lord World Master reached perfection level in both the powers of lightning and darkness. Huang Xiaolong is doomed to fall the moment Lord World Master unleashes his might." Because of Huang Xiaolong, more than half of the collective strength of his coiled dragon race was exterminated at the soaring Dragon Mountain range. He wanted nothing more than for Huang Xiaolong to die a miserable death. That's right. Lord World Master has been lenient this whole time. If he gets serious, the battle will end in less than 10 breaths of time. A grand ancestor of the radiant winged dragon race side. Buzz. As the discussions raged on, Huang Xiaolong's body flashed through the skies, and he sent 2 palm strikes out towards the dark lightning holy dragon ancestor. Icy blue light emerged from his palms, and it seemed to turn into the source of all ice in the divine Tuo holy world. A river of frost was formed, and it crashed down towards the dark lightning holy dragon ancestor. After swallowing the dark lightning holy dragon ancestor, the icy river didn't stop. It continued to charge towards one of the distant flying ships. Those in its path panicked, and they started to steer their flying ships away. However, they were too slow compared to the icy river. Before they could escape, they were swallowed by the power of absolute frost. Flying ships turned into ice sculptures, and Tao venerables became ice statues. The scene struck the hearts of the others, and a terrifying picture was painted in the skies of the Cloud Dragon Sea. Frozen statues lined the skies, and the scary part was that all of them were experts who stood at the peak of the divine Tuo holy world. As the icy river continued on its way, the experts in the crowd realized that they wouldn't be able to stop it even if they worked together. It only stopped after it traveled the distance to cover several sacred lands. The experts of the Heavenly Phoenix race and the Radiant Winged race stared at each other in shock. A terrifying burst of light interrupted their train of thought, and the dark lightning holy dragon ancestor's body started to tremble. The ice surrounding him started to crack, and the sound of shattering glass rang through the skies as he emerged unharmed. Bolts of lightning surrounding him started to wreak havoc around the dragon cloud sea. When the lightning slammed into the ice sculptures in the skies, the ice trapping the experts and flying ships started to crack. Aohe and the other experts roared in excitement when they saw that those who were killed by Huang Xiaolong were saved by the dark lightning holy dragon ancestor. The old ancestor is invincible. The dark lightning holy dragon ancestor is almighty. Huang Xiaolong's heart sank. From that single exchange, he learned that the dark lightning holy dragon ancestor's ability to use lightning was stronger than what he had expected. Even though his power of absolute frost had already reached perfection level, the power of absolute lightning ranked higher than frost among the 13 elements. The dark lightning holy dragon ancestor stared at Huang Xiaolong and sighed. Your Highness deserves your reputation as the most talented individual in the divine Tuo holy world. I Aoheng am convinced. In the span of several hundred years, you actually managed to reach perfection level when controlling absolute frost. It was indeed an achievement he could brag about. In the entire universe, he possessed unbelievable talent. However, that should have been your strongest attack, right? The dark lightning holy dragon ancestor sighed. Please accept my attack. As soon as he spoke, he pushed his hands upwards towards the heavens. Lightning's fury. A pillar of lightning charged into the skies, and thunderclouds started to form above Huang Xiaolong. Purple lightning, white lightning, 5 paths lightning, and heavenly lightning gathered and appeared, slamming down towards Huang Xiaolong instantly. Boom! The defenses he had from his 12 high-order Saint Fates were blown apart, and the lightning slammed into the cosmos energy around him. Even with his Huang Long bloodline and Tao body of heaven and earth, he found it impossible to block the dark lightning holy dragon ancestor's strike. Shooting out like a cannonball, Huang Xiaolong smashed through layers upon layers of mountain ranges. Huang Xiaolong slammed into a mountain range located at the edge of the Dragon Cloud Sea. Explosions rang through the skies, and the experts in the crowd yelled in excitement. Nice! It was especially so for those from the Radiant Winged Dragon race, Heavenly Phoenix race, and the Coiled Dragon race. They clapped with glee when they saw the exchange. Huang Xiaolong, who would have thought that you would be on the receiving end? Feng Nana gnashed her teeth together, and she roared with laughter. Huang Xiaolong was too careless. If he had summoned his Huang Long armor, He wouldn't have to suffer from the dark lightning holy dragon ancestor's attack. The white dragon patriarch sighed. He was too confident in his defense. Confidence is great, but too much of it makes him arrogant. Even if he had used the Huanglong armor, he might not have been able to block Lord World Master's lightning's fury. The blue dragon patriarch sneered. The Huanglong armor might be the strongest armor in existence, but one needs the appropriate strength to utilize the armor. Huang Xiaolong is a mere 6th esteem Dao Venerable, and he won't be able to bring out the armor's true power. The coiled dragon patriarch clapped his hands in joy as he laughed at Huang Xiaolong's misfortune. I said it before, and I'll say it again. Lord World Master has already reached perfection level in both the power of lightning and darkness. Huang Xiaolong is bound to lose. Not to mention the fact that Lord World Master only used the power of lightning previously. If he used the power of darkness, Huang Xiaolong would be in an even worse state. Among the 13 elements, darkness was ranked even higher than the power of lightning. After Aoheng sent Huang Xiaolong flying, he didn't press on to end the battle. Instead, he hovered in the skies silently while looking at the fallen Huang Xiaolong. Several breaths later, a figure shot into the skies from the rubble. With his body looking like a withered branch that was struck by lightning, his skin was charred black. The power of lightning swirled around his body, and it continued to wreak havoc in his body. Those watching the battle sucked in a cold breath, and they couldn't believe how strong Huang Xiaolong's Grand Dao physique actually was. Of course, no matter how strong it was, he wouldn't be able to hold out for long if he was in such a sorry state after the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor's opening attack. Huang Xiaolong sucked in a cold breath, and he activated the power of his Huanglong bloodline. As the power of Nirvana enveloped him, the power of lightning that was destroying his insides was flushed out in an instant. The charred skin started to peel off his body, and he seemed to return back to his peak state. Aoheng stared at Huang Xiaolong as his expression changed. Major completion in the power of Nirvana. The power of Nirvana was ranked 3rd among the 13 elements, and it ranked behind the power of space. It was something much stronger than his power of absolute lightning. It was too bad. Huang Xiaolong hadn't reached perfection level in the power of Nirvana. When Feng Ming and the others noticed what happened, they were taken aback. Who would have thought that Huang Xiaolong would reach major completion in the power of Nirvana? Aog swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock as his expression turned complicated. Even so, it's useless against the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor. Feng Nana snorted. He's still going to lose. Aoheng started walking towards Huang Xiaolong slowly when he saw that Huang Xiaolong was fine. Your Highness, your power of Nirvana might have reached major completion stage, but you're not a match for me. You should admit defeat now. If you force me to continue, I won't hold back. I only used 50% of my power when I unleashed the lightning's fury previously. Aoheng's words shocked those watching the battle. What? How could that only be half of his strength? If he goes all out, wouldn't Huang Xiaolong be crippled? Huang Xiaolong didn't respond, and he stared at the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor silently. He didn't want to use the Huanglong armor as it was a creation-level artifact. He felt that using the Huanglong armor gave him an unfair advantage, but it seemed as though he wouldn't be able to win if he didn't use it. With a single thought, the Huanglong armor appeared around his body. The Huanglong armor had remained in its first form previously, and it was a mere tattoo surrounding his body. Now the armor materialized and formed around his body, reaching its second form. With 3 forms in total, the dragon tattoo possessed the weakest defensive abilities. The armor was strengthened in its second form, and it would be the strongest when Huang Xiaolong used the third form. If he decided to unleash the third form of the armor, he would be able to hide in the armor like a baby in an egg. As long as the Huanglong armor remained intact, Huang Xiaolong would never be injured. Of course, there was a drawback to the third form of the armor. It might possess the strongest defense, but he wouldn't be able to attack effectively. With the armor clad around his body, Huang Xiaolong looked like a dragon with golden scales. The scales shone in the light, and they looked like the most magnificent items in all the lands. Huanglong armor. A burning gaze could be seen in the eyes of those all around when he revealed the armor. Even Feng Ming and the others couldn't contain their desire for the item. That was a creation-level artifact they were talking about. Huang Xiaolong couldn't be bothered with what they thought, and he moved the moment the armor appeared. He turned into a streak of golden light that shot towards the dark lightning holy dragon ancestor. Not even experts at the level of AOG and Feng Ming could make out Huang Xiaolong's figure. How could he be so fast? Wasn't the Huang Long armor known for its defense? How can it improve his speed? AOG yelped in shock. No one understood what was going on. Of the 4 items in the set of creation, the Huang Long armor was known for its defense. The Huang Long cape was made for speed, and the Huang Long twin blades were made to be the strongest weapons in all the lands. The Huang Long heart allowed one to revive infinitely, and that was something everyone thought when they learned about the set of creation, but all of them were wrong. The Huang Long armor might have been built for defense, but it could also boost the power contained in his attacks and his speed when he moved. The only difference was that the increase wasn't as exaggerated as the other items in the Huang Long creation set. Boom! The Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor was clearly taken aback by Huang Xiaolong's sudden increase in strength, and he was beaten back several miles. Everyone gasped in shock. Nice! Yelling in joy, the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor started his counterattack. He turned into a streak of light as he clashed with the golden ray of light that Huang Xiaolong had become. Every time they slammed into each other, the Dragon Cloud Sea would tremble under the impact. In several breaths of time, no one knew how many times they had clashed with each other. In the eyes of others, the two of them were merely smashing into each other with brute force. However, the exchange wasn't as simple as it seemed. As Huang Xiaolong came to blows with the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor every time they came into contact with each other. That was the true battle, and they were comparing their Grand Dao arts whenever they exchanged attacks. Initially, the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor was only using the power of lightning. However, he started using the power of darkness after several exchanges. The power of lightning and darkness fused into each other, and they emitted a horrifying pressure. The strength he used started to increase from 50%, and he eventually went all out against Huang Xiaolong. With the power of absolute frost, poison, and nirvana swirling around him, Huang Xiaolong fought his hardest against the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor. Despite that, he was sent flying repeatedly, even with the assistance of the Huang Long armor. When the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor went all out, Huang Xiaolong felt the power of the strike deep in his body even after the armor did all it could to reduce the impact. Again, Huang Xiaolong charged into the skies, and he rushed towards the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor even after being sent flying repeatedly. With a face full of shock, Ao Hung stared at Huang Xiaolong, who was practically uninjured. The defensive capabilities of the Huang Long armor shocked him, and he realized that he was unable to do any substantial damage to the kid. Everyone present finally realized how strong the armor was. Feng Ming and AOG were shocked by the ability of the armor, and their expression changed slowly. The battle between Huang Xiaolong and the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor shook the heavens, and the world seemed to lose its color under the horrifying power possessed by the two. The Dragon Cloud Sea that was half the size of the Dragon Fish Heavenly Cave trembled in their wake, and the chi in the air turned absolutely chaotic. The pretty clouds that used to hang in the skies of the Dragon Cloud Sea were blasted to oblivion. The mountain ranges below were shattered into a trillion pieces as the power of lightning, darkness, nirvana, frost, and poison filled the corners of the Cloud Dragon Sea. The spectators who were watching the battle retreated time and time again, and the group of them had basically reached the borders of the Dragon Cloud Sea. Only the peak-level races were able to maintain their spot in the Dragon Cloud Sea. Even so, they had already been pushed to their limits. Without any warning, the two monsters stopped their battle. Staring at each other in midair, Ao Hung stared at Huang Xiaolong with a trace of suspicion. Even after the intense battle, the aura around Huang Xiaolong didn't weaken in the slightest. In fact, he seemed even stronger than when they had just started. What the fuck is going on? It made sense if Huang Xiaolong became weaker after supplying the armor with his cosmos energy. However, that didn't seem to be the case. The Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor was oblivious to this. But the Huang Long bloodline allowed Huang Xiaolong to convert the cosmos energy of others into his own. As such, Huang Xiaolong had been using the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor's cosmos energy against himself throughout the battle. He didn't exhaust his energy during the battle, and Huang Xiaolong even used the power of lightning to temper his body, resulting in him becoming a little stronger than before. The Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor sucked in a cold breath, and a ball of darkness started to spread behind him. Boundless energy started to fill the space around him, and it could be said that a world of darkness was formed. The power of darkness was as pure as could be, and it was the source of all darkness in the divine Tuo holy world. The terrifying power quickly arrived before Huang Xiaolong. Even when he used everything he had, the power of darkness didn't dissipate. He was beaten back again and again, and he was soon dragged into a world of darkness. The experts of the various super races in the Cloud Dragon Sea sucked in a cold breath when they realized that the power of darkness had enveloped half the Cloud Dragon Sea in several breaths of time. In the world of darkness, Huang Xiaolong couldn't see the tip of his nose. If someone at his level was unable to see anything, it was impossible for anyone outside to see the happenings going on within. He felt like he was transported into a different space, and Huang Xiaolong was shocked that the power of darkness was too terrifying, and he realized that the darkness world fused perfectly with the Dragon Cloud Sea. No, the world of darkness had already pierced deep into the region. He couldn't release his Dao souls even if he wanted to. As darkness surrounded him, Huang Xiaolong realized that he couldn't use his sense of sight, and neither could he use his Dao souls. Trying to unleash the energies he controlled, all of them seemed to be restricted by some sort of energy. This is my world of darkness. The Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor's voice rang out beside Huang Xiaolong's ear. In this world, I am the true God of creation. If you fail to break out of this place, the power of darkness will eat into your body and shatter your saint fates. Unless you're stronger than me, you will never be able to shatter the world of darkness. Your Highness, it's best for you to admit defeat. The power of darkness started to close in on him as soon as the words left the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor's lips. No matter how strong his cosmos energy was, Huang Xiaolong couldn't stop the power of darkness from seeping into his body. Pushing the Huang Long armor to the extreme, he tried to form a layer of protection from the darkness. However, the power of darkness started to corrode that too. As the defensive layer of the armor became weaker, Huang Xiaolong started to pour his cosmos energy into the armor. His cosmos energy started to deplete at an astounding rate, and Huang Xiaolong sighed. It seemed like there was only one thing left to do. He had to use the Soaring Dragon art. Otherwise, he would fail to shatter the world of darkness, and he would really be defeated by the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor. In the world of darkness, the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor was the only person who could see everything that went on. A confident smirk formed on his lips, and he estimated that Huang Xiaolong would only be able to hold out for an hour before he had to admit defeat. However, a world-ending power appeared from inside his world of darkness as he was savoring his victory. The world of darkness trembled under the horrifying energy wave, and golden light started to emerge from Huang Xiaolong's body. The world that possessed the ability to swallow all light actually failed to devour the pillar of gold reaching up into the heavens. The roars of heavenly dragons rang in the ears of everyone present, and a golden dragon pierced through the veil of darkness. With a single claw, the world of darkness was torn apart like waste paper. The Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor stared at the scene before him in disbelief. Before he could react, the golden dragon swiped its tail at his face. A terrifying storm of energies shook the world as the space around the tail collapsed in on itself. The Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor reacted instinctively, and he punched towards the giant tail flying at his face. The power of lightning fell from the skies as his lightning's fury appeared once again. This time it was several times stronger than before. He knew that he had to use everything he had if he didn't want to be blown into bits by the dragon tail. A sea of lightning appeared before him. Boom! The tail of the golden dragon, Huang Long, smashed into the sea of lightning, and a massive blast rocked the space around them. The confident expression on the dark lightning holy dragon ancestor's face finally disappeared. The members of the radiant winged dragon race, heavenly phoenix race, and the others were unable to peer into the world of darkness from the outside, and they could only guess what was happening. I wonder what's going on now. OG frowned. The world of darkness is the dark lightning holy dragon ancestor's strongest ability. He once said that in the world of darkness, he would be an existence akin to a god of creation. Everyone would be suppressed by the power of darkness, and it would slowly corrode one's Tao soul and Tao heart. No one will be able to break out of the world of darkness. Xian, the grand ancestor of the holy dragon race, sneered. It's over for Huang Xiaolong. Father, if Huang Xiaolong is defeated by the dark lightning holy dragon ancestor, do we? Feng Nana turned to Feng Ming and asked. She was naturally thinking of exterminating Huang Xiaolong's physical body after what he did to her. Relax. I know what to do. Feng Ming growled as a sinister light flashed in his eyes. When the words left his lips, a sudden change happened that caused everyone present to jump. A figure shot out from the world of darkness. Is that Huang Xiaolong? Feng Nana exclaimed in joy. Since the figure was shrouded in light and flying too quickly, no one could see his facial features. It has to be. He chuckled with glee. When the figure finally started to slow down, the light around his body dissipated and Xian's eyes widened in shock. That doesn't look like Huang Xiaolong. He and Feng Nana were shocked. When the figure finally got closer, cultivators at the level of He and Feng Nana managed to see the face of the person flying towards them. Dark lightning holy dragon ancestor. They screamed in unison. The person who came flying out of the world of darkness was the dark lightning holy dragon ancestor, and he didn't look to be in good shape. The expressions on Feng Nana's face froze, and he felt his legs going weak. They looked at the old ancestor with a face full of disbelief. How could the dark lightning holy dragon ancestor be sent flying? Hurry up and dodge! Xian roared. The dark lightning holy dragon ancestor was like a meteor shooting through the skies. He shot towards the group of spectators at a speed none of them could comprehend. By the time they wanted to dodge, it was too late. The dark lightning holy dragon ancestor was flying too quickly, and he soon slammed into the group of spectators. Everyone in his way was sent flying, and Feng Nana was struck so heavily that she started to vomit blood. After the dark lightning holy dragon ancestor shot past them, a golden shockwave could be seen charging their way. When it slammed into the various flying ships, they wobbled unsteadily in the air. Even the radiant winged flying ship, the second strongest flying ship in the holy dragon world, spun in the air like a broken top. No one expected the situation to change so suddenly, and they couldn't react in time. When the calm finally returned to the Cloud Dragon Sea, the flying ships started to stabilize in the air. The experts of the various races found their footing, but they were all in sorry shape. Blood mist filled the air as the weaker experts exploded when struck by the shockwave earlier. The giant golden dragon race experienced the unluckiest fate as the dark lightning holy dragon ancestor crashed into their flying ship. A giant hole could be seen from one end of the ship to the other. Turning to look at the location where the dark lightning holy dragon ancestor landed, the members of the holy dragon race noticed that the armor on his body was shattered and his flesh was mangled beyond belief. Sucking in a cold breath, everyone felt the world spinning around them. The holy dragon armor was the strongest armor in the holy dragon world. It was tempered with by the members of the holy dragon race for countless years, and it possessed unfathomable power. In the past, they allowed 2 peak 9th esteem Dao venerables to test the armor, and even after several years of constant bombardment, not a single scratch was left on the armor. One could only imagine how strong the armor really was. But now, the armor was broken and the dark lightning holy dragon ancestor looked to be heavily injured. Even with his holy dragon grand Dao physique and the holy dragon armor, the old ancestor was beaten to such a sorry state. He and the others stared at the body of the old ancestor in silence. From the time they were born, No one had ever heard of the old ancestor suffering from any sort of injury. When everyone was still staring at the figure of the holy dragon ancestor, a figure emerged from the world of darkness. Huang Xiaolong. A look of terror could be seen on the faces of those present. Ao, he screamed the loudest, and he couldn't forget the agreement Huang Xiaolong made with the old ancestor before the battle began. If the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor lost, Huang Xiaolong reserved the rights to deal with them as he pleased. When the experts of the various races saw Huang Xiaolong walking out of the world of darkness unscathed, their expressions changed. Feng Ming and Aog felt desperation creeping into their hearts when they realized the extent of Huang Xiaolong's strength. They might not know how Huang Xiaolong did it, but with their experience, they could tell that the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor only suffered from a single blow before he was flung out of the world of darkness. If Huang Xiaolong used the same attack on them, wouldn't it mean, when he emerged, Huang Xiaolong returned to his human form? No one in the crowd dared to block his path, and they quickly parted to allow him to pass. Huang Xiaolong ignored Feng Ming and the others as he approached the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor. As a wheezing cough escaped the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor's lips, he looked at Huang Xiaolong with a complicated expression. Eventually, a resigned sigh left his lips. I lost. I lost. When the two words left the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor's lips, everyone felt as though a bomb had gone off in their heads. Their bodies trembled, and the faces of those who offended Huang Xiaolong turned deathly pale. In fact, the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor still had several tricks up his sleeves. However, after experiencing Huang Xiaolong's strike, he wasn't confident that he could block it even if he revealed all his special moves. As such, he could only admit defeat. Huang Xiaolong might have won, but no one in the crowd cheered. Since you lost, it's time for you to hold up your end of the agreement. Huang Xiaolong didn't care about anything else, and he simply stretched out his hand towards the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor. After a short moment of hesitation, the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor retrieved the Blood Dragon steel. When he passed it over to Huang Xiaolong looked at the steel that spanned 10 feet tall. Excitement filled his heart when he looked at the golden steel, and he knew that he would be able to grow even stronger after he refined the treasures left behind by his father. Your Highness, you can retrieve the Holy Dragon treasury whenever you please. The Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor sighed. Nodding his head slowly, Huang Xiaolong turned to look at Aohe and the others. All of you, kneel before me. What? Aohe, Xian, and those who offended Huang Xiaolong previously felt a ball of rage burning in their hearts when they heard Huang Xiaolong's order. A sneer formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. Your old ancestor lost to me, and I can deal with you as I please. Do you have a problem with my order? You can kneel here in front of everyone in the Holy Dragon world, and I'll have more than enough time in the future to think of your punishment. Huang Xiaolong! He screamed. He pointed at Huang Xiaolong, but the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor sent all of them flying with a single slap before he could utter another word. The Holy Dragon race will keep its promise. Who dares to defy my will? As his voice boomed across the skies, everyone in the Holy Dragon race felt their Tao souls trembling in fear. We wouldn't dare. Xian and the others quickly fell to their knees. Seeing how the members of the Holy Dragon race were on their knees, Huang Xiaolong turned to look at everyone else. When he swept his gaze across the Heavenly Phoenix race, Radiant Winged Dragon race, and the rest, he chuckled. On your knees! The faces of those from the Heavenly Phoenix race, Radiant Winged Dragon race, and the others changed. Huang Xiaolong, what do you mean by this? Feng Ming's expression sank as he glared at Huang Xiaolong. We didn't make the bet with you. Huang Xiaolong, who the fuck do you think you are? Do you think we'll be afraid of you? Aog raged. If you really anger the Holy Dragon world, we'll band together to kill you. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to stop us all. A sneer formed on Huang Xiaolong's lips. He turned to look at Feng Ming and Aog before giving them a final warning. Am I someone you can call by name? You choose to disrespect my identity as the son of creation, and you're committing blasphemy on my father's name. I'll give you one last chance to admit your mistakes. A look of terror started to spread on their faces. Blaspheming the God of creation. No one had the guts to commit a crime at that level. However, what Huang Xiaolong said was true. He was the son of creation, and they were disrespecting him. A look of mockery formed on Huang Xiaolong's face when he looked at AOG. If I want you to kneel, you better get on your knees. That's because I'm the son of creation, and you're a mere member of the Huanglong world. As for the entire Holy Dragon world ganging up on me, are you threatening me? Killing intent emerged from his eyes as he continued. Since you dare to threaten me, it seems like your respect for my father, the God of creation, is non-existent. If you shatter your physical body right now to atone for your sins, I can allow your Tao soul to leave. If you choose to apologize, I will spare your radiant winged dragon race. Otherwise, I'll exterminate your race today. The faces of AOG and the other members of the radiant winged dragon race turned unsightly. However, AOG soon broke into laughter. Huang Xiaolong, do you really think you can do as you please in our holy dragon world? Do you think my radiant winged dragon race will roll over and die? Even if you're the son of creation, exterminating my race isn't something you can do on a whim. I would really like to see how you destroy my race with just the tortoise ancestor. Moreover, you better think twice before making your move on my race. We have a lot of allies in the holy dragon world, and the giant golden dragon race is one of our best allies. A sinister smile formed on AOG's face. So what if you're the son of creation? Do you think I'm afraid of you? As soon as the words left his lips, the members of the giant golden dragon race and the coiled dragon race gathered behind the members of the radiant winged dragon race. Looking at the smug expression on AOG's face, Huang Xiaolong's expression turned cold. Exterminating your races is a piece of cake. I won't even need to do it personally. In the past, he might have defeated Huang Shui and the Heart Devourer twin devils. He knew that there were many peak powers in the divine to a holy world who weren't taking him seriously. After all, he was an individual who fought alone. Now, he had the perfect chance to show off his power to the divine to a holy world. With more than 509th esteemed Dao venerables under his command, individual strength was no longer the scariest thing about Huang Xiaolong. Of course, defeating the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor was a step in the right direction, but it wasn't enough. Since they were asking for it, Huang Xiaolong didn't mind using the Radiant Winged Dragon race as an example. He would start a bloodbath in the Holy Dragon world to warn the rest. AOG roared with laughter when he heard that Huang Xiaolong wasn't going to take action personally. Do you think the black tortoise alone is enough to exterminate my race? What a joke! He was greeted with a terrifying sight as soon as the words left his lips. More than 500 figures appeared behind Huang Xiaolong, and a horrifying pressure descended on the lands. The space started to crumble under the weight of the auras emitted by over 509th esteemed Dao venerables. Everyone present felt as though several trillion Chaos Essence mountain peaks were pressing down on their chests. Even with his strength, the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor found it hard to breathe. Staring at the experts behind Huang Xiaolong, they gasped in shock. Senior Old Monster Flame, is that Lord Ming Fu? That's the 13 disciples of the Yin Ming. The hearts of everyone trembled when they recognized those standing behind Huang Xiaolong. Didn't they go missing in the Blue Lotus Pond? He felt his eyes popping out of their sockets. Why would everyone who went missing in the Blue Lotus Pond appear behind Huang Xiaolong? Moreover, it seemed as though the old Monster Flame and other super experts at that level were Huang Xiaolong's slaves. Ignoring their shock, Huang Xiaolong's frosty voice rang through the air. Exterminate the radiant winged dragon race and everyone allied to them. Yes, Your Highness. The old Monster Flame and the rest bowed respectfully before charging into the crowd. Seeing how the peak-level experts had set their sights on them, AOG started to panic and he screamed, Wait, Huang Xiaolong, we can talk this over. No, Your Highness, Huang Xiaolong Before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying with a single slap from the old Monster Flame. Miserable screams rang through the air, and a one-sided massacre took place in the Dragon Cloud Sea. There were even some experts of the giant golden dragon race and the coiled dragon race who collapsed in fear. They kneeled on the ground and begged for mercy, but Huang Xiaolong remained passive. The killing continued, and it didn't take long for the stench of blood to assault the noses of everyone present. With a total of more than 300 Dao Venerables, the three races thought that they were more than capable of stopping Huang Xiaolong if he wanted to move against them. However, a large group of them were only low-level and mid-level Dao Venerables. How could they stop over 509th esteemed Dao Venerables? The experts of the Heavenly Phoenix race and Holy Dragon race watched on as the members of the three races were slain. The scene was extremely bloody, and the experts on Huang Xiaolong's side were monsters to begin with. They wouldn't show any mercy when killing their enemies, and it didn't take long for the battle to end. Feng Nana and Ao, he felt their faces going green when they saw how the nine-headed tree demon, Poison Bodak, and the others killed their way through the experts of the three races. In 10 short minutes, the battle ended. Golden rain poured down on the lands as a bloody mist formed in the skies over the Cloud Dragon Sea. Huang Xiaolong grabbed the Dao souls of Aog and the others, and he dragged them before him. Huang Xiaolong, you're too bloodthirsty and you'll die a horrible death, Aog roared in his last-ditch effort to free himself. One day, the Huang Long world will crumble because of you. With an expressionless face, Huang Xiaolong sent a wisp of nirvana flame towards Aog's Dao soul. Since his cultivation journey started, he received too many threats and curses. One more from Aog wouldn't affect him. Ignoring the screams of those from the Radiant Winged Dragon race, Huang Xiaolong turned to look at the members of the Holy Dragon race. Without making a sound, they fell to their knees. Next, he looked at the members of the Heavenly Phoenix race. Feng Ming's expression changed. Feng Ming offended your highness, and I hope you can forgive us. He chose to kneel, and Feng Nana followed closely behind. With their bodies swaying slightly, they fell to their knees. However, Huang Xiaolong's next sentence sent them all to the depths of hell. I gave you a chance. Feng Ming, Feng Nana, do you think I'm oblivious to what you were thinking of during my battle with the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor? It's too late now. Raising his head, Feng Ming could feel the blood draining from his face. Kill them all. Huang Xiaolong's order rang in the ears of everyone present. The old monster flame and the others lunged at those of the Heavenly Phoenix race, and the battle was even less intense than when they killed the members of the Radiant Winged Dragon race previously. Feng Nana's body exploded, along with the experts trying to protect her. With bloodshot eyes, Feng Ming roared in anger. Huang Xiaolong, I'm going to kill you. Summoning every last ounce of his strength, he charged at Huang Xiaolong. As the third strongest expert in the Divine Tua Holy World, Feng Ming wasn't someone who would just roll over and die. Heavenly Phoenix Chi filled his body as he shot towards Huang Xiaolong. The terrifying aura shocked even the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor. However, a heaven-shaking roar tore through the skies before Feng Ming could reach Huang Xiaolong. Transforming into the true body of Huang Long, the massive golden dragon appeared before the eyes of everyone present. Like how the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor was sent flying previously, Feng Ming shot out like a cannonball. When he was struck by Huang Xiaolong's tail, the sound of shattering rang through the skies. Like a meteor, Feng Ming tore through the skies at a speed no one could catch. Everyone stared at the golden dragon as terror crept up their faces before looking at whichever direction Feng Ming flew towards. Previously, none of them had any idea how the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor was defeated, but now they knew. Creation, God of Creation, Huang Long. Several peak experts of the dragon race felt their hearts trembling in fear when they looked at it. Terrifying pressure descended on the lands. After he sent Feng Ming flying, no one saw how Huang Xiaolong moved, but the entire dragon appeared above Feng Ming in an instant. His claws that rivaled the size of a mountain smashed into the Heavenly Phoenix Patriarch and sent him down deep into the ground. The cries of a phoenix rang through the air, but Huang Xiaolong showed no mercy. His claws shot downwards towards Feng Ming, and he struck more than 1,000 times in a single breath of time. As the blood drained from the faces of the various experts present, the dark lightning holy dragon ancestor widened his eyes in shock. His throat felt dry after he saw Huang Xiaolong's one-sided pound down on the heavenly phoenix patriarch. Feng Ming might be able to reform his body with the power of the nine-tailed phoenix, but with Huang Xiaolong's repeated attacks, by the time Huang Xiaolong stopped, everyone could see that the nine-tailed phoenix in the ground was nothing more than a pile of bloodied flesh. A ball of flames lit up above the mangled flesh, and everyone exclaimed in shock, "Nirvana flame!" With the power of the Nirvana flame, Feng Ming's body started to rebuild itself. However, a sneer formed on Huang Xiaolong's face as his claws crushed the pile of flesh again. He wanted to see how many times Feng Ming could reform his body. Very quickly, the Nirvana flames appeared once again. Crushing, they revived Feng Ming with a single claw. The process repeated 9 times before it stopped. Returning to his human form, Huang Xiaolong dragged Feng Ming's Dao soul towards himself. "Huang Xiaolong, you won't be able to kill me. My body will reform itself in the future, and I'll haunt you till the ends of the earth." Feng Ming roared in rage. "However many times your body reforms will be the number of times I crush it." Huang Xiaolong chuckled. He threw Feng Ming, Aog, and the others in the sun and moon furnace after speaking. They would live with the poison bodak and others. Huang Xiaolong could clearly see that Feng Ming wasn't sincere in his apology. He was extremely resentful towards Huang Xiaolong, and the moment he had a chance, he would definitely act against Huang Xiaolong's loved ones. There would come a time when Huang Xiaolong would have to leave the divine Tuo holy world, and with his strength, he would be more than enough to cause irreversible damage. As such, Huang Xiaolong decided to get rid of hidden threats like Feng Ming when he had the chance. There was a better way to deal with the matter, and it was to brand Feng Ming's soul with the Huanglong mark. However, Huang Xiaolong didn't lack subordinates. After throwing Feng Ming and the others into the sun-moon furnace, Huang Xiaolong turned to look at the members of the other races in the Dragon Cloud Sea. Everyone was on their knees, and the only people who remained standing were the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor and Huang Xiaolong. Initially, there were many peak races who looked down on his status as the son of creation. They were like the Heavenly Phoenix race, and they felt that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to do anything to them with his individual strength. However, all of them were on their knees with their bodies trembling in the wind. Eventually, the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor invited Huang Xiaolong back to the Holy Dragon headquarters. The members of the Holy Dragon race followed closely behind, with their heads hung low. When they arrived, Huang Xiaolong didn't stand on ceremony as he swept the treasury clean. Even though he was no peasant, Huang Xiaolong had to admit that the amount of treasures in the Holy Dragon treasury shook his heart. After sweeping up all the treasures, Huang Xiaolong asked about the whereabouts of Huang Shui and the Devil Essence Holy Dragon Ancestor. The Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor replied without any intentions of hiding the facts from Huang Xiaolong. 100 years ago, the two of them left the Holy Dragon world. They should be heading towards the Origin Holy World. Origin Holy World? Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. That should be the time when he defeated the Heart Devourer twin devils. The Devil Essence Holy Dragon Ancestor probably heard of the news, and they ran away after realizing they would never be able to defeat Huang Xiaolong with their strength. Sighing silently, Huang Xiaolong knew that if the mystical pavilion was dragged into the matter, things would get troublesome. The main pavilion master of the mystical pavilion was someone who possessed terrifying strength. Your Highness, if you plan to head over to the Origin Holy World, you need to be careful. There are an uncountable number of experts there. The Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor cautioned. He chuckled and mocked himself soon after. I might be the strongest person in the Divine Tuo Holy World, but I wouldn't be ranked in the top 10 if I went to the Origin Holy World. Huang Xiaolong gasped in shock. How is that possible? Nodding solemnly, the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor sighed. I might have reached perfection level in the powers of lightning and darkness, but there are tons of experts who reached perfection in 2 different types of energies. There are even some who reached perfection level in 3 different types of energies. Take the Origin Holy World Master as an example. He mastered all 4 basic elements, and he would be able to kill me with a flick of his finger. The power of 4 energies at the grand completion stage is something you cannot imagine. You will only be able to understand how terrifying he is if you actually meet him personally. Huang Xiaolong frowned. What about the main pavilion master of the mystical pavilion? The dark lightning holy dragon ancestor was stunned for a second after hearing the question. No one knows how strong he really is, but there are rumors going about that the Origin Holy World Master suffered a miserable defeat in his hands. If you run into the Origin Holy World Master in the future, you can ask him a thing or two. Huang Xiaolong nodded slowly. It seemed as though he had to increase his strength before he could head over to the Origin Holy World. Of course, that didn't only apply to his cultivation realm. He knew that he had to reach the grand completion stage when controlling several types of energies before he could think of going over. Staying in the Holy Dragon headquarters, Huang Xiaolong started to discuss the Tao with the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor. He asked about the power of darkness and lightning, while the old ancestor inquired about the powers of frost and nirvana. When their discussion of the Tao took place, the results of the battle and everything that happened after started to spread through the divine to a holy world. In an instant, the entire world erupted. When Bai Chang and the others heard how Huang Xiaolong defeated the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor, they couldn't hide their excitement. However, when they heard who Huang Xiaolong exterminated the members of the Heavenly Phoenix race, Radiant Winged Dragon race, Giant Golden Dragon race, and trapped the Tao souls of all the experts, they stared at each other in stunned silence. His Highness actually won. When they heard the news, Bai Chang and the others felt their expressions changing as all sorts of color lit up on their faces. Those experts who disappeared in the Blue Lotus Pond fell into the hands of His Highness. He managed to subdue all of them. Wu Kuan, the divination Tao Venerable, gasped in shock. That was more than 509th esteemed Tao Venerables they were talking about. Moreover, there were lots of peak late 9th esteemed Tao Venerables among them. Huang Xiaolong had no idea what went on in the outside world, and he focused his attention on the power of darkness and lightning as explained by the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor. He submerged himself in the 2 elements, and he started to comprehend their power. Throughout his journey, Huang Xiaolong's speed of cultivation was one that shocked the world. However, his foundations weren't as solid as he thought it was. After his discussion with the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor, he found a lot of flaws in his Tao foundations. As the strongest expert in the divine Tua holy world, the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor was naturally one of the most knowledgeable when it came to the Tao. Huang Xiaolong was like a dry sponge sucking up water in the lake of knowledge filled by the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor. As time passed seamlessly, several dozen years passed. They were so absorbed in their discussion that several dozen years felt like a mere day. When they finally stopped, the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor saw the fluctuations in darkness energy around Huang Xiaolong's body, and he gasped in shock. Your Highness' talent defies all logic. During their discussion, Huang Xiaolong had been strengthening his foundation all the time. He even managed to comprehend the power of absolute darkness, and the lightning energy he controlled took a huge leap forward. He reached the small completion state in the laws of lightning, and it was a lot more than he expected. I only managed to comprehend the power of darkness so quickly because of your patience guidance. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. He wasn't lying. The Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor spent more than half the time explaining the laws of darkness and lightning to Huang Xiaolong. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong tore through the skies and left. He was thinking of punishing Aohe and the others, but after his interaction with the old ancestor, he decided against it. Now, he needed to look for a place to take a look at the treasures in the Blood Dragon Steel. Of course, Huang Xiaolong didn't forget about the treasuries of the Radiant Winged Dragon race and the other races he exterminated. He went over to collect their treasuries, and nothing eventful happened while he was at it. He might have exterminated their races several dozen years ago, but no one dared to touch the treasures they left behind. After pocketing their treasuries, Huang Xiaolong left the Holy Dragon world. He went towards the headquarters of the Heavenly Phoenix race. He searched through Feng Ming's Tao soul a long time ago, and he knew that there was a creation-level parasol tree in the headquarters of the Heavenly Phoenix race. That was also where Feng Ming was born. The parasol tree was something comparable to the tree of beginning. If he managed to obtain the parasol tree, he would be able to increase his understanding of his power of absolute flames and the nirvana flame. There were also tons of treasures in the Heavenly Phoenix treasury, and he would be able to obtain countless Phoenix fire crystals and Genesis-grade Heavenly Phoenix pills. Riding on the tortoise ancestor, Huang Xiaolong took out several radiant jade he obtained from the treasury of the radiant winged dragon race, and he started to absorb the energy stored within. He took the opportunity to deepen his understanding of radiant energy. The radiant energy stored in the radiant jade was something AOG managed to obtain through a stroke of luck. There were 16 pieces in total, and they were how he managed to comprehend the power of radiance. In the Holy Dragon headquarters, Huang Xiaolong understood the power of absolute darkness, and he controlled a total of 6 types of absolute energies. If he managed to understand the power of radiance, he would be able to wield 7 absolute energies. His combat abilities would increase to a terrifying level. Several days later, he finally arrived at the headquarters of the Heavenly Phoenix race. Like the Holy Dragon world, the Heavenly Phoenix race created a world called the Heavenly Phoenix world. There were countless dragon races in the Holy Dragon world, and similarly, there were countless Phoenix races present in the Heavenly Phoenix world. Huang Xiaolong didn't waste time as he quickly changed towards the headquarters of the Heavenly Phoenix race. He went straight towards the forbidden region of the Heavenly Phoenix race in order to look for the parasol tree. Even though he was obstructed by several grand ancestors, Huang Xiaolong suppressed them all with the shake of a finger. By the time he reached the foot of the parasol tree, Huang Xiaolong swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock. The tree was able to prop up the heavens, and if he compared the tree of beginning to the parasol tree, it would be slightly bigger than a tree shoot. The parasol tree had a crimson trunk, and the power of fire swirled about on its surface. The power of fire was extremely pure, and the higher up it went, the purer it became. Huang Xiaolong felt the power of nirvana in his body resonating with the tree. Without any shame, Huang Xiaolong moved the entire tree into the sun-moon furnace. The area around it was dug up, and Huang Xiaolong transplanted the parasol tree beside the tree of beginning. In the future, Huang Xiaolong would be able to deepen his understanding of the power of fire and nirvana when meditating under the parasol tree. He could also absorb the beginning qi coming off from the tree of beginning while he was at it. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong retrieved the treasury of the Heavenly Phoenix race and dealt with the grand ancestors guarding the area. After he was done, Huang Xiaolong located a secluded region in the Divine Tua Holy World. He laid down countless restrictions, and he entered the space in the sun-moon furnace. Sitting down under the shade of both trees, Huang Xiaolong was in no rush to open the blood dragon steel. He retrieved the holy dragon pills and decided to refine them first. Since the birth of the holy dragon race, the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor used the power of the entire race to refine holy dragon pills. Even so, he only managed to refine a little more than 100 of them. The Genesis-level pills Zhang Lei crafted was dog shit compared to the Holy Dragon pills, and the resources it took to refine a single Holy Dragon pill was sufficient for Zhang Lei to refine over 20 furnaces full of his sky-opening pills. Having obtained more than 60 Holy Dragon pills from the Holy Dragon race, Huang Xiaolong decided to refine them all to increase his strength. Initially, he refined them one at a time. It didn't take long for him to pop 3 to 4 pills in his mouth at the same time. When he was refining the Holy Dragon pills, the power of fire and nirvana poured into his body from the parasol tree. Beginning qi was abundant around him, and they started to temper his body. The 500 over 9th esteemed Tao Venerables didn't remain idle either. They poured their cosmos energy into the sun-moon furnace, and it rushed into Huang Xiaolong's body. With the assistance of their cosmos energy, Huang Xiaolong refined the Holy Dragon pills at an astounding speed. Even peak late 9th esteemed Tao Venerables at the level of the old monster flame and the others needed several tens of thousands of years to refine a single Holy Dragon pill. However, Huang Xiaolong refined a pill in less than 2 years. The Poison Bodak, Sword Venerable, 9-Headed Tree Demon, Feng Ming, AOG, and the others who were trapped in the sun-moon furnace were able to see past the restrictions and observe Huang Xiaolong's cultivation. When they saw how he refined the holy dragon pills and noticed his ever-rising aura, the expressions on their faces turned colorful. How can he cultivate so quickly? Feng Ming couldn't believe his eyes. That's a holy dragon pill. Moreover, the speed of which the phoenix flames and nirvana energy descended from the parasol tree was several thousand times faster than when Feng Ming personally cultivated under the tree. He was the nine-tailed phoenix. The parasol tree was where he was born. I finally know how he managed to increase his strength in the past several hundred years. The poisoned Bodak muttered as his throat went dry. During the creation ceremony, Huang Xiaolong was merely a first esteemed Dao Venerable. He managed to reach the fifth esteemed Dao Venerable realm in several hundred years. After defeating the Heart Devourer Twin Devils, he cultivated for a short amount of time before reappearing at the Blue Lotus Pond with the cultivation of a sixth esteemed Dao Venerable. That was also where most of the experts in the Sun-Moon Furnace met Huang Xiaolong. If they weren't looking at how he cultivated, they wouldn't have believed it. Huang Xiaolong's cultivation speed shattered whatever they knew about cultivation. It exceeded the scope of their understanding. As one holy dragon pill after another disappeared, Huang Xiaolong's strength continued to rise. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the peak of the early sixth esteemed Dao Venerable realm, and he soon entered the mid-sixth esteemed Dao Venerable realm. A little more than 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. A golden phoenix the size of a mountain swam around the space about Huang Xiaolong's body. It would occasionally turn into streams of golden qi, but it would return to its form as a phoenix soon enough. After so many years, Huang Xiaolong had long since refined all 60 holy dragon pills. He was refining the heavenly phoenix pills of the heavenly phoenix race, but there were only 40 of them. Moreover, the effects of the heavenly phoenix pills were less than half of that of the holy dragon pills. Whatever the case, Huang Xiaolong managed to enter the peak of the late sixth esteemed Dao Venerable realm. He could enter the seventh esteemed Dao Venerable realm as soon as he took a small step forward. When Huang Xiaolong finally swallowed the final 6 heavenly phoenix pills several years later, a horrifying wave of energy appeared in the skies above him. Tribulation clouds appeared in the skies as it covered a gigantic area around the sun-moon furnace. Staring at the tribulation clouds in the air, the experts trapped in the furnace widened their eyes in shock. White flame lightning. How is it possible for white flame lightning to appear in a tribulation? Isn't the white flame lightning only rumored to exist during the creation of the Huanglong world? Flames that color couldn't be described appeared among the lightning as traces of ancient light revealed itself. Origin fire? Light of creation? When an expert at the peak late 9th esteemed Dao Venerable realm mastered all 13 elements and reached the grand completion level in all of them, a terrifying tribulation would descend on them. If they crossed the tribulation successfully, they would become a god of creation. The origin fire and light of creation would only appear during their tribulation to enter the god of creation realm. But now it appeared during Huang Xiaolong's tribulation to enter the 7th esteemed Dao Venerable realm. There's no way. Did he already experience the might of the white flame lightning, origin fire, and light of creation in his previous tribulations? The 9-headed tree demon stammered. Silence filled the furnace as the minds of everyone in the sun-moon furnace turned blank. It was no wonder his Dao body of heaven and earth was so disgustingly strong. It was because he used the power of the white flame lightning, origin fire, and light of creation to temper his body. His tribulation was something only creation realm experts could enjoy. Even though the power contained in the tribulation was terrifying, one would be able to experience a large leap in strength as long as they crossed it. There's no way he can withstand the power of the white flame lightning, origin fire, and light of creation. The sword venerable cursed Huang Xiaolong as a sense of jealousy formed in his heart. That's right. The origin fire will burn him to nothingness. Feng Ming and the others quickly added. Opening his eyes slowly, Huang Xiaolong exhaled a stale breath. More than 200 years had passed since his tribulation, and it was clear that their curses were completely useless. After he refined the leftover energy from his 7th tribulation, he managed to solidify his foundations even further. It's time for me to open the Blood Dragon Steel. Retrieving the Blood Dragon Steel, brilliant rays of golden light lit up his surroundings. Huang Xiaolong pressed his palm against the steel as he activated the Huang Long bloodline in him. Circulating the Soaring Dragon Art, he started to refine the Blood Dragon Steel. With the Soaring Dragon Art and Huang Long bloodline, he managed to complete the refinement process in several short days. Opening the space within the steel, Huang Xiaolong saw a pair of blades hovering before him. An insignia of the god of creation, Huang Long, was branded on the body of the blades. Even though the blades were hovering in the middle of the space contained within the Blood Dragon Steel, Huang Xiaolong could feel prickling sensations on his skin. The terrifying blade light produced by the blades could pierce through anything. Huang Long twin blades. Huang Xiaolong yelled happily. The twin blades were part of the set of creation. During the creation ceremony, the blades Huang Shui had were fake. Grabbing the air before him, the blades started to fly towards Huang Xiaolong. The space contained in the Blood Dragon Steel was shattered when the blades flew through the air. When he finally grabbed onto the handles of the blade, he casually swiped at his finger. Blood sprayed out from his wound and the cut revealed his bones. If not for the fact that he did it casually, his finger would be completely severed. That was the power of the Huang Long twin blades. Nothing could challenge its offensive prowess. Even his Grand Dao physique couldn't stop the twin blades. Too strong. Huang Xiaolong gasped in shock. The more he looked at the twin blades before him, the more he liked them. He started to swing them around as the space around him started to wrap unsteadily. When he finally decided to stop playing with the blades, he kept them well before turning to look at a golden bottle in another part of the space within the Blood Dragon Steel. Initially, Huang Xiaolong expected for there to be mountains upon mountains of treasures in the Blood Dragon Steel. He didn't expect for there to only be 2 items. Other than the Huang Long twin blades, there was only a golden bottle. Retrieving the golden bottle, he opened the cap cautiously. In an instant, a pillar of golden light charged out from the jade bottle and it nearly blinded him. When the golden light finally started to fade, Huang Xiaolong peered into the bottle and noticed 20 tiny dragons that resembled the true body of Huang Long himself. Despite looking like living dragons, all of them were medicinal pills. They were medicinal pills that surpassed the creation level, and it was refined from his father's cosmos energy and blood essence. Sucking in a cold breath, Huang Xiaolong could no longer contain the excitement in his heart. He expected there to be previous treasures in the Blood Dragon Steel, but he didn't expect for there to be creation-level pills. The bottle of creation-level pills should be the only bottle in the entire Huang Long world. Huang Long's blood essence Huang Xiaolong refined in the past could be considered a treasure that surpassed everything they knew, but a single creation-level pill was several hundred times more valuable than a single drop of blood essence. Keeping the golden bottle extremely well, Huang Xiaolong left the space contained in the Blood Dragon Steel. After leaving the space contained by the Blood Dragon Steel, Huang Xiaolong didn't continue to cultivate. Instead, he returned to the Boundary Emperor Creed to visit the Zhangqiong Old Man, Fei Yanzi, and the others. It was a long time since he had last seen them. After he returned, Huang Xiaolong remained in the Boundary Emperor Creed for several months. During the day, he would give the Zhangqiong Old Man and Fei Yanzi pointers in their cultivation, and he would sit under the parasol tree at night. He would refine the pills he obtained from the Holy Dragon Treasury, and he would solidify his foundations in the 7th Esteemed Tao Venerable Realm. At the same time, he would further his comprehension in the different elements he controlled. When he had time, he would head over to the Silver Shadow Creed and Traversing Wind Creed. He took the chance to visit Yin Yu and Feng Yu. At the same time, he tried looking for the Eternal Devil Heart. In the past, he defeated the Heart Devourer twin devils, but the Eternal Devil Heart managed to escape. Huang Xiaolong left a brand on it, and he managed to locate it without much difficulty. The Eternal Devil Heart was one of the sources of darkness and evil in the Huang Long world. If he refined the Eternal Devil Heart, he would be able to comprehend the power of darkness and arrive at the minor completion stage. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong followed Duanfeng and Duanzheng back to the Divination Creed. When he arrived, He received a grand reception, and the entire family threw a massive welcoming ceremony for him. Activating the power of the divination creed, Huang Xiaolong located Elder Ming and the Yin Borer king who escaped from the Zhangqiong holy world. In the hundreds of years that passed, the two of them were able to build a name for themselves in the divine Tuo holy world. They were mixing in pretty well, and their strength allowed them to live comfortably in a certain region of the divine Tuo holy world. However, they nearly wet themselves when they saw Huang Xiaolong and the group of Dao venerables behind him. After learning that the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor wouldn't be ranked in the top 10 strongest individuals when he went over to the Origin Holy World, Huang Xiaolong decided against rushing over. He wanted to raise his strength as much as possible in the divine Tuo Holy World, and he wanted to comprehend the different types of energies he controlled. After many years, Huang Xiaolong decided to head over to the world tree that birthed the nine-headed tree demon. He retrieved the treasury, and he managed to collect some life liquid from the world tree itself. Next, he strolled over to the Stonemen race and the Inferno race to claim their treasuries for himself. In the blink of an eye, 400 years passed. Huang Xiaolong had been refining the power of darkness that came from the eternal devil heart, and his ability to control darkness reached the minor completion stage. He also refined all 20 creation-level pills left behind by his father in the Blood Dragon steel, and everything he obtained from all the treasuries. At the late 8th esteemed Dao Venerable Realm, Huang Xiaolong's strength reached a whole new level. Throughout the years, the Dao Venerables in the Sun-Moon Furnace didn't remain idle. Huang Xiaolong used their cosmos energy to refine his body, and it could be said that his 3 small worlds reached their most perfect state with their assistance. Huang Xiaolong also activated the powers in the divine Tuo Holy World to locate more Genesis-level poison liquid. With the liquid he gathered, he managed to reach perfection in the absolute power of poison. When he was done, he reached perfection level in 2 different types of absolute powers. In order to test out his strength, Huang Xiaolong located the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor once again. To the old dragon who lost against Huang Xiaolong when he was still a 7th esteemed Dao Venerable with 1 element at perfection level, the current Huang Xiaolong was practically a monster. He was completely crushed, and Huang Xiaolong didn't even bring out his Huang Long armor and the Huang Long twin blades. There wasn't a need for him to transform into the Golden Dragon either. With his grand Dao physique, he completely dominated the old dragon. The only pity throughout the 400 years was that Huang Xiaolong failed to increase his understanding of the power of nirvana. Even after immersing himself in the power of nirvana from the parasol tree, Huang Xiaolong's ability to control the power of nirvana stagnated at the major completion stage. His ability to control fire was a little better, as he progressed from the minor completion stage to the peak of the minor completion stage. One fine day, brilliant rays of light started to emerge from Huang Xiaolong's body when he was cultivating in the Sun-Moon Furnace. Right before the light surrounded him completely, it dissipated after a popping sound was heard. Streaks of green light swirled around him as it started to fade from existence. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong sighed while shaking his head. He focused on the power of poison the past hundreds of years, and he refined medicinal pills most of the time in order to increase his cultivation realm. As such, he couldn't comprehend the power of radiance and wood. While he was sighing regretfully, his transmission symbol trembled. Taking a look at it, he saw that it was a message sent by Zheng Lei of the Mystical Pavilion. Oh! He was slightly taken aback by the sudden report. According to Zheng Lei, a huge group of demons at the Dao Venerable Realm were charging towards the Bright Lightning Abyss. No one knew the reason for their sudden interest in the Bright Lightning Abyss, but a trace of light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. There had to be a reason for their sudden interest in the Bright Lightning Abyss, and Huang Xiaolong quickly emerged from the furnace. He contacted the Zhangqiong old man and Fei Yanzi after he reappeared. Xiaolong, are you really planning to head over to the Bright Lightning Abyss? Zhangqiong old man was taken aback by his sudden revelation. Nodding slowly, Huang Xiaolong revealed his intentions of heading over. Even though he didn't know their goal, he needed to search for Long Jianfei's master, Chen Shi, in the Bright Lightning Abyss. He promised Long Jianfei in the past that he would search for Chen Shi after entering the Dao Venerable Realm, but he was too busy to do so. Since he had a reason to enter the bright lightning abyss, he felt that it was time to fulfill his promise. There was also another reason behind his desire to enter the bright lightning abyss. After his second sparring session with the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor, Huang Xiaolong learned that the old dragon managed to obtain a massive opportunity in the abyss that allowed him to reach perfection level in the laws of lightning. The bright lightning abyss was a land of lightning and thunder, and it was where the Genesis lightning liquid was located. The old dragon managed to obtain a massive pool of Genesis lightning water in the abyss, and he used it to strengthen his control over the lightning element. It went without saying that the Genesis lightning liquid was the same level as the Genesis poison liquid. "When are you planning to leave?" Fei Yanzi asked in a gentle voice. "Soon." This time, Huang Xiaolong didn't tell anyone else he was heading to the bright lightning abyss other than his master and Fei Yanzi. As such, he was able to leave without being traced. Fei Yanzi stared at his departing figure in a daze, not knowing how long it would be before they reunited. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the entrance of the bright lightning abyss on the back of the tortoise ancestor. Stopping for a moment, Huang Xiaolong tore through the lightning qi in the air before urging the tortoise ancestor forward. As terrifying lightning qi drifted in the air around the bright lightning abyss, Huang Xiaolong charged forward without a care in the world. When the lightning qi touched his body, Huang Xiaolong felt a pleasant breeze washing over him. Similarly, the lightning qi failed to do a thing to the tortoise ancestor. This time, his goal wasn't just to locate the Genesis lightning liquid. He was also there to look for Xianxia, and Huang Xiaolong allowed the tortoise ancestor to travel slowly through the skies. Of course, the speed was relative to Huang Xiaolong and the tortoise ancestor. They were still tearing through the skies at a terrifying pace. Ordinary high-level Dao venerables would only be able to see a streak of black light brushing across the skies if they noticed the tortoise ancestor. "Your Highness, Xianxia might already be dead after being trapped here for so many years. The bright lightning abyss is boundless, and looking for someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if we search for 100 years, we won't be able to find him." Liang Xiao sighed. Nodding his head, Huang Xiaolong was more than aware of the concerns. However, he had to look for Xianxia with all his might. He promised Long Jianfei that he would locate his teacher, and he was going to keep his promise. Using all 3 Dao souls, Huang Xiaolong tried to look for Xianxia. With his current abilities, the area he could cover was terrifyingly large. Even the restrictions located in the bright lightning abyss couldn't stop him. He could see everything in the 100 million miles radius around him. Several days passed, and Huang Xiaolong noticed a ton of lightning-attributed spiritual herbs. There were a lot of them at the Dao-level herb, but he was too lazy to pick them up. The only herbs he would go out of his way to retrieve were Genesis-level herbs. When the tortoise ancestor noticed the goodies they were passing up, he felt an ache in his heart. However, he couldn't say a word since Huang Xiaolong wasn't planning to go after the treasures. His reaction naturally fell into Huang Xiaolong's considerations. A chuckle left his lips as he spoke to the tortoise ancestor. "If you want them, go pick them yourself. However, you can't take more than 10 breaths of time." Liang Zhao's face lit up when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. "Many thanks to your highness." The Dao herbs might be protected by several layers of restrictions, but Liang Xiao was the tortoise ancestor. He was an existence whose strength stood firmly at the top layers of the divine Tuo holy world, and he shattered the restrictions in a single breath of time. It took him less than 10 breaths of time to retrieve several herbs. Along the way, he collected Dao herbs to his heart's content. Of course, he was smart enough to remember what Huang Xiaolong said. He took less than 10 breaths of time. Sitting on Liang Zhao's tortoise shell, Huang Xiaolong used his Dao souls to search for Xianxia while trying to comprehend the power of absolute lightning. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and lightning bolts flashed unsteadily around Huang Xiaolong's body. The deeper they went, the stronger the lightning qi became. The power of destruction contained in them increased, and the lightning bolts grew a little stronger. During their exploration, Huang Xiaolong and Liang Xiao ran into countless lightning beasts born from the lightning qi. There were even several beasts at the mid-level Dao Venerable realm. Other than lightning beasts, they ran into several experts from the Tao convergences of the divine to a holy world. The only weird thing was that they didn't discover any traces of the demons from the outer world. Huang Xiaolong turned a little suspicious. There was no way Zheng Lei lied about their arrival, but he couldn't explain the fact that he saw no demons after stepping into the bright lightning abyss. Could they have headed straight for the deepest region of the bright lightning abyss the moment they arrived? When he was thinking of the different possibilities, a whistling sound tore through the air, and Huang Xiaolong turned to look in the direction of the noise. "Your Highness," Liang Xiao muttered. Ordering the tortoise ancestor to stop in mid-air, they noticed more than 30 experts flying towards them. A massive group of demons from the outer world flew towards them, and the weakest among them were mid-level Tao Venerables. The only problem was that there were experts of the Misty Rain Tao Venerable among the demons. Huang Xiaolong recognized two of them instantly, and they were Yu Yu and Tan Meiqin. In the past, Yu Yu tried to pay him a visit in the Boundary Emperor Creed. However, he didn't manage to meet them. When Yu Yu and Tan Meiqin saw Huang Xiaolong, a look of excitement appeared on their desperate faces. "Xiaolong!" Yu Yu exclaimed in a fit of joy. A frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. When no one else was around, Feng Yu and Yin Yu would address him by his name, but he wasn't close enough for Yu Yu to do the same. The group of demons were clearly not expecting to run into another human after capturing the bunch from the Misty Rain Creed. "So you guys know each other?" A demon with a white horn sneered when he heard how Yu Yu called out to Huang Xiaolong. Those around him moved after the words left his lips, and they reached out to grab Huang Xiaolong and the tortoise ancestor. A massive palm descended from the skies towards the duo, but Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to move. As a burst of light emerged from Liang Zhao's tortoise shell, the palm in the air was shattered, and the expert who tried to make his move was sent shooting through the skies. He spat out black-colored blood uncontrollably. Since the bodies of the demons were made out of darkness, their blood couldn't be any other color. "What?" The group of demons screamed in shock. The person who was sent flying was an 8th esteemed Tao Venerable. When they were still stuck in a state of shock, an expert whose eyes glowed a sinister green stepped forward. He spoke to the expert with a white horn on his head. "Young master, that tortoise is a late 9th esteemed Tao Venerable." "What?" The demon who was addressed as the young master yelled in shock. He stared at Liang Xiao with a look of disbelief before turning to Huang Xiaolong. "Who the hell are you?" Without responding, Huang Xiaolong casually stretched out his right hand to grab at the demons. "You're asking to die," the expert whose eyes were flickering green sneered. He nearly burst into laughter when he realized that Huang Xiaolong was a mere 8th esteemed Tao Venerable. How dare a weakling at that level disrespect him? One had to know that he was a peak late 9th esteemed Tao Venerable. His train of thought was stopped short when he realized that he couldn't move his body at all. His connection with the small world in his body was severed, and he couldn't use the slightest bit of cosmos energy. Suppressing more than 30 Tao Venerables, Huang Xiaolong shattered the restrictions around the bodies of those from the Misty Rain Tao convergence. Yu Yu and the others rejoiced, and they quickly said their thanks to Huang Xiaolong. "Many thanks to your highness. There's no need to thank me. I didn't do it to save you specifically. You can leave now." It was true. The only reason he saved them was because he wanted to retrieve some information from those of the demon race. He wanted to understand their reason for coming to the bright lightning abyss. As her expression dimmed, Yu Yu could only lead the others away. When their figures disappeared in the horizon, Huang Xiaolong started to search through the souls of the demons. "Mysterious purple peak?" Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself after looking through the other party's memories. The demons from the outer world entered the bright lightning abyss because a mysterious purple mountain appeared in the depths of the bright lightning abyss. It seemed as though there was a secret hiding behind the existence of the purple mountain, and Huang Xiaolong was determined to get to the bottom of it. From the memories of the demon with a white horn on his head, Huang Xiaolong learned that the purple mountain was likely to be a Genesis-level existence. In other words, it was formed during the creation of the world. It was no wonder the demons from the outer world would take such a huge risk to enter the bright lightning abyss. If the mysterious purple peak really was a Genesis-level existence, there would definitely be Genesis-level herbs growing on it. Genesis-level treasures and herbs were definitely precious items. There might even be other items at the Genesis level located on it. With a look of joy spreading on his face, Huang Xiaolong thought about the possibility of the Genesis lightning water residing on the mountain. It didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong to brand the Tao souls of the demons, and he started to move towards the mysterious purple peak deep within the bright lightning abyss. The demons followed behind the tortoise ancestor and acted like a group of thugs following their master. In the divine Tua holy world, there were countless creeds and superpowers. It was the same for the outer world, and they had their own structure of power. The young master with the white horn was part of the heavenly venerable palace in the outer world. The heavenly venerable palace was a top-tier power in the outer world, and their place was similar to the heavenly phoenix race in the divine Tua holy world. It was stronger than the dragon fish creed. Even though Huang Xiaolong was in a rush to head over to the mysterious purple peak, he didn't forget to look for Xianxia along the way. Xianxia had the inheritance treasure of the dragon fish creed, and Huang Xiaolong would be able to locate him easily as long as he detected the presence of the treasure. It was a pity, no matter how hard he tried, Huang Xiaolong failed to locate any traces of Xianxia. Half a month later, Huang Xiaolong and the tortoise ancestor arrived in the depths of the bright lightning abyss with a group of demons behind them. As soon as they arrived, they ran into high-level Tao venerable realm lightning beasts. In order not to affect their speed, Huang Xiaolong personally moved against the lightning beasts. He suppressed them all easily and threw them into the sun-moon furnace. In the countless years that passed, the furnace had been constantly tempered by the tree of beginning and parasol tree. With the help of the old monster flame and the others, it showed signs of breaking through. If it could reach the peak-grade cosmos artifact level, its power would take a huge leap forward. If Huang Xiaolong entered the furnace to train, the effects would be much better than before. The deeper they went, the stronger the lightning beasts became. However, it didn't matter how strong they were. Huang Xiaolong suppressed them with a single move before throwing them into the sun-moon furnace. When ninth esteemed Tao venerable realm lightning beasts started to show up, Huang Xiaolong didn't bat an eyelid as he dealt with them the exact same way. Regardless of their cultivation realm, none of them could do a thing to Huang Xiaolong. Without the presence of day and night in the bright lightning abyss, Huang Xiaolong only saw lightning chi filling the skies above him. Lightning bolts slammed down into the ground occasionally, and the size of the lightning bolts had increased significantly since he entered the bright lightning abyss. In the past, they were merely larger than his thumb. Now they were as large as snakes. When the lightning snakes started to gather together, they fused into their surroundings. They became inextinguishable existences, and even when the tortoise ancestor smashed apart several million lightning snakes with a single palm, they managed to revive in the next instant. Even ninth esteemed Tao venerables would be in deep trouble when surrounded by the lightning snakes. However, Huang Xiaolong was no ordinary expert. With a single palm, he blasted them apart. Forming a world of lightning around him, he devoured the lightning snakes when they approached him again. When they entered his world of lightning, they became supplements for Huang Xiaolong's lightning attribute. If other experts were to arrive, they would never be able to devour the lightning snakes even if they wielded the power of absolute lightning. However, with the Huanglong bloodline, Huang Xiaolong could refine them with ease. Several dozen days passed once again, and Huang Xiaolong finally arrived at the depths of the bright lightning abyss. Even so, they still needed several days to arrive at the mysterious purple peak. When they finally arrived, the lightning chi around them made it hard for anyone to move. Luckily for Huang Xiaolong, he possessed the Huanglong bloodline and he could control the power of absolute lightning. He was like a fish in water when traveling through the depths of the bright lightning abyss. The lightning chi here is really pure. It was practically a heaven for anyone who cultivated the power of absolute lightning. It was no wonder the old dragon remained in the bright lightning abyss for so many years in the past. All of a sudden, a tiger-shaped lightning beasts pounced at Huang Xiaolong's group without warning. In the depths of the bright lightning abyss, any lightning beasts that existed were in the late ninth esteemed Tao venerable realm. The tiger-shaped lightning beast was born from the purest power of lightning, and it was extremely strong. It was in existence on the same level as Xianxia, the tortoise ancestor. However, Huang Xiaolong dealt with it with a single wave of his hand. He branded its Tao soul instantly before throwing it into the sun-moon furnace. He used the lightning qi produced by the beast to refine the furnace even further. He realized that the more lightning beasts he captured, the faster the furnace improved. "We're finally here," Huang Xiaolong sighed after 4 days of traveling. Looking at the mountain that pierced straight into the skies, he noticed that it was larger than a supercontinent in size. Purple lightning swirled around the peak, and it emitted a horrifying pressure. This mountain peak definitely formed during the creation of the world," Liang Xiao stammered. Nodding his head, Huang Xiaolong felt a smile creeping up his face. Previously, he doubted the fact that the mountain peak was at the Genesis level, but now that he was seeing it for himself, he no longer doubted the validity of the statement. The mysterious purple peak was made from purple mountain rocks that were completely immune to the purple lightning swirling around the peak. Reaching out with his hand, Huang Xiaolong shot a stream of energy towards the peak of the mountain. When it struck the purple mountain rocks, he only managed to leave a tiny mark on its surface. He didn't even manage to leave behind a hole in the rock, and Huang Xiaolong raised his eyebrows in shock. Even the tortoise ancestor couldn't believe what just happened. One had to know that Huang Xiaolong could pierce through the tortoise ancestor's shell with that stream of energy. It didn't take long for the mark on the stone to disappear, and Huang Xiaolong was shocked. He couldn't believe that the rocks could regenerate themselves. With a burning gaze, Huang Xiaolong realized that even if he failed to locate any treasures on the mysterious purple peak, the entire mountain itself was an invaluable treasure. "Let's go!" Huang Xiaolong ordered the tortoise ancestor to proceed forward, but a group of more than 300 demons appeared from the peak all of a sudden. They stopped Huang Xiaolong dead in his tracks. They were all high-level Dao venerables, and they were definitely a force to be reckoned with. "This mysterious purple peak is a treasure of our Demon Buddha alliance. Anyone who dares step on the mountain will die." A frosty light flashed in the eyes of the demon in the lead. "Oh, Demon Buddha." The space outside the Great Holy Worlds was called the Outer World, and it was where the demons resided. The Demon Buddha Black region was a superpower of the Outer World, and it was the region closest to the Divine Tuo Holy World. The Demon Buddha was the strongest expert in the Demon Buddha Black region, and his strength was comparable to the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor. The Demon Buddha might be comparable to the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor in strength, but he only reached perfection in a single element. He was proficient in the power of darkness, and his ability to control the radiant element was only at the major completion stage. Among the 13 elements, the power of radiance was ranked 4th, while the power of darkness was ranked 5th. The Demon Buddha who reached major completion stage in the power of radiance was a terrifying existence. "Lord Huangzhe, they are from the Heavenly Venerable Palace." Someone recognized the white-horned demon behind Huang Xiaolong. As soon as he spoke, the demon in the lead was stunned. He turned to look at the demons behind Huang Xiaolong, and a frown formed on his face. The Heavenly Venerable Palace was a power in the Demon Buddha Black region, and the palace master was the reputable Heavenly Demon. He was one of the 10 strongest experts in the region. "As it turns out, Your Highness is present." Huangzhe retracted his gaze and looked at Huang Xiaolong once again. He didn't understand why the members of the Heavenly Venerable Palace would be following behind a human. Moreover, they were behaving as though the human was above them in status. "Regardless of your relationship with the members of the Heavenly Venerable Palace, none of you can step into the mysterious purple peak." Huangzhe glared at Huang Xiaolong and continued. "Even the Heavenly Venerable Palace wouldn't be allowed in. Lord Demon Buddha gave the order himself, and everyone who defies his order will die." The demons who emerged from the mysterious purple peak stared at the members of the Heavenly Venerable Palace and Huang Xiaolong. If they made any sudden movements, they wouldn't hesitate to kill them all. "Oh!" Huang Xiaolong looked into the depths of the mysterious purple peak and snickered. It seems like the Demon Buddha personally came over to the mysterious purple peak. The Demon Buddha was the strongest person in the Demon Buddha Black region, and he controlled 1/10 of the power in the Demon Buddha Black region. If Huang Xiaolong managed to subdue the Demon Buddha, his journey to the Origin Holy World would be much smoother. With the Demon Buddha Black region being comparable to the Divine Tua Holy World, 1/10 of its power was a terrifying amount. It was something 10,000 times scarier than the Holy Dragon race, Heavenly Phoenix race, Radiant Winged Dragon race, and the Giant Golden Dragon race combined. Moreover, he needed to pass through the Demon Buddha Black region when he headed over to the Origin Holy World in the future. That wasn't the only region, as he needed to cross the Heavenly Dawn Black region, Swordless Black region, and the Thousand Nightmare Black region. If he managed to subdue the Demon Buddha, passing through one of the 4 regions would be effortless. "How dare you!" Huangzhe screamed when he heard how Huang Xiaolong called the Demon Buddha out by name. "I will kill whoever disrespects Lord Demon Buddha." A blade appeared in his hand as he slashed at Huang Xiaolong. Demonic chi filled the skies, and it transformed into countless evil demons that pounced on Huang Xiaolong. Huangzhe was extremely strong, and he was comparable to AOG of the Radiant Winged Dragon race. However, Huang Xiaolong merely flicked his fingers once when faced with the terrifying amount of demon chi. A stream of energy shot towards Huangzhe, and a hole was pierced through his body. The man was sent flying, and he slammed heavily into the mountain peak. The members of the Demon Buddha Alliance were shocked. How could someone like Huangzhe be unable to withstand a single strike from Huang Xiaolong? All of them could see that Huang Xiaolong was a mere 8th esteemed Dao Venerable, and none of them expected him to be able to do what he just did. After he sent Huangzhe flying, Huang Xiaolong grabbed at the space in front of him and dragged the man over to himself. "Release Lord Huangzhe right now." The demons snapped back to reality, and they charged at Huang Xiaolong without the slightest hesitation. However, Huang Xiaolong sent them all flying with a single wave of his hand. Icy blue light filled the skies, and with his increase in strength, the power of absolute frost he wielded reached a whole new level. Compared to the time when he challenged the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor, he was countless times stronger. The experts of the Demon Buddha Alliance were not even close to the peak of the late 9th esteemed Dao Venerable realm. How could they possibly defend themselves against Huang Xiaolong? With miserable cries ringing out in the skies, all of them turned into ice statues. The golden dragon appeared behind Huang Xiaolong, and it glared at the experts sealed in ice. A brand was left on their Dao souls, and Huang Xiaolong swiped his hand over to shatter the ice surrounding them. In the past, Huang Xiaolong was unable to break the ice surrounding the bodies of those he sealed with the power of absolute frost. In his many years of training, he finally became proficient at using the power of absolute frost, and he was able to easily retrieve his energy after sending it out. Of course, Huangzhe didn't receive preferential treatment. His soul was also branded, and Huang Xiaolong used the power of nirvana to help him recover his wounds. The stream of energy that pierced through Huangzhe's body and shattered an inside started to dissipate, as his wounds started to heal. That was the true power of nirvana. Huangzhe became as good as new, and it was as though Huang Xiaolong didn't move against him previously. When Huang Xiaolong suffered from any sort of injury, he would be able to come back to life with the power of nirvana. Even if his Dao heart was destroyed, it wouldn't stop him from restoring himself to his original state. Rumors had it that if one reached perfection level in the power of nirvana, they would be able to revive even if their Dao soul was shattered. Of course, those were mere rumors. After all, no one in the divine Tua holy world had ever comprehended the power of nirvana to perfection level. After subduing Huangzhe and the rest, Huang Xiaolong entered the mysterious purple peak without anyone to stop him. He stationed Huangzhe and the others at the entrance of the mountain range in order to stop anyone else from approaching, and the members of the Heavenly Venerable Palace were left behind too. "The energy here is really pure," Liang Xiao exclaimed as they traveled to the peak of the mountain range. Pure energy surrounded the mysterious purple peak, and to Huang Xiaolong's surprise, there were also traces of grand mist qi in the air. Even at the foot of the mountain range, the energy that surrounded them was extremely pure. Huang Xiaolong knew that the purity of the energy would only increase as they went higher, and if there were traces of grand mist qi at the foot of the mountain, there should be something even better at the peak. Huang Xiaolong hastily ordered the tortoise ancestor to head up the mountain. Void Reincarnation Thistle. Along the way, the tortoise ancestor cried out in excitement every time they came across a valuable herb. The Void Reincarnation Thistle was a Genesis-level spiritual herb that was extremely hard to find. In the many years of existence of the Divine Tuo Holy World, the Void Reincarnation Thistle only appeared several times. A stalk of Void Reincarnation Thistle was actually growing at the foot of the mysterious purple peak. Huang Xiaolong was pretty calm compared to the old tortoise. After all, he expected to see spiritual herbs at that level. The Void Reincarnation Thistle contained a strand of spatial powers. If one refined the grass, they might be able to comprehend the powers of space, and even though the chance of that was small, it was better than nothing. All of a sudden, a terrifying wave of power emerged from the peak of the mountain. Narrowing his eyes, Huang Xiaolong recognized the power. That was the power of darkness at perfection level, and it definitely came from the Demon Buddha. Huang Xiaolong was shocked that someone managed to force the Demon Buddha to go all out. Grabbing the Void Reincarnation Thistle, Huang Xiaolong kept it well before ordering the tortoise ancestor to head straight up the mountain at full speed. Very quickly, Huang Xiaolong reached the peak of the mysterious purple peak. Even though it was the peak of the mountain, it contained enough space to contain a massive city. Lightning qi swirled around in the surroundings, and lightning bolts roared through the air. Even 9th esteemed Dao venerables would fail to withstand the lightning qi at the peak of the mountain. Other than the Demon Buddha and his opponent, there were over 20 peak late 9th esteemed Dao venerable realm demons present. Despite being from the same race, they banded together in groups of 2s and 3s, and the largest group contained 4 peak late 9th esteemed Dao venerables. When they noticed Huang Xiaolong's arrival, they were shocked. Late 8th esteemed Dao venerable of the human race? Interesting. Someone stared at Huang Xiaolong before bursting into laughter. Blood-red light flashed through his eyes as killing intent swirled in his heart. Demons from the other world had always been hostile to those from the holy worlds. After all, the hatred between the two groups hadn't festered over a period of several years, but it stretched back as long as anyone could remember. Ignoring the demons, Huang Xiaolong stared at the Demon Buddha and his opponent. Black light enveloped the Demon Buddha as he smashed holes into the dense cloud of lightning qi around him. When Huang Xiaolong discovered the Demon Buddha's opponent, he was shocked. It was a 3-headed lightning beast. The heads of the lightning beast resembled the head of a qilin, and its body contained the traits of a lion's torso. It had 4 dragon claws in place of its legs. Its head shone with 3 different colors, and one of them was red. One glowed a brilliant white, while the final head was enveloped in a bright purple hue. The head glowing red contained the ability to unleash absolute flame, and the head glowing a milky white contained the power of radiance. As for the head enveloped in purple light, it naturally contained the power of absolute lightning. The weirdly shaped lightning beast emitted brilliant rays of light as it unleashed the power of absolute lightning at perfection level. Huang Xiaolong frowned slightly as this was his first time meeting a beast with the power of absolute lightning. Moreover, the beast was able to control 3 types of energies at once with the power of absolute flame and radiance at major completion level. It was no wonder it was able to fight the Demon Buddha to a stalemate. Not only did the lightning beast control 3 types of power, but when it attacked, it used all 3 types of energies in tandem, causing the earths to crumble and the heavens to shake. The most surprising thing wasn't its strength. Instead, Huang Xiaolong was more amazed at the fact that the mountain was standing tall despite their destructive exchange. Their battle was more than capable of shattering a small creeds, but no matter how they fought, they failed to leave a single mark on the mountain. No one knew how strong the mysterious purple peak had to be if it could stand tall despite the world-shattering power unleashed by the 2 monsters above it. Brat! How the fuck did you get in here? A red-haired demon with one eye glared at Huang Xiaolong and growled. As soon as he spoke, demonic qi started to swirl around him. His aura was no weaker than the guards Huang Xiaolong ran into outside the mountain range, and if he was an expert in the divine to a holy world, he would be ranked in the top 30. The other demons turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong in unison. It was clear that they were also curious how he had managed to enter the space around the mysterious purple peak. After all, there were more than 300 experts guarding the perimeter. Even ordinary peak late 9th esteem Dao venerables wouldn't be able to sneak in with such a lineup of guards. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong was only at the late 8th esteem Dao venerable realm. They didn't expect him to be able to withstand the lightning qi at the peak of the mountain. Of course, Huang Xiaolong didn't care about the red-haired demon. He continued to watch the battle between the demon Buddha and the three-headed lightning beast. Seeing how the human ignored him, the red-haired demon's expression sank. Hee, this brat is going to be in deep trouble. How dare he ignore Elder Savage? Someone snickered at the side. Elder Savage, it seems like your prestige in the divine Tua holy world has reached rock bottom. Even an 8th esteem Dao venerable dares to ignore you, a middle-aged demon roared with laughter. Are you going to take this lying down? Ha ha ha. If I were you, I would have shattered the little fucker's balls. Every demon in the surrounding roared with laughter. Killing intent erupted from the red-haired demon's eyes as he used a claw to grab Huang Xiaolong. Brat, if you manage to take this attack from me, I'll allow you to live. A claw formed in the space above them as it came crashing down. Ignoring the demon, a ray of light emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body to shatter the claw. Ha! The demons gasped in shock when they realized what had happened. They didn't expected the human to shatter the red-haired demon's attack so easily. Did he use the power of absolute blaze? That's definitely the power of absolute blaze, a skinny old demon replied. The looks in their eyes changed instantly. For existences at their level, it was nothing special to comprehend the power of absolute blaze. However, they couldn't understand how an 8th esteem Dao venerable had managed such a feat. He would have to be the strongest genius in all the lands if he had managed to do something like that. The demon Buddha Black region had existed for an uncountable number of years. Even though they had produced a lot of geniuses in their time, there hasn't been a single 8th esteem Dao venerable who managed to comprehend one of the absolute powers. No wonder he was able to enter this place. The middle-aged demon chuckled in amusement. Elder Savage, aren't you a formidable existence? Ha ha ha, you can't even take down an 8th esteem Dao venerable. The red-haired demon glared at Huang Xiaolong as anger flashed through his eyes. However, he turned to the middle-aged demon and snorted, Mang Niu, enough of your bullshit. If you're capable, you can take care of the human. I'll give you 5 billion Dao coins if you do. The middle-aged demon felt a sense of excitement welling up in his heart. 5 billion Dao coins? All of a sudden, a heaven-shaking blast rang through the skies. Purple light covered the three-headed lightning beast as its aura expanded to cover the entire mountain peak. The 9th esteem Dao venerables in the surroundings retreated hastily. Even though Huang Xiaolong wasn't afraid of the beast, he decided to retreat with the tortoise ancestor in order to avoid raising suspicion. While he was at it, he sneakily laid down the sun and moon grand formation in the skies as he backed away. The three-headed lightning beast wielded the power of absolute lightning at perfection level, and it was several thousand times faster than the tortoise ancestor. When he first laid eyes on the beast, Huang Xiaolong had already decided to make it his mount. There was no way he would allow it to escape from the mountain peak. Of course, neither could the demons. Anyone who came to the mysterious purple peak had their fates sealed the moment Huang Xiaolong had arrived. As for the red-haired demon and the middle-aged demon, all Huang Xiaolong could say was that they shouldn't have spoken out earlier. Black light started to gather around the demon Buddha all of a sudden as he disappeared into the void. Black mist gathered around the mountain peak, and no matter how the lightning beast attacked the mist, it refused to dissipate. However, flames started to emerge from the beast's back as it started to shine like a mini sun in the midday sky. Rays of radiant light that contained the power of both radiance and absolute flame scattered the black mist instantly. The power of radiance and blaze were something that perfectly countered the power of darkness. When the three-headed lightning beast used the two powers in unison, it managed to suppress the demon Buddha. However, A ray of light congealed in the middle of the scattered mist as it stopped the rays of radiance and fire from spreading any further. The demon Buddha appeared once again, as the two of them became locked in a bitter battle. The shock waves of the battle started to spread, and no matter how strong the mysterious purple peak was, its surroundings weren't as sturdy. Under the impact, the earth surrounding the mountain peak crumbled. As everyone focused their attention onto the demon Buddha and the three-headed lightning beast, no one discovered that Huang Xiaolong was laying down the sun and moon grand formation around them. Of course, the main reason they were unable to discover anything was because Huang Xiaolong's understanding of formations reached a whole new level in the past hundreds of years. Even though he wasn't able to lay down a formation with a single through, he was able to seamlessly hide his formations with the cosmos energy he wielded. As long as he didn't meet any experts who were proficient with the laws of space, no one would be able to discover what he was doing. Soon, he completed the formation. It didn't take long for Mang Nyo's gaze to turn to Huang Xiaolong. "Elder Savage, are you sure you'll be willing to keep your promise?" A strand of origin chi was worth 10 billion Dao coins. One could only imagine how much money the red-haired demon was willing to pay. "That's right." The red-haired demon nodded slowly. "However, it won't be as easy as you think." Previously, he was unable to probe Huang Xiaolong's full strength. Even so, he could tell that Huang Xiaolong was as strong as those around them. Even if he was a little weaker, it wouldn't be by much. Mang Nyo chuckled casually in response. "He's just an 8th esteemed Dao Venerable." Heh. Retrieving a jet-black rope, spatial restrictions could be seen inscribed all over it. "Black serpent rope." The demons standing around gasped in shock. "That's right." Mang Nyo laughed in glee. "No one can escape from the black serpent rope. It can trap anything under the heavens. Not to mention a mere 8th esteemed Dao Venerable." The red-haired elder revealed an expression of regret. If he knew that the other party brought the black serpent rope along, he wouldn't have made the bet. After all, the black serpent rope was a peak-grade cosmos artifact. It was crafted using the time stone born during the formation of the world. If anyone managed to use the full power of the black serpent rope, they would be able to capture an entire Dao convergence. Swinging the black serpent rope in his hand, Mang Nyo aimed it at Huang Xiaolong. The space around him started to constrict, and the rope managed to coil around Huang Xiaolong in an instant. "Elder Savage, do you see this?" Mang Nyo roared with laughter and turned to the red-haired demon. "Cough up the 5 billion. None of them reacted in time as blue light emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body to freeze the black serpent rope solid. With a slight shrug, Huang Xiaolong released himself from the rope. When the demons saw what happened, they couldn't believe their eyes. Perfection. Perfection-level power of absolute frost. As a late 8th esteemed Dao Venerable, the human before them not only managed to comprehend the power of absolute blaze to major completion level, he even managed to reach perfection level in the power of absolute frost. With the black serpent rope in his hand, Huang Xiaolong quickly scanned through the power of space contained in it. "This isn't half bad. It's too bad you're too weak." When Mang Nyo wanted to retrieve his black serpent rope, he realized that his connection with it was broken. No matter how hard he tried, the black serpent rope refused to return to him. He stared at Huang Xiaolong in horror. "Who the fuck are you?" Ignoring the man, Huang Xiaolong used his cosmos energy to seal the black serpent rope before throwing it into the blood dragon steel. The sun-moon furnace emerged soon after, and it soared high into the sky. Light surrounded it like it as suns and moons appeared in the skies above them. The rays they emitted blinded those present. Sun-moon furnace. Everyone recognized it in an instant. Even though they were experts who came from the outer world, they were more than familiar with the second-rank treasure in the divine Tua holy world. Everyone felt the space around them being disconnected from the rest of the world, and they stared at Huang Xiaolong with a face full of suspicion. They had no idea what he wanted to do, but from the looks of it, it seemed as though he was planning to deal with all of them at the same time. Even the three-headed lightning beast and the demon Buddha stopped fighting as they turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong. "Brat, what's the meaning of this?" An old demon with green hair and a nose resembling an eagle's beak chuckled lightly. Don't tell me you're planning to move against all of us. The red-haired demon sneered as a sinister look formed in his eyes. As a loud roar pierced the skies, the three-headed lightning beast appeared in front of Huang Xiaolong as its claw came smashing downwards. Raising his fist, Huang Xiaolong wrapped them with the power of nirvana, and he returned the blow with a punch of his own. Boom! With a single punch, the three-headed lightning beast was sent crashing down into the mysterious purple peak. The surroundings fell silent instantly, and the looks of mockery on their faces turned into one of fear. Time seemed to have stopped as they stared at Huang Xiaolong with a look of caution. Even the demon Buddha couldn't believe his eyes. He fought with the three-headed lightning beast for more than half a day, and they were unable to determine the victor of the battle. The three-headed lightning beast couldn't do a thing to him, and he failed to suppress the beast. However, the human before him sent the three-headed lightning beast flying with a single punch. Wouldn't that mean power of nirvana at major completion level? Mang Nyo felt his tongue going stiff as he stammered. First, he showed off the power of absolute blaze. Then came absolute frost, and finally, he used the power of nirvana. The faces of everyone present turned solemn in an instant. Are you Huang Xiaolong, the son of creation? The demon Buddha broke the silence. Son of creation. The faces of everyone changed. A lot of demons present had been in seclusion for a long time, and when they finally left seclusion, they learned of Huang Xiaolong's legends. The demon Buddha Black region might be located in the outer world, but it was the closest region to the divine Tua holy world. Ordinary experts in the demon Buddha Black region might not know about him, but peak existences like those present definitely knew. That's me. Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised they managed to guess his identity, and he wasn't planning on hiding it either. Your Highness, may I ask if you require anything of us? The demon Buddha's expression sank as he lowered his gaze slightly. All of you can kneel and submit to me. Huang Xiaolong wasn't planning on wasting any time. As soon as he spoke, the expressions of everyone present changed. The three-headed lightning beast released an enraged cry as a pillar of purple light tore through the skies. Even though the beast roared angrily, it didn't dare to take another step forward. It didn't dare to attack Huang Xiaolong, and it was clear that Huang Xiaolong's previous punch managed to strike fear in its heart. Your Highness, your strength might be enough to flip the heavens, and the dark lightning holy dragon ancestor might have lost to you. However, do you really think you will be able to challenge all of us at once? The demon Buddha's expression sank as he stared at Huang Xiaolong with a hostile expression. As the strongest expert in the demon Buddha Black region, he controlled countless creeds, and the number of cultivators that he could command reached a fearsome number. How would he ever be willing to accept someone as his master? Getting to his feet, Huang Xiaolong leaped off the tortoise ancestor's back and appeared among them. Make your move. Staring at each other in shock, no one dared to move. All of a sudden, Mang Nyo's body flashed and he appeared behind Huang Xiaolong silently. His fingers started to lengthen as he stabbed towards Huang Xiaolong's back. Bang! The instant his fingers came into contact with Huang Xiaolong's body, he felt as though he had struck a world pillar. He couldn't even draw blood. With a punch slamming into his chest the next instant, the armor that covered Mang Nyo's body shattered into 1,000 pieces. His Dao heart was shattered and he was flung backwards. After dealing with Mang Nyo, Huang Xiaolong's figure started to blur as he appeared before the red-haired demon. Reaching out with a single finger, he pointed between the demon's forehead. A beam of light shot through his skull, and the demon's brain juices started to flow out from the back of his head. Fear gripped the hearts of everyone present when they saw what happened. Mang Nyo was ranked in the top 10 in terms of strength in the demon Buddha Black region. His physical body reached a terrifying level of defense, and he was definitely ranked in the top 5 among those present in terms of defense. Yet, his Dao heart was shattered by Huang Xiaolong with a single strike. As for Elder Savage, he might be slightly weaker than Mang Nyo, but he wasn't that much worse. However, Huang Xiaolong killed him with a single finger. When all of them were stunned, Huang Xiaolong continued to move. This time, he appeared right before the demon Buddha. 10 minutes later, Every living being above the mysterious purple peak kneeled before Huang Xiaolong. If he was the sixth esteemed Tao Venerable he once was when fighting the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor, subduing all of them wouldn't be easy. Existences at the level of the Demon Buddha and the three-headed lightning beast would be able to retreat easily even if they couldn't win. However, Huang Xiaolong's strength had reached a whole new level since then. Taking care of all of them was a piece of cake. After imprinting the Tao souls of those present, Huang Xiaolong learned that the three-headed lightning beast was called Leiyu. From the time it was born, it cultivated in the depths of the bright lightning abyss. It should be the only mutated three-headed lightning qilin left in the Huanglong world. Despite being born there, Leiyu didn't know much about the bright lightning abyss. He arrived at the mysterious purple peak slightly earlier than the Demon Buddha and the others, and that was how the battle started. According to Leiyu's words, the mysterious purple peak should be located in one of the spaces within the bright lightning abyss. It probably appeared after something happened to the space it was located in. After asking several questions, Huang Xiaolong released his Tao soul and scanned the entire mountain peak. When he was satisfied that there was no one else present, he ordered the Demon Buddha and the others to stand guard outside. He started to harvest the treasures and herbs located on the mysterious purple peak. With his Tao souls operating at full capacity, no treasures could hide from his sight. He threw everything he found into the sun-moon furnace. As for the void reincarnation thistle, Huang Xiaolong managed to obtain several dozen more. There were more than 2,000 stalks of Genesis-level herbs, and there were a total of 400 types of them. He even found 2 Genesis-level lightning spiritual veins. A Genesis-level spiritual vein appeared less than 10 times in the entire divine Tuo holy world, and the largest ever was only several tens of thousands of miles long. However, the 2 he obtained were well over several 100,000 miles long. They were something Grand Tao spiritual veins would never be able to match. Genesis-level spiritual veins were born during the creation of the world, and they contained several creation laws in them. They were extremely useful if Huang Xiaolong wanted to reach the creation realm in the future to become a god of creation. Other than the herbs, he managed to locate a river that contained Genesis lightning water halfway down the mountain. Compared to the Genesis poison water he obtained in the mysterious Immortal cave, it was at least 10 times more. Moreover, he discovered that the purple rocks around the mountain were arranged in such a way that they formed the Genesis lightning grand formation. It could absorb the lightning chi from the bright lightning abyss to strengthen the mountain itself. Excitement bubbled in his heart. He wanted to refine the entire mysterious purple peak into a flying ship. With the formation, he wouldn't have to waste time carving a formation of his own into the mountain. In the past, he tried to move the entire mountain peak with his cosmos energy. Despite having 3 small worlds, 12 high-order Saint Fates, and the Huanglong bloodline, he failed to budge the mountain. With the discovery of the formation, he would be able to bring the entire mysterious purple peak away as soon as he refined it. With the Huanglong bloodline and the soaring dragon art, refining the formation became much easier compared to before. Even so, he took half a month in order to refine the entire thing. In the half a month, there were experts from the divine Tuo holy world and lightning beasts who tried to approach the mountain. With the protection of the Demon Buddha and the others, no one managed to distract him. After he refined the formation, Huang Xiaolong tried to move the mountain peak. Turning into a streak of purple light, the mysterious purple peak disappeared from where it once stood. It appeared several million miles away in the blink of an eye. Laughing in his heart, Huang Xiaolong learned that the purple stones around the mountain were made from Genesis stones that contained the power of lightning. It was countless times faster than the Holy Dragon flying ship, and its speed far exceeded Huang Xiaolong's imagination. The Holy Dragon flying ship was the best flying ship in the divine Tuo holy world, and it possessed shocking speed. However, the mysterious purple peak was able to move countless times faster than it before Huang Xiaolong enhanced its performance. One could only imagine how fast it was. Activating the mysterious purple peak, Huang Xiaolong left the place it once stood. He decided to properly refine the Genesis lightning water before leaving the bright lightning abyss. In the depths of the bright lightning abyss, the lightning chi reached a shocking level of purity. If Huang Xiaolong refined the Genesis lighting water there, his ability to control absolute lighting would benefit greatly. Before entering seclusion, Huang Xiaolong ordered for the others to look for Xianxia. He only allowed the Demon Buddha and Lei Yu to remain behind. Even the 9th esteemed Tao venerables in the Sun-Moon Furnace, the Tortoise Ancestor, and the lightning beasts he captured along the way were sent out. During his adventure towards the depths of the bright lightning abyss, Huang Xiaolong managed to capture a lot of high-level Tao venerable realm lightning beasts. Of them, more than 100 were in the 9th esteemed Tao venerable realm. If he counted every lightning beast in the high-level Tao venerable realm, there would be more than 700 of them. The number of high-level Tao venerables Huang Xiaolong commanded had already reached a staggering number of more than 1,000. The Demon Buddha and Lei Yu might be around to protect him during his cultivation, but to be safe, Huang Xiaolong activated the grand formation around the mysterious purple peak before he started to refine the Genesis lightning water. Sitting in the skies, Huang Xiaolong circulated the soaring dragon art. The golden dragon materialized behind him, and the Genesis lightning water hovered in the air around him before finally surrounding him. Wrapped in Genesis lightning water, flashes of light emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body as the power of absolute lightning filled the area around him. Refining the Genesis lightning water, Huang Xiaolong continued to comprehend the power of absolute lightning, and before he knew it, more than 100 years had passed. During his seclusion, he refined the entire river of Genesis lightning water. He even refined the 2 Genesis lightning spiritual veins. As a pillar of purple light pierced into the skies, clouds formed from lightning chi drifted around the skies above the mysterious purple peak as lightning bolts swam through the space around it. White flame lightning, origin fire, and the light of creation appeared once again. That was the final tribulation Huang Xiaolong would have to face in the Tao Venerable Realm. As soon as he crossed it, he would enter the 9th esteemed Tao Venerable Realm. As soon as the tribulation appeared, the purple clouds started to dissipate. The lightning chi originating from the depths of the bright lightning abyss started to howl, and a destructive power filled the skies around them. Even peak late 9th esteemed Tao venerables felt their skulls going numb when they noticed the magnitude of the tribulation. Origin fire started to gather together as a sea of flames formed in the skies above Huang Xiaolong. The light of creation became stronger and stronger, and everyone felt as though it contained the power to shatter everything in its path. It didn't take long for the experts in the bright lightning abyss to notice the change. After all, the lightning chi in the bright lightning abyss was fluctuating wildly with Huang Xiaolong's ascension. That wasn't the only place that was affected. The divine Tua holy world, the demon Buddha black region, and every location around the space they were in started to shake. Terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, and wave after wave slammed into the divine Tua holy world and the demon Buddha region. It was as though it wouldn't stop unless it destroyed everything. Only after tens of years did the pressure start to dissipate. In the instant it stopped, the experts in the divine Tua holy world and the demon Buddha black region felt as though their lives were pardoned by the Almighty God. Several dozen years passed once again, and Huang Xiaolong finally emerged from the mysterious purple peak. When the demon Buddha and Lei Yu noticed his arrival, they felt their Tao souls freezing in place. As Huang Xiaolong didn't hide his sword intent, the two of them felt as though a sledgehammer slammed into their chest with every step he took. They retreated again and again, and they felt that even approaching Huang Xiaolong would be an arduous task. The two of them couldn't believe that Huang Xiaolong's strength would reach such a terrifying level after entering the 9th esteemed Tao Venerable Realm. He might be an early 9th esteemed Tao Venerable, but his strength seemed to have increased by several folds. The two of them were completely unaware that Huang Xiaolong's breakthrough wasn't as simple as other 8th esteemed Tao Venerables. After crossing his tribulation, Huang Xiaolong not only managed to enter the 9th esteemed Tao Venerable Realm, he even managed to reach the major completion stage in the powers of absolute lightning. His power of nirvana that was previously stuck at the major completion stage reached the limits of the major completion stage, and he only needed to progress a tiny bit before entering perfection level. Moreover, the 3 worlds he created evolved once again after absorbing the light of creation and origin fire. They started to enter the ultimate stage from the perfect stage, and the power they possessed increased to a whole new level. Of course, his Huang-Long bloodline and Tao body of heaven and earth improved once again. His Tao body of heaven and earth finally entered perfection level, and it possessed a shocking amount of power. Huang Xiaolong might not know how strong his body actually was, but he could feel that the bodies of the demon Buddha and Lei Yu standing before him were incredibly weak compared to his own. Your Highness, we managed to locate Xianxia, a peak late 9th esteem Tao venerable realm demon cautiously approached Huang Xiaolong and got to his knees. We didn't dare to disturb you previously, and we hope your Highness can forgive us. Oh! Huang Xiaolong was pleasantly surprised when he heard the news. He didn't hope for much when he ordered everyone to look for Xianxia. To his surprise, they actually managed to find him. Yes, however, he was extremely weak when we found him. He seems to have suffered from some sort of injury, and he's on the brink of death. No matter how hard we try to save him, we are unable to deal with his injuries. It's fine. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand and laughed. As long as Xianxia wasn't dead, Huang Xiaolong was more than confident in his abilities to wield the power of nirvana. With the power of nirvana at the peak of the major completion stage, Huang Xiaolong was confident he could return Xianxia to his peak state. Moreover, he had a ton of Genesis-level herbs and the blue lotus liquid in his possession. It was extremely simple for him to keep someone alive. Very quickly, Huang Xiaolong managed to meet Xianxia. When he appeared before Xianxia, the latter was shocked. Prostrating on the ground, he didn't dare to raise his head. Of course, Xianxia had no idea who Huang Xiaolong was, as no one dared to release information on the Son of Creation without explicit permission. Even so, when he learned that Ming Fu, the old monster flame, and the other peak experts of the divine to a holy world were under Huang Xiaolong's command, Xianxia didn't dare to disrespect Huang Xiaolong in the slightest way. The only thing he couldn't understand was why Huang Xiaolong was interested in saving someone like himself. After all, he was a nobody in the divine to a holy world. Noticing the confusion in Xianxia's mind, Huang Xiaolong explained his relationship with Long Jianfei. As soon as his explanation was done, a look of relief spread across Xianxia's face. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong used the power of nirvana and several precious herbs to assist Xianxia in his recovery. No longer interested in the bright lightning abyss, Huang Xiaolong activated the mysterious purple peak and brought everyone back out of the region. After they left, Huang Xiaolong sent the demons away and allowed the demon Buddha and the others to return to the demon Buddha Black region. With Lei Yu, the lightning beasts, and the experts of the divine to a holy world, Huang Xiaolong returned to the Boundary Emperor Creed. It's time for me to head over to the Origin Holy World, Huang Xiaolong thought in his heart. Since he made up his mind, he decided to bid farewell to the Zhangqiang old man, Fei Yanzi, and the others before leaving for the Origin Holy World. After he returned to the Boundary Emperor Creed, he brought Xianxia to meet with Long Jianfei. When they finally reunited, the master and student duo rejoiced. When they had lost contact with each other in the past, no one had expected to ever see the other party again. During the time he had spent with Fei Yanzi and the others, he would cultivate in the space inside the sun-moon furnace at night and give out pointers to the Zhangqiang old man and the others during the day. There were even days when he would study the art of refining pills along with his skills in laying down formations. Huang Xiaolong retrieved all 2,000 Genesis spiritual herbs and refined them into Genesis spiritual pills. Since the herbs from the mysterious purple peak contained the power of lightning, it came as no surprise that the pills he refined contained the laws of lightning. The effects of the pills were much better than the holy dragon pills he had refined in the past. With the number of herbs he had, Huang Xiaolong managed to concoct more than a dozen furnaces. More than 300 purple lightning sun and moon pills were produced. When he had nothing else to do, Huang Xiaolong would stroll about the divine to a holy world with Yin Yu and Feng Yu. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and it was finally time for Huang Xiaolong to leave. Xiaolong, you have to be careful after entering the Origin Holy World, Zhangqiang old man cautioned. He knew that Huang Xiaolong's strength was unparalleled in the divine to a holy world. But the Origin Holy World was no divine to a holy world. Of course. Huang Xiaolong nodded before turning to Fei Yanzi, Feng Yu, and Yin Yu. Take care of yourselves when I'm gone. When he left for the Origin Holy World, he didn't tell anyone other than Xianxia old man and the three ladies. Rushing up to him, the ladies held him for a long time before reluctantly letting go. As the purple lightning peak turned into a streak of purple light, it eventually disappeared into the horizon. Your Highness, you could easily bring the three young ladies to the Origin Holy World. Lei Yu looked at Huang Xiaolong weirdly and spoke. Shaking his head, Huang Xiaolong sighed. If they head over to the Origin Holy World with me, their lives would be in danger. The journey to the Origin Holy World wasn't going to be a walk in the park. They would have to pass by several regions in the outer world, and the spatial storms would be intense. Even with his strength, Huang Xiaolong wasn't confident he could ensure everyone reached the Origin Holy World safely. Moreover, there were still matters to deal with there. There was no doubt he would clash with the mystical pavilion, and if he brought them along, they would be in serious danger. In the past 3 years, Huang Xiaolong had ordered the various experts to continue tempering the purple lightning peak. The speed and defenses of the mountain peak were no longer comparable to before. Regardless, he needed some time to pass through the Divine Tua Holy World. The Divine Tua Holy World wasn't something he could cross in several short days. It was extremely vast, and there were many places he had never been to. If ordinary peak late 9th esteemed Dao venerables wanted to journey across the world, they would have to fly for thousands of years without resting. As the purple lightning peak soared through the skies, Huang Xiaolong refined the pills he had refined previously. At the same time, he tried to deepen his understanding of the various energies he controlled. When he left for the Origin Holy World, his ability to control absolute frost and absolute poison reached perfection stage. He reached the peak of the major completion stage in the power of nirvana, and his ability to control absolute lightning wasn't too far off. He reached the minor completion stage in the power of darkness, and he decided to focus on the power of nirvana before dealing with anything else. Since he only needed to comprehend a little more of the power of nirvana to reach perfection level, it would be in his best interests to do that. After all, 3 different types of absolute powers at perfection level would push his combat abilities up to a whole new level. Of course, Huang Xiaolong had one fatal flaw. Even though he reached perfection level in controlling both absolute frost and absolute poison, his period of cultivation was too short. He was unable to unleash their true power, and the only solution he could think of was to strengthen his control over them by sparring with Lei Yu. As he suppressed his strength to fight Lei Yu with the different energies he controlled, he soon became more proficient at using them. As a lightning beast born from the bright lightning abyss, Lei Yu was more adept at using the power of lightning than the dark lightning holy dragon ancestor. With Lei Yu teaching him, Huang Xiaolong's speed of improvement could be compared to a rocket. Despite Lei Yu commanding 3 different types of energies, Huang Xiaolong could use a single power he controlled to suppress Lei Yu. Countless years later, Huang Xiaolong finally reached the outer world and entered the Demon Buddha Black region. When he arrived, the Demon Buddha and the others had already prepared a grand ceremony to welcome him. It was too bad Huang Xiaolong was not interested in any of it. After ordering the experts to hand over their treasuries, Huang Xiaolong continued on his way to the Origin Holy World. His wealth might have been enough to rival a holy world, but Huang Xiaolong felt that one could never collect enough treasures. After all, increasing his strength required a copious amount of them. Since the Demon Buddha controlled both the power of darkness and radiance, his treasury wasn't lacking in them at all. Huang Xiaolong managed to obtain several Genesis-level spirit stones containing both energies. After scouring the treasury, he also managed to discover 100 Demon Buddha pills. The pills contained the power of radiance and darkness, and it was extremely useful for someone like Huang Xiaolong. As the Demon Buddha followed behind Huang Xiaolong, their journey through the Demon Buddha Black region went unobstructed. They arrived at the Heavenly Dawn Black region after several years of traveling. As soon as they arrived, their journey became a lot harder. They ran into demons left and right, but Huang Xiaolong, being Huang Xiaolong, charged right through them. He casually went over to the headquarters of the Heavenly Dawn Black region to retrieve their treasury while he was at it, and he continued to travel towards the Origin Holy World. The Swordless Black region was next, followed by the Myriad Devil Black region. By the time he crossed all 4 regions, several dozens of years had already passed. We're finally here. The moment he stepped into the Origin Holy World, Huang Xiaolong sighed with relief. The sights of the lush mountains and clear water were a welcome sight compared to the dull outer world. The outer world didn't contain a sun, and neither was a moon present. The light that illuminated the place was grayish in color, and there was nothing nice about it. Huang Xiaolong was already tired of the view, and the multitude of colors in the Origin Holy World was a great refresher. With the endless killing and refinement of dark energy in the outer world, Huang Xiaolong's ability to control darkness had increased at a terrifying rate. It was too bad he failed to reach perfection level in the power of nirvana before stepping foot in the Origin Holy World. Keeping the purple lightning peak away, Huang Xiaolong made everyone enter the sun-moon furnace before riding on Lei Yu's back. They didn't hesitate to head into the Origin Holy World. Feeling the laws of the world contained in the Origin Holy World, Huang Xiaolong discovered that they were much stronger than the laws contained in the Divine Tua Holy World. I came here once in the past, but a long time had passed since then. Lei Yu sighed. The sights before him felt extremely familiar, yet distant at the same time. Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised by Lei Yu's sudden revelation. After all, the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor remained in the Origin Holy World for a long time in the past before returning to the Divine Tua Holy World. Experts at the level of Lei Yu and Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor definitely left behind their inheritances in the form of a Dao convergence before leaving. I wonder how those brats are. Lei Yu muttered to himself. He was referring to the disciples he accepted in the past. When he left the Origin Holy World, his disciples had barely broken through to the Dao Venerable Realm. After so many years, he had no idea how strong they were. Huang Xiaolong soon asked about several matters regarding the Origin Holy World. When he learned that the Lei Yu Creed was the inheritance left behind by Lei Yu, he decided to head over for a look. Let's head over there before deciding on anything else. Even though his main objective was to locate Huang Shui and retrieve the Huanglong Cape, he knew that he had to take things slow now that the mystical pavilion was embroiled in the matter. Lei Yu was stunned for a second. Nodding slowly, Huang Xiaolong confirmed his decision. After all, he wasn't familiar with the Origin Holy World. He needed to settle down somewhere before starting an arduous battle with the mystical pavilion. Understanding Huang Xiaolong's intentions, Lei Yu headed straight for the Lei Yu Creed. Since the Origin Holy World was even larger than the Divine Tua Holy World, the time it would take to travel between different regions would be longer than before. As the Lei Yu Creed was located in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave, they would need half a year before they could arrive. During the journey there, Huang Xiaolong didn't remain idle. He continued to study the arts of pill refinement and formations. His understanding of the two arts was no longer at the same level it was before, but he was still extremely far away from being able to craft pills and lay down formations with a single thought. Studying the two major arts were extremely useful to Huang Xiaolong, and it was extremely beneficial when he tried to comprehend the laws behind using the different elements. Along the way, nothing happened to the two of them. Finally stepping into the region where the Lei Yu Creed was located, Huang Xiaolong pointed at a random sacred land and he muttered, "We'll take a break there." Nodding respectfully, Lei Yu brought Huang Xiaolong over to the sacred land. When they finally landed, Huang Xiaolong looked around him. He noticed that there was a village standing before them, and a warm glow enveloped the village as smoke curled up in the skies above the chimneys of the various houses laid around the area. It gave off an extremely homely feeling, and it was something Huang Xiaolong hadn't experienced in a long time. His thoughts drifted, and he felt as though he was back in his previous life. Something seemed to sprout in his heart in that instant, and a sense of enlightenment washed over Huang Xiaolong. He felt as though a veil was parted before his eyes. Riding on Lei Yu, Huang Xiaolong went straight towards the village. Hiding their auras the best they could, the lightning qi around Lei Yu was nowhere to be seen. He looked like an ordinary three-headed beast, and nothing like his former formidable self. When they finally entered the village, Huang Xiaolong saw groups of people wearing simple clothing gathered together. Some were tending to crops, and others were dealing with the corpses of some beasts. It was clear the meat of the beast slain was the main source of food for the villagers. Even though many villagers felt that it was strange for Huang Xiaolong to appear riding a beast, no one stopped him. When they passed a field, Huang Xiaolong saw stalks of unknown crops rising several tens of meters high. The crops were as large as his thumb, and every individual stalk shone like jade. There seemed to be some sort of fire burning in them, and Huang Xiaolong could feel the rich energy contained in them. This is called the fiery light maze, Lei Yu explained. It's a pretty good crop found in the origin holy world. It's the main source of food for core disciples in sacred lands. Even inner disciples of various Tao convergences would eat the fiery light maze for every meal. Huang Xiaolong nodded slowly. Even though refining spiritual pills was a faster way to cultivate, refining pills were extremely troublesome. They even had to sacrifice a ton of spiritual stones in order to cultivate a furnace full of pills, and crops with spiritual energy were a great alternative. Even though the fiery light maze couldn't be compared to holy pills, its effects wouldn't be much weaker than one if a cultivator ate the fiery light maze for a long time. Naturally, spiritual liquid was needed to grow crops at that level. I've heard that the fiery light maze tastes pretty good. Lei Yu chuckled. Who would have thought that this village would be able to produce them? Huang Xiaolong laughed. We should really try some if it's as good as you say. The two of them continued onwards, and a mesmerizing fragrance drifted up their nostrils all of a sudden. Amazing! Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but cry out in shock. That's the smell of cooked fiery light maze. Lei Yu took a deep breath before laughing casually. Following the scent, the two of them arrived before a massive courtyard. Peering into the courtyard, Huang Xiaolong saw two people cooking the fiery light maze over a fire. One of them was old and the other was young. They cooked the fiery light maze in a special pot, and the mouth-watering fragrance filled the entire area. The youngster added firewood to the roaring flames beneath the pot, and Huang Xiaolong noticed that the firewood was no ordinary one. It came from a spiritual tree, and it was clear that cooking the fiery light maze wasn't as easy as it seemed. When the two of them noticed Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu, they were shocked. Old man, we're passing by and we noticed the smell. We hope we can have a taste of whatever you're cooking. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Of course, we can give you holy coins for your trouble. As soon as he spoke, he took out a single holy coin. The holy coin was something Huang Xiaolong prepared ever since he learned about the origin holy world from Lei Yu. In the origin holy world, currencies were split up into gold, spiritual, holy, and Tao coins. Holy coins! The youngster who was adding firewood to the flames jumped in joy. He ran over to Huang Xiaolong and grabbed the coin. The flames used to cook the fiery light maze was the least of his concerns as he started looking at the holy coin in his hand. Pouring the energy in his body into the holy coin, the kid eventually opened his mouth to bite on it. It's real! The youngster laughed in amazement. Lines started appearing on Huang Xiaolong's forehead. It was a mere holy coin. If they were able to feast on the fiery light maze, why would they be so worked up over one holy coin? The white-haired old man laughed softly in response. If you don't mind the rough taste of the fiery light maze, you're welcome to join us. It should be done soon. Huang Xiaolong nodded and he sat down in the courtyard. Lei Yu sat beside him. This lord, your beast should be one from the ancient times. Yes. The old-haired elder chuckled. A smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. The old man might be a true Saint Realm expert, but there was no way he could recognize Lei Yu. The fiery light maze became ready, and the youngster got a bowl ready for Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu. Swallowing a mouthful, Huang Xiaolong discovered that the fiery light maze dissolved in his mouth. It was fragrant, and there was a tart sweetness to it. Overall, Huang Xiaolong found it pleasant. As he ate, he started chatting with the white-haired elder. Lord, are you here for the ice soul fruit? The white-haired elder asked all of a sudden. Ice soul fruit? Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. Your Highness, the ice soul fruit is a type of holy herb in the origin holy world. Lei Yu's voice rang out in Huang Xiaolong's mind when he saw the look of confusion on his face. Holy herb. Huang Xiaolong was stunned silly. He thought the ice soul fruit was some sort of treasure. When the white-haired old man saw the expressions on their faces, he was shocked. Are you not here for the ice soul fruit? Chuckling softly, Huang Xiaolong explained. This is the first time I'm hearing of the ice soul fruit. Staring at Huang Xiaolong with widened eyes, the white-haired old man was stunned. The ice soul fruit was a holy herb, and its worth was immeasurable. How could the youngster before him be unaware of it? There was no way he would believe a lie like that. With suspicious eyes, he stared at Huang Xiaolong. Ignoring the white-haired old man, Huang Xiaolong continued to eat his fiery light maize. He felt as though he had returned to earth when he picked at the grains. What a pity, we don't have meat to go with it. Huang Xiaolong sighed after finishing a bowl. Lei Yu roared with laughter all of a sudden. I grabbed a whale beast earlier for your highness. You should really try it. The meat of the whale beast is really smooth and fragrant. Waving his hand, a massive beast slammed into the ground. The white-haired old man and the youngster stared at the massive beast before them. They didn't expect a whale beast to drop from midair. After all, the whale beast was a high-level spiritual beast in the origin holy world. It would only be served in banquets organized by the various creeds. The meat of the whale beast was extremely tender, and it was something ordinary people wouldn't be able to buy with money. The white-haired old man also recalled that there were no whale beasts around the bearded dragon-scared land. He wondered how in the world had the two individuals sitting opposite him captured a whale beast. A look of suspicion flashed through the old man's eyes as he stared at Lei Yu. As for Huang Xiaolong, he stared at the whale beast suspiciously. Is the whale beast really as delicious as you say? Do you think it will taste good if we cook it with the absolute blaze? A light lit up in Lei Yu's eyes. Your Highness, that's a great idea. Why didn't I think of it in the past? As soon as he spoke, a fireball emerged from one of his heads and it flew towards the whale beast. In the next instant, a dense fragrance filled the courtyard. Retrieving a short knife, Huang Xiaolong sliced off a piece of meat and carefully placed it in his mouth. The meat of the whale beast was delicious, and it melted on his tongue. Lei Yu was right. The meat was extremely tender and fragrant, and after they used the power of absolute flame to grill the meat, it contained an extraordinary amount of energy. As long as one took a bite, they would feel as though their body was floating on clouds. Nice! Huang Xiaolong's mind wandered back to the time when he was back in the Azura Gates in the lower world. When he had traveled out on journeys in the past, he would grill the meat of various beasts he slew along the way. Gulps could be heard as the youngster sitting opposite him started swallowing mouthfuls of saliva. He stared at the piece of meat in Huang Xiaolong's hand with glistening eyes, and the old man was no different. A smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face as he sliced off a large part of the whale beast for the two of them. Lei Yu, go grab some for yourself. As soon as he spoke, Huang Xiaolong threw the blade in his hand towards the lightning beast. Slicing off a huge chunk of meat, Lei Yu stared at the short blade in his hand and exclaimed in shock, "Nice blade!" Of course it was. Huang Xiaolong had obtained it after he had defeated the Sword Venerable, and it was a top-grade cosmos artifact. Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu seemed to be the only ones wasteful enough to grill the meat of a whale beast before slicing it up with a top-grade cosmos artifact. After feasting for one entire day, the hill-sized whale beast was finally reduced to bones by the four of them. The meat of the whale beast was fatty, but it was something they couldn't get enough of. After eating a slice, they quickly went back for another slice. When the day finally ended, the white-haired old man's impression of Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu changed. He became extremely respectful, and a trace of fear could be seen in his eyes when he looked at them. He might not know how profound the power of absolute blaze was, and neither was he aware of the blade in Huang Xiaolong's hand. All he knew was that the flames could instantly roast the meat of a high-level true Saint Realm beast, and the blade could slice it up effortlessly. Throughout the meal, the old man spoke to Huang Xiaolong and mentioned the bearded dragon sacred land and the ice soul fruit. They even talked about the village they were in and the fiery light maze. When the topic of the ice soul fruit was brought up, the old man sighed. Rumors are going around that an ice soul fruit appeared in the vicinity. Many families from the bearded dragon sacred land sent out their experts to look for it. In the past month, experts of various families passed through this place. Huang Xiaolong finally understood why the old man thought that they were there for the ice soul fruit. Little kid, answer a question of mine. Lei Yu turned to the old man and spoke all of a sudden. The white-haired old man looked old, but he was as young as a baby when compared to Lei Yu. After all, Lei Yu was a lightning beast born eons ago. Lord, please. The old man bowed respectfully. I want to ask about the Lei Yu Creed. Tell me everything you know about it. Lei Yu Creed. The white-haired old man felt as though his brain was struck by a lightning bolt. As it turns out, you're disciples of the Lei Yu Creed. Disciples? Lei Yu didn't bother explaining himself, and he continued, Yeah, whatever. Tell me everything you know. The look of reverence in the old man's eyes grew deeper, and he started to tell them everything he knew. Even though he wasn't too knowledgeable, Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu could tell that the Lei Yu Creed was doing pretty well for itself. Before the two of them could leave, a massive blast rang through the skies as the earth started to shake under their feet. A destructive energy started to spread towards the courtyard. Shock overwhelmed the white-haired old man. It was clear that there were true Saint Realm experts exchanging blows. As the shock waves became stronger and stronger, they realized that the battle was slowly progressing towards them. Several people charged towards the village all of a sudden, and Huang Xiaolong soon saw a group of people chasing one poor soul. It didn't take long for the lone runner to arrive before them. Senior Brother Lu, save me. The man stopped after arriving in front of them. He stared at the white-haired old man and pleaded for help. With his expression changing, the old man exclaimed, Junior Brother Lin? It was clear the two of them knew each other, and by the time they spoke to each other, the large group caught up to them. Surrounding the courtyard, someone in the group yelled, Lin Tong, hand the ice soul fruit over. The person who spoke was a young man who exuded an imposing aura. Ice soul fruit. The white-haired old man turned to stare at his junior brother. A bitter smile formed on Lin Tong's face as he nodded towards the old man. Turning to the young man who spoke earlier, he snapped, If I hand it over, are you willing to let me leave? A sneer formed on the young man's face as he swept his gaze across Huang Xiaolong and the others. The news of the ice soul fruit can never leave this place. All I can promise you is that I'll allow you guys to die a quick death. I'll exterminate this entire village after I obtain the ice soul fruit. Huang Xiaolong stared at the young man with a placid expression. As for the white-haired old man, he glared at the young man with an icy gaze and snorted, Humph, you're too arrogant. Two experts behind the young man released their auras all of a sudden, and the white-haired old man's expression changed abruptly. Ninth Heaven True Saints. Old man, I'll let you die in peace. I'm a disciple of the Scarlet Blood Clan. The young man sniggered. Scarlet Blood Clan? The white-haired old man was shocked. The Scarlet Blood Clan was one of the strongest powers in the Lei Yu Creed. Even if the youngster was a random disciple in the family, his status would be higher than all of them combined. The white-haired old man couldn't help but turn to Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu for help. The white-haired old man assumed that Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu were disciples of the Lei Yu Creed previously, and if they were willing to help, the members of the Scarlet Blood Clan wouldn't dare to touch anyone present. Lord, this? The white-haired old man spoke to Huang Xiaolong all of a sudden. All right, since I ate your fiery light maze, let's consider it as though we were brought together by fate. I'll deal with this. As soon as he spoke, he turned to the group surrounding the courtyard and sighed. I'll give you 10 seconds to leave. The young man from the Scarlet Blood Clan was taken aback for a second, but he stared at Huang Xiaolong like he was looking at an idiot. Brat, who the fuck do you think you are? You can't even protect yourself. Why are you thinking about helping them? Are you stupid? The group behind him roared with laughter. Stepping forward, the white-haired old man explained, The two lords are disciples of the Lei Yu Creed. The members of the Scarlet Blood Clan were shocked. They looked at Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu suspiciously. I wonder which division of the Lei Yu Creed you're from? Or are you associated with any palace? One of the Ninth Heaven True Saints stepped forward and bowed slightly when he addressed Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu. Palace? Division? Lei Yu frowned. We're not from either of that. He had created the Lei Yu Creed from scratch. He was the forefather of the Lei Yu Creed, and it was named after him. How could he belong to any of the divisions? The palaces and divisions in the Lei Creed belonged to him. Everyone was stunned. Aren't you disciples of the Lei Creed? Can we see your disciple plaques? The ninth heaven true saint followed up with another question. I don't have one, Lei snapped. Huang Xiaolong kept his calm, and he stared at the members of the Scarlet Blood Clan. 8 seconds had already passed. A sneer left the ninth heaven true saint's lips when he heard Lei Yu's reply. I was almost fooled by you sly dogs. How dare you pretend to be disciples of the Lei Creed? He turned to the white-haired old man and roared in rage. You should know the punishment if one pretends to be a disciple of the Lei Creed, right? The white-haired old man felt the blood draining from his face. He hadn't expected the two of them to be unable to retrieve the identity plaques of those of the Lei Creed. Was he wrong? Were they not from the Lei Creed? A sense of regret formed in his heart, but it was interrupted by Huang Xiaolong's soft voice. Time is up. The experts surrounding the courtyard frowned as they had no idea what he meant. Raising his purple-colored head to the skies, Lei Yu summoned a countless bolts of lightning that poured down from the void. Those from the Scarlet Blood Clan were devoured by the lightning instantly. By the time the lightning scattered, only the stench of blood was left in the air. Since Lei Yu was extremely adept at controlling the power of lightning, he didn't affect the surroundings in the slightest. The white-haired old man and Lin Tong stared at Lei Yu like they were looking at two monsters. Was that it? As they stared at Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu in shock, Huang Xiaolong climbed onto Lei Yu's back and got ready to leave. Before he left, he looked at the youngster standing beside the white-haired old man and laughed. This kid is pretty talented. If you plan to enter the Lei Creed, you can come and look for us. He threw a transmission symbol at the old man after speaking. When the white-haired old man stared at the transmission symbol in his hand, Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu had already disappeared. What did he just say? The old man stared at the object in his hand and muttered to himself. Grandfather, he said that we can look for them if we want to enter the Lei Creed, the youngster explained. After looking in the direction where Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu had left, the old man looked at the transmission symbol in his hand again. Don't tell me the two of them are really from the Lei Creed. Lin Tong frowned. Why would they not be able to take out the identity plaques? The white-haired old man was bewildered as he couldn't understand what had just happened. Senior brother Lu, I'll take my leave. The members of the Scarlet Blood Clan were killed, and they will definitely be able to track this place down. You should start moving. Ignoring the old man's reaction, Lin Tong sped away. Several days later, they descended before a massive city. When they arrived at the city gates, Lei Yu sighed. The city was created by him in the past, and he had used top-grade lightning attributed Grand Dao stones in order to craft it. The formations etched into the heart of the city were personally inscribed and branded by his Dao soul. Stopping for a second before the city gates, the two of them finally strode in. Releasing his Dao souls, Huang Xiaolong managed to observe the entire city. Is the fourth esteemed Dao Venerable your disciple? Huang Xiaolong asked. There was indeed a fourth esteemed Dao Venerable sitting in the inner hall of the headquarters, and he was the strongest individual in the Lei Yu city. Nodding his head, a smile appeared on Lei Yu's face. Indeed, he's called Zhou Hong, and when I left, he had barely entered the Dao Venerable realm. It's been so long since we've last met, and he has already entered the fourth esteemed Dao Venerable realm. When he had left, Lei Yu's power of absolute lightning was only at the large completion stage. He wasn't even near the peak of it. When he finally returned to the Lei Yu Creed, his power of lightning was already at a whole new level. It was truly a long time since he had left. Let's just look for your disciple and avoid alarming the others. Understanding Huang Xiaolong's intentions, Lei Yu bowed respectfully. As their figures started to blur, they reappeared in the inner hall of the Lei Yu Creed. Even though the formations around the inner hall were carefully placed and of a certain strength, it was nothing more than decoration to the two of them. Who? Zhou Hong discovered their presence the moment they appeared. However, a look of disbelief formed on his face when he saw Lei Yu. Master, you're back. Even though Lei Yu wasn't in his true form, Zhou Hong still managed to recognize him. Nodding happily, Lei Yu smiled. At least you didn't forget me. Getting down on his knees, Zhou Hong kowtowed 3 times. After slamming his head heavily into the ground, tears started to well up in his eyes. You're back. You're finally back. When Lei Yu saw Zhou Hong's behavior, he facepalmed. What are you crying for? Hurry up and come over here. Greet His Highness. His Highness. Zhou Hong was stunned for a second. Who are you talking about? Looking at Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Hong didn't understand what was going on. What the fuck are you talking about? Lei Yu smacked Zhou Hong's head and roared. His Highness is naturally someone more important than me. Since Lei Yu wasn't going soft on Zhou Hong, he used his regular strength as a 9th esteemed Dao Venerable. Zhou Hong snapped back to attention immediately, and he hastily went over to greet Huang Xiaolong. Not daring to be disrespectful in the slightest, he greeted Huang Xiaolong like how he greeted Lei Yu. Of course, he was grumbling in his heart. How could my master agree to follow the youngster before me? He was extremely clear about his master's strength. When he had left the Origin Holy World in the past, Lei Yu already commanded 3 different types of energies. His power to wield absolute lightning had already reached the major completion stage. Seeing the doubt in Zhou Hong's heart, Huang Xiaolong chuckled and allowed him to get up. Where are your senior brothers? Lei Yu asked. Zhou Hong was his youngest disciple, and he couldn't find traces of the other 3 anywhere. Master, the young lady of the Golden Fox Creed entered the Dao Venerable realm, and my 2nd and 3rd senior brother went over to congratulate her. As for eldest senior brother, Lei Yu smacked his head once again. What are you mumbling about? Where's your eldest senior brother? Several tens of thousands of years ago, eldest senior brother received an invitation from the branch master of the mystical pavilion situated in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. He went to look for an ancient treasure along with some other experts. They entered a forbidden space and went missing, Zhou Hong explained. The 3 of us are left in the Lei Yu Creed, trying to support it ourselves. When Lei Yu had left, he had passed the position to his oldest disciple. Now, there was no formal leader in the creed. Did the branch master mention the type of treasure they were looking for? Huang Xiaolong asked. We asked, but he was unwilling to reveal anything to us. Lei Yu narrowed his eyes and chilly-killing intent emerged from them. What fucking bullshit. The branch master is definitely hiding something. They were definitely plotting against your eldest senior brother. A bitter expression formed on Zhou Hong's face. He had long since thought of the possibility, but the branch master of the mystical pavilion wasn't someone he could offend as he pleased. In the Origin Holy World, the World Master was the only person who could speak to the mystical pavilion on equal footing. Anyone else would be crushed if they dared to go against the behemoth that was the mystical pavilion. Where is the branch located? Huang Xiaolong asked. Without hesitation, Zhou Hong told Huang Xiaolong everything he knew. However, he paused for a second before he continued. Your Highness, the mystical pavilion is exceptionally powerful. Before he could finish, Lei Yu's palm landed on his head. His Highness doesn't need you to teach him what to do. Go away, you spineless brat. Chuckling bitterly, Zhou Hong retreated to the side. He didn't dare to say another word as a buzzing sound filled his ears. His vision started to spin after the repeated blows from Lei Yu, and he felt as though his brain was displaced from its original position. Huang Xiaolong thought about something before asking Zhou Hong several other questions. He asked about Huang Shui and the Devil Essence Holy Dragon ancestor, but because the Origin Holy World was several times larger than the Divine Tua Holy World, Zhou Hong had no idea who he was talking about. It didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu to make themselves at home in the Lei Yu Creed. Initially, they wanted to barge into the mystical pavilion branch in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. However, they learned that the various experts had gone over to celebrate the young lady's ascension, and there wasn't anyone to answer their questions. Since that was the case, they couldn't possibly take down the branch master in public and question him before the entire Origin Holy World, right? The ceremony would only take a month or 2, and they were more than willing to wait for such a short amount of time. Lei Yu knew that Huang Xiaolong was unwilling to reveal his identity, and he told Zhou Hong to block off the news of his return. As night fell, Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu stopped their battle. "I've heard from the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Ancestor that there's a tree of origin in the Origin Holy World." Nodding his head solemnly, Lei Yu explained, "Your Highness, you're right. Origin Qi is the rarest of all energies in all the world. However, the Origin Holy World is able to possess a never-ending supply as they have the Tree of Origin. Strands of Origin Qi would be auctioned off occasionally, but every single strand costs a fortune. The bidding usually starts at 10 billion Dao coins, but the price will reach an astronomical number by the time the auction ends." Lei Yu paused for a second and shook his head. "As for the Tree of Origin, no one has ever seen it before." Huang Xiaolong sighed. The main reason Huang Xiaolong came to the Origin Holy World was because of the Tree of Origin. Even though he had the Parasol Tree, Tree of Beginning, and several other treasures, all of them combined wouldn't be able to match the value of the Tree of Origin. Legends had it that anyone who would obtain the Tree of Origin would be able to comprehend the origin of the Huanglong world. They could increase their chances of reaching the creation realm, and they could deepen their understanding of all 13 elements. Among the 13 elements, the power of time and space were the hardest to comprehend. If Huang Xiaolong wanted to comprehend the two different types of powers, he would have to obtain the Tree of Origin. Get some disciples to find out more about the Origin Qi and Tree of Origin. Get them to look for Phoenix Fire crystals too. Huang Xiaolong muttered. Just get the top-grade ones. Top-grade Phoenix Fire crystals would only form after a phoenix undergoes rebirth. It would be extremely useful for Huang Xiaolong to comprehend the power of Nirvana. He only needed a little nudge to reach the grand completion realm in the power of Nirvana, and since he would definitely be clashing with the main pavilion master of the mystical pavilion, the power of Nirvana would prove to be invaluable. "Yes, Your Highness." Lei Yu hastily passed down the order to Zhou Hong. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and Huang Xiaolong didn't remain idle. In the night, he would sit under the Tree of Beginning and Parasol Tree in Cultivation, and he would refine the spiritual stones he obtained from the Demon Buddha. They assisted in his understanding of the powers of darkness and radiance. In the day, he would spar with Lei Yu to increase his ability to use the different energies in battle. As for the Genesis-level pills he obtained, he planned to refine them after entering seclusion. In the past few years, he only managed to refine 40 purple lightning sun and moon pills. There were still more than 200 of them, and he even had Genesis-level pills he gathered from those in the outer world. If he refined them all, he would easily enter the peak of the late 9th esteemed Tao Venerable Realm. However, there were things he needed to do, and there was no rush to increase his cultivation level. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong felt that his foundations weren't as solid as he would like. He broke through too quickly, and he planned to temper himself before increasing his cultivation realm once again. One fine day, as the streams of beginning qi entered Huang Xiaolong's body, layers upon layers of light started to emerge. The space in the sun-moon furnace was flooded with brilliant light. Huang Xiaolong's body disappeared from view. It didn't take long before a ray of light containing the power of radiance to emerge from his body. The power of radiance was like a ray that had the ability to pierce through all darkness. The space in the sun-moon furnace was lit up instantly. Several moments later, the pillar of light retreated into his body. The fluctuations in space returned to normal, and Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief. When Huang Xiaolong was still in the Holy Dragon world, he already started to comprehend the power of radiance. Now, he finally understood the laws of radiance. Perhaps it was more appropriate to say that he barely understood the power of radiance. At his current level, he couldn't even be considered to have reached the small completion stage. However, taking the first step was better than not taking a step at all. He had the Demon Buddha pills, and there were a lot of radiance-attributed treasures in the Demon Buddha treasury. If he counted all the powers he could wield, there would be a total of 7 of them. Absolute Frost, Absolute Blaze, Nirvana, Poison, Lightning, Darkness, and the power of Radiance. If they only counted the number of peak-level energies one could use, Huang Xiaolong would most certainly sit on the top spot in the Origin Holy World. Even the main pavilion master of the mystical pavilion was inferior in that aspect. As for the World Master of the Origin Holy World, he could only use 4 different types of energies. Of course, the power of wood wasn't as easy to comprehend as he thought. Huang Xiaolong obtained tons of treasures from the World Tree, but he still failed to understand anything. The power of wood would be enough to stump him for a long amount of time. Staring at the space around him, Huang Xiaolong discovered that the sun-moon furnace was a lot stronger than it once was. After the tempering of more than 1,000 high-level Dao Venerables, the space was as sturdy as could be. If this carried on, the sun-moon furnace would be able to evolve in the next 10 years. Even though Huang Xiaolong wasn't lacking in top-grade cosmos artifacts, it was true that he wasn't in possession of a top-grade cosmos artifact-level furnace. In the Origin Holy World, the number of top-grade cosmos artifact-level furnaces was countable on one hand. Emerging from the sun-moon furnace, Huang Xiaolong stared at Lei Yu, who was waiting outside, and laughed. "Let's go take a stroll." Now that he had comprehended the power of radiance, Huang Xiaolong was in a great mood. He planned to stroll around the city for fun. After getting on Lei Yu's back, they left the courtyard and ran into Zhou Hong, who was running towards them. Zhou Hong nearly fainted from fear when he saw that his master was a mere mount for Huang Xiaolong. One had to know that his master was... That was the first time Zhou Hong had seen Huang Xiaolong riding on Lei Yu's back, and it brought about a rude awakening. "What the fuck are you stunned for? What do you want?" Lei Yu snapped when he saw Zhou Hong standing there staring at them with his mouth open. Snapping back to attention, Zhou Hong reported, "Master, second and third senior brother should be returning soon. They will be back in half a month." "Is that it?" Lei Yu glared at Zhou Hong as he growled. Beads of cold sweat started dripping from Zhou Hong's forehead, and he lowered his head in fear. No, there's more. We managed to locate the peak-grade Phoenix fire crystals." "Oh!" Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. Lei Yu burst out laughing in the next instant. "That's fast. You're pretty good. Tell us about it. How did you manage to learn about the crystals?" Zhou Hong heard his master's praise, and excitement filled his heart. He didn't dare to dally as he spoke quickly. "Second and third senior brother found it. The Cloud Wind Dao Venerable gave the Golden Fox Creed a single peak-grade Phoenix fire crystal." Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu were stunned. "The Cloud Wind Dao Venerable from the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce?" Lei Yu frowned. "It seems like that old man is pretty rich. He is willing to part with a single peak-grade Phoenix fire crystal so easily. One had to know that the crystal was worth several billion Dao coins. Even Lei Yu wouldn't be willing to give something so expensive away." Zhou Hong chuckled. "Master, you might not know about this, but the Cloud Wind Dao Venerable took the young lady of the Golden Fox Creed as his goddaughter. It's no wonder he's so generous." Lei Yu nodded as he started to explain the situation about the chamber to Huang Xiaolong. The Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce was one of the largest chambers in the Origin Holy World, and the Cloud Wind Dao Venerable was its founder. He's pretty strong. His power of wind is at perfection level, and he comprehended the power of earth to the major completion level. Lei Yu explained. "Master, he reached perfection level in the power of earth." Zhou Hong interrupted. Lei Yu was stunned by the sudden discovery. However, he soon recalled that a long time had passed since he left. He reached the perfection level in the power of lightning, and it wasn't strange for others to improve too. After all, the other party was the head of the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce. He had tons of resources to practice with. "How strong is the Cloud Wind Dao Venerable?" Huang Xiaolong frowned. "On the world extermination list, he's ranked 20th. Zhou Hong replied. 20th was pretty good. Even though the other party reached perfection level in both the powers of wind and earth, Lei Yu was confident he could suppress the other party. Zhou Hong then told Huang Xiaolong about how the young lady of the Golden Fox Creed, Jin Xiaoxiao, planned to put up the crystal for auction in the Mystical Pavilion's branch 3 months later. Huang Xiaolong smiled. If that was the case, he could save himself a lot of trouble. However, there will definitely be a lot of people bidding for the crystal. The price will definitely reach an ungodly amount. Zhou Hong hesitated for a moment and continued. The Lei Yu Creed's treasury only has 3 billion Dao coins left. Lei Yu chuckled softly when he heard what Zhou Hong said. There's no need for you to worry about money. His Highness has more than enough to buy a mere crystal. There's no need to talk about several billions. His Highness can bring out several tens of billions without batting an eyelid. Billions of Dao coins are nothing more than a drop in the ocean. Lei Yu wasn't exaggerating. Huang Xiaolong plundered too many treasuries along the way. When he swept through the outer world, he grabbed the treasuries of the 4 largest regions. Even Huang Xiaolong himself had no idea how much money he had. All he knew was that he definitely had several trillions of them. That was several trillions he was talking about. Zhou Hong was stunned speechless. Wouldn't that make His Highness richer than the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce? Huang Xiaolong revealed a crafty smile on his face, and so did Lei Yu. There's no need to mention the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Even if all the chambers of commerce pooled their wealth, they wouldn't be able to rival His Highness. All right, enough of this. His Highness plans to go out for a walk. Arrange for 2 disciples to bring us around. Zhou Hong widened his eyes in shock, but he quickly followed up. Why don't I follow you around? As soon as the words left his lips, Lei Yu's palm came slapping downwards. You dumbass! Are you getting stupider the longer you live? If you follow behind us, won't our identities be revealed? How are we supposed to stroll around for fun? Zhou Hong held his head, and he felt like dropping to the floor in pain. However, he could only swallow his grumbling as the person who hit him was a nigh unbeatable existence. He didn't dare to spew any more crap, and he hastily arranged for 2 disciples to follow behind Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu. Looking at the 2 of them leave, Zhou Hong felt a weird feeling spouting in his heart. He didn't know what Huang Xiaolong's identity was, but he knew that his master turning into someone's mount was something he had never expected to happen. As soon as they left the headquarters, 2 disciples followed behind them. They had special orders from Zhou Hong, and they were extremely respectful to the 2 before them. When Huang Xiaolong asked them a question, they would reply respectfully. When Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu were taking a stroll in the city, a group of experts from the Scarlet Blood Clan was escorting a disheveled young man around. No, he was more like a prisoner to them, and if Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu were present, they would immediately recognize Lin Tong. Lin Tong, you better be speaking the truth. If they aren't disciples of the Lei Yu creed, you know the consequences. An expert from the Scarlet Blood Clan sneered at Lin Tong. With his expression changing several times in a second, Lin Tong shook his hand hastily. I am absolutely sure. Enforcer Chun Yang, the young man and the 3-headed beast are definitely disciples of the Lei Yu creed. They said that the grandson of my senior brother is pretty talented, and they even invited him to join the Lei Yu creed. The expert he called Chun Yang snorted. Let's hope you're right. Even if they're disciples of the Lei Yu creed, they will have to pay the price of killing so many disciples of our clan. Someone else sneered. Black-haired man with yellow robes, riding on a 3-headed beast. We will definitely be able to smoke them out instantly. Another expert from the Scarlet Blood Clan growled as killing intent emerged from his eyes. If ordinary disciples of the Scarlet Blood Clan had died, they wouldn't have pursued the matter. However, those disciples Huang Xiaolong had killed were more than ordinary disciples. As one of the strongest powers in the Lei Yu creed, they had never experienced such humiliation before. Very quickly, the group arrived at a luxurious manor. After entering the gates, they went straight towards the main hall. A middle-aged man with a scar on his forehead sat in the main seat, and his sturdy figure exuded a sense of pressure just by sitting in the room. The experts from the Scarlet Blood Clan got to their knees as soon as they saw the man. We greet Lord Chen Shuanghe. Lin Tong fell face first onto the ground with everyone else. Chen Shuanghe was a member of the Scarlet Blood Clan who managed to enter the Lei Yu creed. He managed to impress an eminent elder of the creed, and he had managed to become a grand elder in the enforcement hall. Staring at those before him, Chen Shuanghe muttered, Members of the Scarlet Blood Clan, you can get up. The only person left on the ground was Lin Tong, and his body trembled violently. I know what happened. I have already sent members out to look for them. We will be able to ascertain their location soon. Ignoring Lin Tong, Chen Shuanghe spoke to the others. Chan Yang felt a sense of excitement spreading in his heart, and he bowed respectfully. Many thanks to Lord Shuanghe. It's nothing. All of a sudden, a disciple, who wore the clothes of a Lei Creed's core disciple, charged into the hall. Master, we found him. The two of them aren't disciples of our Lei Creed. The young man who entered was Chen Shuanghe's direct disciple, Lin Baoyuan, and he was also a core disciple of the creed. What? How can that be possible? Lin Tong felt endless despair as the blood drained from his face. The members of the Scarlet Blood Clan were bewildered. That's right. They aren't recorded in the creed. Lin Baoyuan continued. They might not be our disciples, but they seem to be close to Peng Fei and Jia Zhen. The two of them were the ones who received Zhou Hong's order to bring Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu around. Oh? Why would you say so? Chen Shuanghe was slightly taken aback. I managed to discover that the four of them are currently out strolling along the streets of Lei Yu City. Everyone was shocked. However, a cold snort formed on Chen Shuanghe's face. How dare they impersonate disciples of the Lei Yu Creed to kill members of the Scarlet Blood Clan? Preposterous. Lin Baoyuan hesitated for a moment and he continued, Master, should we dig up their identities? They might not be disciples of our creed, but they might be experts of other factions. I don't care about that. As long as they aren't our men, we'll be able to sentence them to death. Chen Shuanghe chuckled. Even if they are from other factions, do you think anyone will save them if we choose to punish them? Impersonating a disciple of our Lei Yu Creed isn't a small crime. If anyone dares to protect them, we'll exterminate their faction. Should I head over to take them down now? Lin Baoyuan asked. Shaking his head slowly, Chen Shuanghe growled. Since Peng Fei and Jia Zhen are there, I shall head over to deal with this. The members of the Scarlet Blood Clan were ecstatic. If Chen Shuanghe personally dealt with the matter, nothing would go wrong. After walking through half the city, Huang Xiaolong decided to head back to the manor. However, Chen Shuanghe and his party sauntered over without hiding their auras. As a Grand Elder of the Enforcement Hall, Chen Shuanghe's authority wasn't low. He brought a whole bunch of disciples with him, and there were several thousand of them. Peng Fei and Jia Zhen might be core disciples of the creed, but this was the first time they were dealing with matters like this. Their expressions changed once they saw Grand Elder Chen Shuanghe. Seems like this bunch of brats are here for us. Lei Yu chuckled in his mind. Huang Xiaolong remained expressionless as per usual. Very quickly, the entire army arrived before them. Bringing Lin Tong to the front, Chen Shuanghe pointed at Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu. Is that them? Nodding hastily, Lin Tong nearly poised his pants. Yes, that's them. They killed the members of the Scarlet Blood Clan while pretending to be members of the Lei Yu Creed. When Peng Fei and Jia Zhen heard the accusation, they were shocked. They might not have known Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu's identities, but they knew that the Patriarch was extremely concerned about them. They received orders from the Patriarch to bring them around, and they didn't understand why two people at their level would pretend to be members of the Lei Yu Creed. Chen Shuanghe's eyes turned cold as soon as he got the confirmation. Turning around, he ordered the members of the enforcement hall, "Take them down." "Hold it!" Peng Fei and Jia Zhen yelled. They rushed over to Chen Shuanghe and explained, "Lord Shuanghe, there has to be a mistake." "Mistake?" Chen Shuanghe sneered. "Peng Fei, Jia Zhen, don't think that I'm afraid to capture the two of you because of your identities. The two of them pretended to be members of our Lei Yu Creed, and you should know their crimes." Peng Fei and Jia Zhen were stunned. "Lord Shuanghe, the two lords wouldn't do that." Peng Fei explained, "I am willing to vouch for them with my life on the line. There has to be some sort of misunderstanding here." "Lords." Chen Shuanghe turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu. A frown formed on his face as Lin Baoyuan and the others were equally as shocked. However, Lei Yu's voice rang through the air as soon as Peng Fei spoke. "There's no misunderstanding here. I did say that I was part of the Lei Yu Creed." Peng Fei and Jia Zhen were shocked. Chen Shuanghe felt a sense of joy emerging in his heart. Since they admitted it, he could deal with them openly. A sneer formed on his face and he snorted, "Peng Fei, Jiazhen." You heard him. A sinister smile formed on Lei Yu's face all of a sudden. "Little doll, I said that I am from the Lei Yu Creed, but I didn't say that I impersonated one of you. Are you senile or are you deaf? Maybe you were dropped as a child. Little doll." The expressions of everyone present turned extremely colorful when they heard how Lei Yu addressed Chen Shuanghe. Chen Shuanghe's expression sank instantly, and he glared at Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu. "I've already checked. None of you are disciples of my Lei Yu Creed, and we have no records of you anywhere. How dare you deny it?" Huang Xiaolong, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke up. "Even if we did, what can you do about it?" Chen Shuanghe was taken aback by his sudden confession. However, a chilly light shot out from his eyes the next instant. "You impersonated a disciple of my creed, and you killed members of the Scarlet Blood Clan. Whatever the case, I sentence you to death." Lei Yu couldn't contain his laughter anymore, and he roared with laughter. He couldn't understand where Chen Shuanghe was getting his confidence from. It was as though an ant was waving its feelers in the air, threatening to kill a heavenly dragon. Everyone turned to look at him, and Lei Yu started to speak. "Little doll, the number of people who dare to threaten me in the Origin Holy World can be counted on both hands, maybe a little more. Are you sure a seventh resurrection primal ancestor like yourself can do as you say?" Everyone was stunned speechless. It was especially so for Chen Shuanghe. He couldn't understand how the other party saw through his cultivation realm so easily. Preposterous! A snort filled the air and a gray-haired expert walked out from the void. Eminent Elder Lu Linfeng. Chen Shuanghe felt a giant weight lifted off his chest when he saw the arrival of the doyen. He went up to pay his respects, and the disciples of the Lei Yu Creed fell to their knees. The members of the Scarlet Blood Clan prostrated themselves while Peng Fei and Jiazhen got to their knees. Allowing Chen Shuanghe and the others to get to their feet, he glared at Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu. "Eminent Elder Lu Linfeng, the two of them impersonated disciples of our creed and they—" "I heard everything they said." Lu Linfeng interrupted Chen Shuanghe. Initially, he wasn't planning on showing himself. After all, it was merely a small matter for them to clash with disciples of other factions. However, he couldn't sit still when he heard that they were pretending to be members of the Lei Yu Creed. Moreover, the way Lei Yu spoke got on his nerves. When Lei Yu had left the creed in the past, Lu Linfeng hadn't joined the ranks of the eminent elders. He couldn't recognize the founder himself, and it was especially so after Lei Yu hid his aura. No one could tell who he was, and there were probably only 4 people in the Lei Yu Creed who would be able to recognize him. "Not many people in the Origin Holy World can sentence you to death? Don't tell me you're an expert who comprehended the peak powers of the world and you're ranked on the world extermination list." There was a list that ranked the top 100 experts of the Origin Holy World, and they were recognized by everyone. It was clear Lei Yu wasn't part of them. Since the time he had left, the list undergone a lot of reshuffling. It would refresh itself every 100 million years, and his name was no longer on it. Whatever the case, Lei Yu wasn't one to endure insults from a weakling. As soon as Lu Linfeng completed his sentence, he pointed a single finger at the man. A ray of light emerged, and Lu Linfeng was sent flying. The blast rang through the skies, and everyone who witnessed the scene couldn't help but stare at Lei Yu with a bewildered expression. "Even if I'm not on the list, I can deal with a tiny ant like that with a single finger," Lei Yu muttered placidly. "Who dares to act insolently in the Lei Yu Creed?" Several dozen figures soared into the skies in an instant. All of them were Dao Venerable Realm experts from the Lei Yu Creed, and they noticed Lei Yu's power the moment he acted against Lu Linfeng. Huang Xiaolong stared at them calmly, and before Lei Yu could smash them all down into the ground, a roar rang through the skies. "Hold it right there!" Zhou Hong was the one who spoke, and he rushed over with anger boiling in his heart. By the time he arrived before Lei Yu and Huang Xiaolong, Lei Yu's claw came down hard on his head just as he was about to bow. "Who the fuck are you referring to?" "Mas." Holding his head, a pained smile formed on Zhou Hong's face as he wanted to greet Lei Yu. Before he was done, Another smack hit him on the head. "Call me Lord." With his head ringing in pain, tears nearly streamed down his face as he quickly greeted Leiyu. "Lord." The experts from the Leiyu Creed were shocked when they saw what happened. It was especially so for the Tao venerables who arrived. They couldn't believe that their patriarch was getting slapped on the head by some beast. "We're leaving," Huang Xiaolong ordered all of a sudden. Grabbing Zhou Hong's face, Leiyu growled, "Just do what you have to. If you have to kill them, go ahead." Zhou Hong felt all the anger in his heart fading all of a sudden. So many years had passed, and his master's habit was still the same. In the past, Leiyu would smack all of them before he allowed them to leave his presence. When Zhou Hong looked at their leaving figure, his face was scrunched up into a ball from the pain Leiyu had inflicted onto him. As for Chun Shuanghe, his clothes were drenched in a cold sweat. If Zhou Hong, their patriarch, was treated like a misbehaving kid before Leiyu, what was he considered? Even if he used his toes to think, he would realize that the identities of the two people he was trying to arrest were things he couldn't hope to uncover. Impersonating disciples of the Leiyu Creed. Was there a need for them to do that when Zhou Hong ran all the way out there to receive a beating? The more he thought about it, the colder his heart became. He glared at the members of the Scarlet Blood Clan, and he wanted nothing more than to tear them limb from limb. When Chun Yang and the others noticed his gaze, they were terrified. The Tao venerables who had appeared at the end of the exchange approached Zhou Hong cautiously and asked, "Patriarch There's no use asking." Zhou Hong sighed. "You will know when the time comes." One of the mid-fourth esteemed Tao venerable stared at Leiyu's leaving figure, and he frowned. He could be considered a senior in the Leiyu Creed. When Leiyu had left the creed in the past, he was like Zhou Hong, and he had barely entered the first esteemed Tao venerable realm. He felt as though a lightning bolt ran through his entire body when he discovered the truth. No one is allowed to speak about the matter that happened today. A solemn expression appeared on Zhou Hong's face and he growled, "Anyone who leaks the news will be executed as a traitor to the creed." Everyone felt their hearts skipping a beat when Zhou Hong looked into their eyes. When Huang Xiaolong and Leiyu finally returned to their courtyard, their daily routine remained the same. Huang Xiaolong sparred with Leiyu during the day. In the past, he would use 6 different types of energies, but everything changed after he comprehended the power of radiance. The number of powers he used against Leiyu increased by 1, and his combat abilities became even stronger than before. In the night, he would refine the phoenix fire crystals under the parasol tree to comprehend the power of nirvana. Absolute beginning chi would nourish his body in the process. At the same time, more than 1,000 high-level Tao venerables were tempering the sun-moon furnace with their cosmos energy. The cosmos energy they produced would seep into Huang Xiaolong's body occasionally, and they would strengthen all 3 worlds in him. Even though his body of heaven and earth was already at the grand completion stage and his 3 small words were at the perfection level, he still benefited from the process. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Leiyu's second and third disciple returned to the Leiyu Creed, and they were speaking to Zhou Hong. "Fourth junior brother, did something happen? Why are you so anxious for us to return?" Tanhua, Leiyu's second disciple, stared at Zhou Hong doubtfully. Since Leiyu had specifically commanded him to keep the news of his return a secret, Zhou Hong didn't dare to breathe a word about it. Not even his senior brothers knew about the matter. He only requested for them to return as quickly as they could after the ceremony. "Did you receive news about eldest senior brother?" Sui Hangi, Leiyu's third disciple, asked. The two of them made guesses along their way back, and they felt that Zhou Hong's impatience definitely had something to do with their senior brother. A crafty smile formed on Zhou Hong's face all of a sudden, and he chuckled softly. "Let's go. Someone's waiting to see you too." Under their suspicious gaze, Zhou Hong brought the two towards Huang Xiaolong's courtyard. Even though Leiyu had hidden his aura, and he had transformed his body to look like an ordinary 3-headed beast, Tanhua and Sun Hengyi recognized him immediately. Their eyes nearly popped out from their sockets as they failed to hide their excitement. They acted like Zhou Hong when he had seen Leiyu again, and they got to their knees with tears dripping down their faces. "Master!" Tanhua, his second disciple, cried the loudest. Seeing his disciples embarrassing themselves before Huang Xiaolong, Lei Yu couldn't contain the shame in his heart as he smacked Tan Hua on the head. Enough! Are you a sissy? I'm not dead yet. There's no need to cry as though you're attending my funeral. Pointing towards Huang Xiaolong, he snapped, Get over here and pay your respects to His Highness. His Highness! Tan Hua and Sui Hengyi raised their heads slowly to stare at Huang Xiaolong. However, none of them said anything. With his claws descended on their heads once again, Lei Yu snapped, Are you deaf? Zhou Hong stood at the side while he doubled over with laughter. When his senior brothers weren't here, he had to endure Lei Yu's beating all by himself. Now that they were back, they could join in the fun. With bitter looks on their faces, Tan Hua and Sui Hengyi bowed respectfully. Allowing them to stand, Huang Xiaolong started to ask about the matter of the peak-grade Phoenix Fire Crystal. The two of them weren't stupid. They knew that Huang Xiaolong was extremely interested in the item as it was the first thing he spoke about as soon as he met them. They told him everything they knew without leaving out the slightest detail. Fist-sized. Huang Xiaolong was slightly disappointed when he heard that the crystal was only the size of a fist. Phoenix Fire crystals were split into different grades. Naturally, the bigger ones were more valuable. Now that he was only a tiny step away from reaching the grand completion stage in the power of Nirvana, a fist-sized Phoenix Fire crystal wasn't going to cut it. A crafty smile formed on Lei Yu's face all of a sudden. Your Highness, why don't we buy the crystal in the auction before paying the Cloud Wind Dao Venerable a visit? He definitely has more in his possession, and we'll just rob him clean. Tan Hua, Sui Hengyi, and Zhou Hong felt beads of cold sweat dripping down their foreheads when they heard the conversation between the two. The number of people who dared to rob the Cloud Wind Dao Venerable could probably be counted on both hands. Master, Cloud Wind Dao Venerable reached perfection level in both the powers of wind and earth. Afraid Lei Yu would be mistaken about the old man's strength, Tan Hua quickly tried to persuade him. He received a smack across the face in response. No shit. Do you think I'm weaker than that old fart? Holding his face in pain, Tan Hua could only force a smile. No, no, no. Master is the strongest. I wouldn't dare think that the Cloud Wind Dao Venerable would be able to defeat you in battle. Sweeping his gaze across the three, Lei Yu muttered, There's nothing to worry about. Even if the old man reached the grand completion stage in both the powers of wind and earth, I'm capable of taking him down. His disciples revealed a joyous look, and Sui Hengyi asked, Master, did you? That's right. I reached perfection level in the power of lightning. Lei Yu laughed with a smug expression on his face. The Cloud Wind Dao Venerable might have reached the grand completion stage in the powers of wind and earth, but they were ranked at the bottom in terms of strength among all 13 types of energies. The power of lightning was ranked 7th. The divide between the powers was like the gap between the heavens and earth. Of course, Lei Yu also wielded the power of absolute blaze and radiance at the major completion level. Hearing that their master had managed to comprehend the power of lightning to perfection level, they felt excitement bubbling in their hearts. Congratulations! Nodding slightly, Lei Yu knew that his disciples would be motivated to try their best after learning about his achievements. We no longer need to be afraid of the 9 Vision Creed and the Devil Curse Creed. Ha ha ha! Sui Hengyi roared with laughter. The Lei Yu Creed might have been developing smoothly in the past years, but pressure from other creed was building. The 9 Vision and Devil Curse Creeds were their main competitors in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. As one of the largest regions in the Origin Holy World, the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave housed 38 creeds. The Lei Yu Creed was only ranked 18 among the 38. As for the 9 Vision Creed and the Devil Curse Creed, they were existences that far surpassed the Lei Yu Creed. One of them was ranked 10th, and the other was ranked 9th. One could only imagine how powerful they were. What's the deal with the two of them? Lei Yi frowned when he heard Sui Hengyi's tone when he spoke of the other 2 creeds. He had returned for quite some time, but Zhou Hong hadn't mentioned anything about them. Tan Hua and Sui Hengyi felt Lei Yu's gaze on them and they quickly lowered their heads. Sui Hengyi eventually gathered his courage to explain everything to Lei Yu. Master, in your absence, There were several other powers that rose to prominence in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. The Nine Vision Creed and the Devil Curse Creed appeared in the past several 100 million years. They might be new powers, but they expanded rapidly. Their patriarchs are experts with unfathomable strength. They are ranked 9th and 10th in the region, and they aren't existences we can defeat. Get to the point. Lei Yu interrupted him all of a sudden. Glancing at Lei Yu, Sui Hengyi muttered, "They have expanded rapidly in the past few years, and they started fighting with us for resources. They even grabbed talented disciples from right under our noses. And after eldest senior brother went missing, their attitudes towards us changed drastically." A frosty light flashed through Lei Yu's eyes. However, the region lord of the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave remembers Master's grace. The two creeds don't dare to go too far, and we managed to keep whatever we have left. Otherwise, we would have long been destroyed. Sui Hengyi hastily continued when he felt the killing intent rolling off Lei Yu's body. Lei Yu might have left for many years, but his disciples were still extremely fearful of him. Golden Fox didn't care about their actions? A snort left Lei Yu's lips. Looking at each other, his disciples didn't dare to speak. Zhou Hong finally broke the silence after a long time. The Golden Fox Dao Venerable sent several men to warn them in the past. A sneer left Lei Yu's lips. From what Zhou Hong said, he understood everything that had happened. The Golden Fox Dao Venerable hadn't appeared personally to deal with the matter. Bitter smiles formed on his disciples' faces. "Master, you've been gone for too long." The Golden Fox Dao Venerable's gratitude has long since faded. It's good enough that he sent several men over to warn them. Sui Hengyi seemed to have thought of something, and he sighed. The two of them never showed any respect to the Golden Fox Dao Venerable. However, the patriarchs of the two creeds personally appeared during the ceremony hosted by the Golden Fox Dao Venerable, and they offered a Genesis-level pill as tribute. After the Golden Fox Dao Venerable received their gift, he roared with laughter. He personally invited them to the front of the ceremony. We could only sit at the seats near the exit. A trace of rage emerged in Sui Hengyi's heart. "Master, you might not know this, but eldest senior brother's disappearance definitely had something to do with the Nine Vision Dao Venerable. The branch master of the mystical pavilion invited so many experts to go on an expedition, but the branch master and the Nine Vision Dao Venerable were the only two to return." Huang Xiaolong, who had remained silent all this while, spoke up. "After the auction ends, exterminate the Nine Vision Creed and the Devil Curse Creed." Tan Hua, Sui Hengyi, and Zhou Hong were shocked. Lei Yu was the only one who chuckled in excitement. "Your Highness, we're of the same mind." Hesitating for a moment, Zhou Hong turned to Lei Yu and asked, "Master, if you exterminate their factions, the Golden Fox Dao Venerable might be unable to sit still." "Humph! Why would I need his permission to exterminate two puny creeds? If he dares to stop me, I'll crush his Golden Fox Creed." An awkward smile formed on his disciples' faces. "Master, you might be unbeatable, but the Golden Fox Dao Venerable isn't one to be trifled with. He has improved a lot since you left, and he entered the ranks of the extermination list. He also formed some sort of relationship with the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce, and the number of experts he can command are as numerous as the clouds in the sky. He has more than 39th creation Dao Venerables at his beck and call." Lei Yu sneered. "That's just 30 of them. There's nothing for you to worry about. Even if I'm unable to take them all on, His Highness will be backing me up." Tan Hua and the others turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. "This is our first meeting, and there's nothing much I can give you. You can have a pill each." A jade bottle appeared in their hands as soon as the words left Huang Xiaolong's lips. This Genesis-level pills? The three of them didn't think much of the gift, but when they noticed the lightning chi contained in the bottle, they couldn't help but exclaim in joy. The three of them might not have known what the pills were, but they knew that the pills were definitely at the Genesis level. Moreover, they weren't some knockoff low-grade Genesis pills. They were definitely high-grade ones, and the pills given to the Golden Fox Dao Venerable by the patriarchs of the two creeds during the ceremony weren't even close in quality. The pills Huang Xiaolong gave out were precisely the purple lightning sun and moon pills he had refined previously. When Lei Yu saw the look of shock on their faces, he couldn't help but chuckle. His Highness has tons of these. As long as you three brats do your best, His Highness will never treat you badly. His Highness' abilities are something you can never fathom. As if he was afraid they were still questioning Huang Xiaolong's powers, he added, in the future, His Highness will definitely rule over the Origin Holy World. Conquering the Origin Holy World? The three of them stared at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. They had no idea who Huang Xiaolong was previously, but they never expected he would be someone capable of taking over the Origin world. If he really did it, he would become the World Master of the Origin Holy World. The World Master they knew was an existence whose status stood above the rest. Even though the Lei Yu Creed was no pushover, they were only ranked 18th in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. If they compared themselves to those in the Origin Holy World, they would be ranked near the bottom. As such, the World Master of the Origin Holy World was an invincible existence. The looks in the eyes of the trio changed instantly. They looked at Huang Xiaolong like they were looking at a god. They never doubted the words of their master, and since Lei Yu could say that Huang Xiaolong would conquer the Origin Holy World in the future, they were sure he was capable of doing it. Seeing the gazes in their eyes, Lei Yu chuckled softly. The Origin Holy World was merely the start. As the son of creation, the Huanglong world belonged to him. After staying in the Lei Yu Creed for another month, Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu finally departed for the Mystical Pavilions branch in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. It would take more than a month for the auction to commence, and Huang Xiaolong decided to take a nice trip around the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave while he was on the way there. When Zhou Hong and the others learned that Huang Xiaolong was planning to head over to the Mystical Pavilion branch, they got ready the Lei Yu flying ship. One had to know that the Lei Yu flying ship was something Lei Yu personally refined in the past. It was a high-grade cosmos artifact, and he used quite a bit of effort to create it. However, Lei Yu chuckled lightly at his disciples when he saw the flying ship in the skies. His Highness status wouldn't allow him to sit in the Lei Yu flying ship. You guys can relax. His Highness has his own flying ship. Tan Hua looked at the other two and realized they were also looking at him with a strange expression. Was a high-grade cosmos artifact not enough? Huang Xiaolong chuckled slightly and summoned the purple lightning peak. When they looked at the giant purple mountain hovering in the skies above them, Tan Hua, Sui Hongyi, and Zhou Hong felt their jaws dropping. The mountain was as large as a supercontinent and the shadow covered the entire creed. Is this a peak-grade cosmos artifact level flying ship? Tan Hua asked. Chuckling to themselves, Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu didn't reply. The Holy Dragon flying ship was a peak-grade cosmos artifact, but it was like a snail compared to the purple lightning peak. There were Genesis-level formations all around the mountain, and it possessed much stronger offensive and defensive capabilities than the Holy Dragon ship. Despite that, Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu couldn't ascertain the grade of his treasure. Perhaps it was a creation-level artifact. After all, even peak-level cosmos artifacts were far worse compared to the purple lightning peak. Master, should we come along? Zhou Hong asked after snapping back to reality. There's no need. Shaking his head, Huang Xiaolong refused their company. Just arrange for 2 disciples to follow us there. In fact, the previous 2 will do. Tan Hua and the others were extremely interested to follow beside Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu, but since Huang Xiaolong had already given them the order, they could only arrange for Peng Fei and Jia Zhan to go along. When the 2 disciples of the Lei Yu Creed entered the Purple Lightning Peak, the 3 Dao Venerables felt a trace of jealousy forming in their hearts. Under their respectful gaze, the Purple Lightning Peak tore through the skies and disappeared through the skies. It didn't take long for the Purple Lightning Peak to leave the Lei Yu Creed. Since they needed to travel through 4 regions before arriving at the Mystical Pavilions branch, Huang Xiaolong decided to visit each and every one of them along the way. As per usual, Huang Xiaolong sparred with Lei Yu when the Purple Lightning Peak was traveling to its destination. In order to challenge himself, Huang Xiaolong summoned the Old Monster Flame and other experts who commanded absolute energies to assist Lei Yu during the sparring sessions. There were 13 experts who comprehended absolute powers in the Sun Moon Furnace, and 8 of them were captured by Huang Xiaolong when he entered the Blue Lotus Pond in the past. 5 more came from the bright lightning abyss, and all of them were cultivators from the holy worlds. Stationing the demons of the outer world back in their respective regions, Huang Xiaolong didn't bring them along with him. Otherwise, the number of experts who wielded absolute energies would reach a staggering number. When he passed through the black regions of the outer world previously, he subdued groups of 9th esteem Dao Venerable Realm demons. He planned to bring all of them over when he eventually clashed with the mystical pavilion, but that wouldn't happen anytime soon. With the addition of 13 experts who wielded absolute energies, Huang Xiaolong's understanding of the powers he controlled deepened. In the past, Huang Xiaolong reached perfection level in both the powers of absolute frost and poison. However, he was only able to utilize 70% of their power. After his constant sparring sessions, he was able to wield his powers with more than 90% efficiency. Moreover, there were several experts who controlled the power of metal and wood. There were even some who could use the power of absolute earth and wind, and it was great practice for the upcoming battle with the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce. With the addition of those from the Sun-Moon Furnace, Huang Xiaolong's understanding in the various energies deepened. What a pity! No one knows how to use the powers of space and time. Huang Xiaolong sighed. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but think of the Dark Shadow Devil. It had been so many years, but the only person who could use the powers of space was the Dark Shadow Devil. During the battle in the Blue Lotus Pond, Huang Xiaolong exterminated his shadow, but he failed to locate the other party's true body. In the past hundreds of years, Huang Xiaolong used the powers he controlled in the Divine Tua Holy World and the Demon Buddha Alliance to look for him, but to no avail. I wonder if the Dark Shadow Devil is in the Origin Holy World. That wasn't impossible. The Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor spoke to him about the matter before. The Dark Shadow Devil was born in the Origin Holy World, but he hadn't been seen ever since. No one knew which creed he came from, and no one knew his whereabouts. Huang Xiaolong decided to investigate the matter after the auction ended. If he managed to locate the Dark Shadow Devil, he would definitely be able to increase his understanding of the powers of space. Moreover, the Dark Shadow Devil seemed to know his father's whereabouts. After crossing the various creeds, Huang Xiaolong and his group finally arrived at the Mystical Pavilion's branch after one entire month. It was located in the Xianxia sacred land of the Zhangming Creed. In the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave, the Zhangming Creed was ranked 3rd. They were a force to be reckoned with, and the patriarch of the Zhangming Creed had a pretty good relationship with the Mystical Pavilion branch master. As such, the Golden Fox Dao Venerable had to be respectful when facing the Zhangming Dao Venerable. As the branch was located in a place called the Shen City, Huang Xiaolong ordered Lei Yu to head over as soon as they arrived in the Zhangming Creed. As soon as they arrived, they were greeted by a sea of people. Experts from all over the land were streaming into the Shen City without an end in sight. Even the Dragon Venerable Jian Huang came for the auction. He's not the only one. Fan Luo, the Stone Ancestor, and Dao Jianchou have already arrived in the city. What? Riding on Lei Yu on the streets, Huang Xiaolong managed to listen to everything those around him said. 15 experts followed behind them, and they were the 13 experts from the Sun-Moon Furnace and the 2 disciples of the Lei Yu Creed. Passing Peng Fei and Jiazhen 100 million Dao coins, he requested for them to look for a decent inn. When they held the spatial ring with 100 million Dao coins, they felt as though their souls were about to leave their bodies. After the 2 of them left, Huang Xiaolong and the others headed over to a restaurant. Is this the legendary Heaven Seizing Inn with the Ice Phoenix True Dragon Rice? Huang Xiaolong asked. There were tons of different types of rice in the Origin Holy World, and Huang Xiaolong tried the grains of the Fiery Light Maize previously. The Ice Phoenix True Dragon Rice was said to contain the highest amount of spiritual qi among the different grains, and it was a true treasure. It was only sold in the Heaven Seizing Inn, and it was a crop that belonged solely to the Heaven Seizing Chamber of Commerce. In the Origin Holy World, the Heaven Seizing Chamber of Commerce was a behemoth that outclassed even the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Lei Yu gulped as a gluttonous look appeared on his face. Your Highness, this is exactly it. It was clear that he was pining for the taste of the Ice Phoenix True Dragon Rice. Huang Xiaolong laughed when he saw the look on Lei Yu's face. Do they have a limit on how much one can buy? Nodding his head quickly, Lei Yu replied, Of course not. We'll eat our fill later. We'll finish their entire stock, Huang Xiaolong joked. With his eyes sparkling in joy, Lei Yu grinned. That's what I was thinking of. A group of people emerged from the entrance of the restaurant and heard what Huang Xiaolong said to Lei Yu. The young man in the lead couldn't help but sneer. Which rock did they crawl out from? Are they delusional? Even if you have the money to buy up their entire stock, you will need to be able to consume them all. After 3 bowls, you will probably be too stuffed to move. The Ice Phoenix True Dragon Rice wasn't an ordinary type of spirit grain. They contained dense amounts of spiritual energy, and ordinary First Esteem Dao Venerables wouldn't be able to digest more than a bowl. They would only be able to refine the energy contained in the bowl of rice after several days, and no one managed to eat more than 3 bowls of rice in the heaven seizing in. There were some who didn't believe in the rumors, and he ate 3 bowls in a single go. In the end, he couldn't move from his seat. There were even instances of primal ancestors exploding from the excessive intake of energy. Turning around to stare at the man who spoke, Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu noticed that he was wearing the robes of the Nine Vision Creed. A sneer left Lei Yu's lips. Brat, I'll be able to eat 30 bowls of rice. Why don't we make a bet? If I manage to finish it, there won't be a need for you to call me your granddaddy. Just kneel on the floor and bark like a dog. You can leave as long as everyone in the restaurant can hear you. The experts standing behind the young man raged instantly. How dare you? Preposterous. Narrowing his eyes, the young man stared at Lei Yu for a second before turning to Huang Xiaolong. Hand over your mount right now. I'll teach him some manners. If you dare refuse. What do you think you can do to me if I refuse? Huang Xiaolong muttered. If you refuse to do so, you'll regret it. If you fail to get out of my sight in 10 seconds, you'll be the one regretting it. Huang Xiaolong sneered. Laughing in rage, the young man snorted. What bullshit? How dare you threaten me? Do you really think you can do anything to me if I refuse to leave? The experts in the heaven seizing in were disturbed by the commotion, and they started turning their attention over. Is the beast crazy? How dare he offend the Nine Vision Creed? The young man talking to them should be a core disciple of the Nine Vision Creed, and he's a grand elder of the faction. He should be a First Esteem Dao Venerable, and he is the direct disciple of eminent Elder Wang Shou. Many people recognized the young man talking to Huang Xiaolong. Seeing how many people recognized him, the young man, Yuan Lin, started to get cocky. He stared at Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu with an arrogant look on his face. Brat, I'll give you one last chance to leave. Hand over your mount and I'll allow you to live. Thinking that Huang Xiaolong was considering the possibility of handing Lei Yu over, Yuan Lin continued. You better make your choice soon. 10 seconds is up. Huang Xiaolong's voice rang through the air. He turned to speak to the old monster flame. Break their legs and throw them out. The members of the Nine Vision Creed were stunned by the sudden change in situation. Just as Yuan Lin was about to mock Huang Xiaolong, the old monster flame moved. With a wave of his hand, the members of the Nine Vision Creed felt the space around them constricting. Feeling a sharp pain shooting up their legs, they were sent flying through the air in the next instant. When the others turned to look at Yuan Lin and the rest, they saw that their legs were shattered at different angles. The experts in the heaven seizing in were shocked. They didn't think that Huang Xiaolong would do as he said. Ignoring the weird looks all around him, Huang Xiaolong and the others entered the restaurant and found a seat. When Huang Xiaolong sat down, Lei Yu was the only one who dared to take the other seat. The old monster flame and the others stood behind him respectfully. Yuan Lin, whose right left was shattered beyond repair, grabbed his leg and screamed. It was obvious the old monster flame didn't simply break their bones if First Esteem Dao Venerables would be reduced to a screaming mess. A trace of rage and embarrassment flashed through Yuan Lin's eyes. I'll let you act cockily for now. Yuan Lin endured the pain as he brought the members of his Nine Vision Creed away. As he left, killing intent filled his heart when he looked at Huang Xiaolong and the old monster flame. Noticing Yuan Lin, who was leaving with the members of the Nine Vision Creed, Lei Yu sneered, Your Highness, if you allowed me to handle it, I would have killed them all with a single slap. There's no need to rush things. Huang Xiaolong laughed. When the auction ends, we'll take a trip down to their headquarters. Asking for an attendant, Huang Xiaolong no longer bothered with the 9 vision creed. He ordered 100 bowls of Ice Phoenix True Dragon rice and several dozen dishes. The dishes he ordered were naturally no ordinary dishes. They were made using Grand Dao herbs, and they were the best the restaurant had to offer. A single dish cost upwards of 10,000 Dao coins, and ordinary Dao venerables would never be able to afford spending like Huang Xiaolong did. When the attendant heard Huang Xiaolong's order, he couldn't help but stare at the man in stunned silence. Lords, are you sure you wish to place the order? Before he processed the words coming out of his mouth, Lei Yu slammed a spatial ring on the table. Acting like the mobster boss of a region, he roared, His Highness and I will definitely finish your entire stock of Ice Phoenix True Dragon rice today. Bring me 100 bowls to start. Prepare another 100 after we're done. The attendant stared at Lei Yu with a look of disbelief. He wasn't sure if he was hearing things, but when he swept his senses across the ring, retreated back into the kitchen quietly. Dao coins were piled up high into several mountains in the spatial ring, and there had to be several tens of billions of them. When the experts saw that Lei Yu was able to throw out several tens of billions without batting an eyelid, they started whispering among themselves. They became extremely curious about Huang Xiaolong's identity. Ordinary Dao convergences wouldn't be able to throw out an amount like that even when buying treasures. Moreover, the two were merely splurging on a meal. For Dao convergences like the Blue Lotus Creed back in the Divine to a Holy World wouldn't be able to take out 10 billion Dao coins. Their food arrived almost instantly, and 100 bowls of Ice Phoenix True Dragon rice was placed in front of them. When the dishes Huang Xiaolong ordered were brought to his table, the fragrance filled the entire restaurant. Experts sitting all around felt their mouths watering when the fragrance assaulted their nostrils. Holding a bowl of Ice Phoenix True Dragon rice, Huang Xiaolong saw that the grains were like pearls as wisps of true dragon flame swirled inside them. Moreover, it was as though every grain was the home of a miniature ice phoenix. Putting a spoonful in his mouth, Huang Xiaolong felt the grains dissolving on his tongue the moment they made contact. Spiritual energy filled his body and he felt his pores opening. It was as though he was undergoing a baptism of ice and fire. The taste of the Ice Phoenix True Dragon rice was too fragrant to describe. As he enjoyed the taste of the Ice Phoenix True Dragon rice and the other dishes on the table, Peng Fei and Jiazhen ran into their own troubles. They stared at a group of Devil Curse Creed disciples opposite them. When the members of the Devil Curse Creed surrounded Peng Fei and Jiazhen, someone couldn't help but step forward to mock them. Aren't you guys Peng Fei and Jiazhen from the Lei Yu Creed? Did everyone important in the creed die? Why would they allow two puny little primal ancestors to waste their time in Shen City? One had to know that the person who spoke was also a primal ancestor. With his expression sinking, Peng Fei growled, Shui Fei, you're a primal ancestor too. If you can come, why can't we? Raising his eyebrows casually, Shui Fei sneered. You must be so full of yourself. Who do you think you are? With nothing but pieces of shit in the Lei Yu Creed, all of you are lucky to be protected by the Golden Fox Dao Venerable. Otherwise, we would have long since exterminated your creed. No, we would have killed you guys 100 times over. Seeing as the members of the Devil Curse Creed were blocking their path, Jiazhen growled, Get out of the way, please. Shui Fei snorted in response. If you wish to pass, you'll have to crawl through my legs. As soon as he spoke, he stood before Jiazhen and opened his legs wide. Laughter erupted all around them, and the faces of Peng Fei and Jiazhen sank. Shui Fei, you're going too far. Jiazhen roared in rage. We are under orders from our young master to look for a place to stay. Did that fellow, Zhou Kong, come to Shen City? If Zhou Hong and the other two old bastards are here, we might have just let you off. If Zhou Kong is the only one who came, we don't give half a shit about him. Zhou Kong was precisely Zhou Hong's son, and he was the young patriarch of the Lei Yu Creed. He was a half-step Dao Venerable, and he was also the first person who sprung to their mind when Jiazhen spoke about their young master. With an unsightly expression, Peng Fei and Jiazhen looked at each other. The members of the Devil Curse Creed wouldn't dare to insult them to the face. Who would have thought that they would act so arrogantly the moment they met? Do it, Xue Fei ordered the disciples behind him. As long as they're not dead, it's fine. The two of them failed to react when the disciples of the Devil Curse Creed came at them. They were stronger than average disciples, but they were overwhelmed by the sheer number of people coming from the Devil Curse Creed. Even after they were sent flying, the assailants didn't let up. In the heavens seizing in, Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu demolished all 100 bowls before them. Looking at how the two of them did it, the experts in the restaurant were shocked beyond belief. 100 bowls. Even if they're Dao venerables, they shouldn't be able to eat 100 bowls, right? An expert from the 5Cs Creed muttered. The 5Cs Creed might sound like a superpower, but they were ranked 32nd in the region. 50 bowls per person. They're definitely high-level Dao venerables. That might not be true. They might have trained their body to the extreme, allowing them to devour 50 bowls each. Discussion rang across the hall, and the duo ignored all of them as Lei Yu called for the attendant once again. When he ordered another 100 bowls, a frown formed on their faces as they looked at Peng Fei and Jiazhen rushing into the restaurant with swollen faces. Your Highness, Lord Beast. The two of them fell to their knees the moment they arrived, and a look of shame crept up their faces. What's going on? Lei Yu growled. The disciples of the Devil Curse Creed stopped us along the way. Peng Fei's body trembled as he didn't dare to raise his head to look at Huang Xiaolong. Your Highness, they took everything from us. Even the 100 million Dao coins you gave us was taken away. Jiazhen slammed his head into the ground in apology. We are willing to accept any punishment for our mistake. That was 100 million Dao coins they were talking about. Even their lives weren't worth that much. The experts sitting in the restaurant erupted when they heard the report. Are they from the Lei Yu Creed? That's not possible. We will recognize any experts the Lei Yu Creed sends. They are definitely not from the Lei Yu Creed, but they might be related in some way. 100 million Dao coins were stolen. If I were them, I would kill the two primal ancestors with a single slap. No one could believe what had just happened. Oh, Devil Curse Creed. Huang Xiaolong sighed before allowing them to get to their feet. Get up. It's just 100 million. It doesn't matter if you lose it. The jaws of everyone in the heaven seizing in dropped. Doesn't matter if they lose it. Peng Fei and Jiazhen were ready to die when they made the report. They were stunned when Huang Xiaolong pardoned them. Your Highness, we... Peng Fei looked at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. Since His Highness pardoned you, just get up. Lei Yu spoke as a chilly light flashed through his eyes. The Devil Curse Creed seems to be tired of living. Huang Xiaolong sneered. They weren't on their way to exterminate the Devil Curse Creed, and the other party was already knocking on their door. Waving his hand, a ray of light containing the power of nirvana landed on their bodies. In the blink of an eye, they were brought back to their peak state. Looking at themselves, they were shocked by their recovery speed. Your Highness, are we going to deal with them now? Lei Yu looked at Huang Xiaolong. He didn't know if Huang Xiaolong wanted him to go kill them all with a single slap. Forget it. They're just a bunch of ants. After the auction ends, we'll kill them all. Lei Yu nodded slowly. In the corner, an expert from the Panhu Creed heard what they said and sneered. What a loser. 100 million was stolen by the other party, and he doesn't even dare to fart in their direction. The Devil Curse Dao Venerable is a 9th esteem Dao Venerable. There are several dozen mid-level Dao Venerables under his command, and it's no wonder he doesn't dare to do anything to them. Experts at another table from the Devil Blade Creed chuckled. Their factions were ranked 8th and 11th, respectively, and they were a force to be reckoned with. They were stronger than the Lei Yu Creed, and they were eager to embarrass Huang Xiaolong. After all, Huang Xiaolong had flaunted his wealth after entering the Heaven Seizing Inn, and they were happy to see that he lost 100 million. The experts from the two factions didn't keep their voices low, and everyone in the restaurant heard them. People started to lower their heads to laugh as they mocked Huang Xiaolong for being an incompetent fool. Do you really think you're strong because you have the cash to back it up? Do you really think you're an expert after eating 50 bowls of Ice Phoenix True Dragon Rice? The expert from the Panhu Creed sneered. I can also eat 50 bowls if I want to. The expert from the Devil Blade Creed clapped and roared with laughter. Brother Chunhua is right. Eating 50 bowls of Ice Phoenix True Dragon Rice only shows that you're a glutton. No one could contain their laughter when the expert from the Devil Blade Creed spoke. Ha ha ha, glutton. That's such an accurate description. The expert from the Panhu Creed roared with laughter. Huang Xiaolong remained expressionless, but Lei Yu's face sank. Do you know how much trouble you can get into just by spewing bullshit? What you said might cause your creeds to be exterminated. Huang Xiaolong's voice rang through the air. It contained unquestionable power, and it rang loud and clear in the ears of everyone present. In the past few days, Huang Xiaolong had learned about the situation in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. He was able to recognize the two of them from the robes they wore. Huang Xiaolong's words caused everyone to stare at him in stunned silence. Chanhua, the expert from the Panhu Creed, radiated evil light from his eyes as he glared at Huang Xiaolong. What a dumbass. Do you really think you're someone important? Do you believe if I tell you that I'll twist your head off your shoulders right now? Yang Dingtian, the expert from the Devil Blade Creed, sneered. If you crawl here on your knees and apologize before giving us 100 million Dao coins each, I'll pretend to have not heard what you said. Otherwise, I'll exterminate your Leiyu Creed. Chanhua was a 6th creation Dao venerable, and his position in the Panhu Creed wasn't low. He was a hall master, and Yang Dingtian was a doyen from the Devil Blade Creed. He was an early 7th creation Dao venerable, placing him firmly in the high-level Dao venerable realm. Everyone looked at Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu with a look of mockery. The two of them are too damn stupid. How dare they offend the Panhu Creed and the Devil Blade Creed by threatening them with extermination? Do they really think they're the Golden Fox Dao Venerable or something? The Leiyu Creed is in deep shit now. Everyone shook their heads silently. Huang Xiaolong ignored all of them and turned to the old monster flame standing behind him. Shatter both their legs and hands before you pop their heads off their shoulders. Chunhua and Yang Dingtian roared with laughter when they heard Huang Xiaolong's order. Those in the restaurant burst out laughing too. However, 2 miserable shrieks rang through the heavens, seizing in before anyone could react. When the spectators turned to look at Chunhua and Yang Dingtian, they saw that their legs had already been crippled. They kneeled on the floor with their legs mangled beyond belief, and everyone felt as though a bucket of cold water was thrown on them. The old monster flame stared at them coldly before raising their arms. A ray of light flashed before their eyes and their arms were severed from their bodies. Cries filled the air once again, and they nearly fainted from the pain. A trace of Yin soul energy was used by the old monster flame when he made his move, and even 9th esteemed Dao venerables wouldn't be able to remain standing before his torture methods. Much less these 2 weaklings. Silence descended on the heavens, seizing in, and everyone looked at Chanhua and Yang Dingtian, whose limbs had been severed. A 6th esteem and 7th esteem Dao venerable had their limbs severed in an instant. Wouldn't that mean that their heads were next? They couldn't help but recall Huang Xiaolong's order. It didn't seem so funny now that they were looking at the 2 limbless bodies. You're dead. You're definitely going to die for this. Chanhua roared in anger as he glared at Huang Xiaolong. Cosmos energy belonging to a 6th esteem Dao venerable filled the air as the earth started to tremble. Despite his overwhelming strength, the old monster flame merely pressed down slightly with his palm. Pop! Like a watermelon, Chanhua's head popped. The stench of blood filled the hall. Yang Dingtian's expression changed and the killing intent on his face disappeared. He tried to beg for mercy, but he was killed by the old monster flame before he could do anything. Looking at the 2 headless corpses in the hall, the experts sitting all around felt their legs going soft. There were even some who vomited out everything they ate. Those enjoying a meal in the heavens seizing in were members who had seen their fair share of gory scenes throughout their lives. However, they witnessed 2 monsters at the 6th and 7th esteemed Dao venerable realm die by the hands of someone else. One of them was a hall master of the Panhu Creed, and the other was a doyen in the Devil Blade Creed. They were figures who could cause the region to shake with a stomp of their feet. However, the old monster flame grabbed the Dao souls of the fleeing duo and brought them to Huang Xiaolong. Turning to Lei Yu, Huang Xiaolong muttered, "Deal with them." Revealing his pearly white teeth in a very sinister smile, Lei Yu chuckled heartily. "My pleasure." He threw them into a random cosmos artifact as soon as he spoke, as he used the power of lightning and fire to torture their Dao souls. Those sitting around the restaurant wouldn't forget Lei Yu's smile for as long as they lived. Huang Xiaolong turned to the other members of the two creeds and spoke with a placid voice. "Go back and inform your patriarchs of everything that happened today. By the time the auction ends, I wish to see them standing before me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind taking a trip down to your creed after I leave Xian City." The members of the Panhu Creed and Devil Blade Creed didn't dare to say anything else, and they bolted through the entrance as soon as the words left Huang Xiaolong's lips. They were afraid he could change his mind and kill them if they remained. Looking at the disgusting scene of blood and flesh on the ground, Huang Xiaolong lost his appetite. He called for the attendant and settled the bill before bringing Lei Yu and the others out of the restaurant. Even after a long time after they left, the heavens seizing in remained completely silent. No one could comprehend what just happened. This, he's too vicious. Someone finally broke the silence. He dared to break the limbs of Chen Hua and Yang Dingtian before smashing their heads. Chen Hua is the hall master of the Panhu Creed, and Yang Dingtian is an eminent elder of the Devil Blade Creed. The two creeds will never let the matter rest. Lei Yu Creed is screwed, someone sneered. That might not be the case. If the two of them dared to kill Chen Hua and Yang Dingtian in public, they might have the abilities to back it up. They might not be from our Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. After all, no one has ever heard of them. When they were discussing the fates of Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu, the members of the Devil Curse Creed were celebrating amongst themselves. Who would have thought that the two of them would be carrying so much money with them? Xuefei nearly jumped in joy. Senior brother Xuefei, the Dao coins might not be theirs. It might belong to Zhou Kong, and now that we robbed them, a disciple asked cautiously. A sneer formed on Xuefei's face and he joked, "It's just the Lei Yu Creed. Why should we be afraid of them? Moreover, our Devil Curse Creed is going to form an alliance with the Nine Vision Creed to exterminate the Lei Yu Creed soon. When the dust settles, all that's left is to split up their inheritance." The disciples standing around him were shocked. Exterminating the Lei Yu Creed? What about the Golden Fox Dao Venerable? Someone asked. Relax. Our creeds gave him a Genesis-level pill each, and the Golden Fox Dao Venerable said that he would let it slide. A look of glee formed on Xuefei's face. Let's go. Since we're here, let's go to the Heaven-Seizing Inn and enjoy ourselves. When the other members of the Devil Curse Creed heard that Xuefei was going to bring them to the Heaven-Seizing Inn, a light lit up in their eyes. I've heard that the Ice Phoenix True Dragon Rice served in the Heaven-Seizing Inn is the best food one can buy. A disciple started to drool. As core disciples of the Devil Curse Creed, they had heard of the Ice Phoenix True Dragon Rice. Let's go. Xuefei chuckled. We'll eat till we're stuffed. The disciples of the Devil Curse Creed walked into the Heaven-Seizing Inn in high spirits, but they felt that something was off when they noticed the atmosphere around them. Weird. Why is the place so messy? Xuefei frowned. Grabbing a disciple he knew from the Zongming Creed, Xuefei asked about the state of the restaurant. Not withholding any information, the disciple of the Zongming Creed explained. An expert shattered Chen Hua and Yang Diantian's limbs before killing them. Even their Dao souls were captured by the other party. Xuefei and the others were shocked. They knew who Chen Hua and Yang Diantian were, and they knew that either one of them were existences they would have to look up to. Even though they were core disciples of the Devil Curse Creed, they wouldn't be granted an audience with either Chen Hua or Yang Dingtian even if they tried. However, the lofty existences were dead and their Dao souls were captured. It was pretty shocking news to them. Xuefei only managed to return to his senses after some time, and he asked, "Who killed them? Did the enemies of the two experts come looking for them? Are they not afraid that they would offend the Heaven-Seizing Inn by causing trouble here? Are they not aware that the Panhu Creed and Devil Blade Creed will hunt them down? The disciple of the Tsangming Creed chuckled softly. The person who did it didn't seem to be their enemy. Hall Master Chen Hua and eminent elder Yang Dingtian were killed because they joked about the other party while eating. After they said something to anger the other party, they were killed instantly. They didn't even get the chance to fight back. Disciples of the Devil Curse Creed stared at each other in disbelief. They were killed because they pissed someone else off. The one who killed them seems to be from the Leiyu Creed. The disciple of the Tsangming Creed added. Leiyu Creed. The news came like a bolt from the blue as Xue Fei felt his head buzzing and his heart trembling. This isn't possible, right? How can there be experts from the Leiyu Creed capable of killing them without a fight? Xue Fei screamed. He started mumbling to himself. Even Sui Hangyi of the Leiyu Creed is only a 7th esteemed Dao venerable. Everyone knew that Sui Hangyi was the strongest expert the Leiyu Creed had to offer. Upon nodding slowly, the disciple from the Tsangming Creed continued, That's the problem. According to what we think, the experts shouldn't be from the Leiyu Creed. However, Peng Fei and Jiazhen called one of them His Highness. Peng Fei, Jiazhen, Xue Fei and the other disciples from the Devil Curse Creed jumped in fright. They recalled what Peng Fei and Jiazhen had told them when they were beaten up along the streets. That man, is he not Zhou Kong? Xue Fei asked as his tongue went numb. No. He's a dashing young man with black hair who rides on a 3-headed beast. According to Peng Fei and Jiazhen, 100 million Dao coins were robbed from them. When they made the report, Hall Master Chen Hua and Doyen Yang Dingtian mocked the young man for being a gutless coward, and the man ordered his subordinate to kill them both. Their vision started to go dark as Xue Fei didn't know how to react. The disciple of the Tsangming Creed seemed to have thought of something, and he joked, Brother Xue Fei, were you the one who robbed them? According to them, they were robbed by the members of the Devil Curse Creed. Forcing a smile, Xue Fei denied, No, we didn't do it. His face was whiter than a sheet of paper, and he felt his legs going soft. No one knew how the members of the Devil Curse Creed left the Heaven Seizing Inn, but by the time they left, only fear was left in their hearts. Brother Xue Fei, do you think we should report this to the Hall Master? Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Xue Fei growled, Not at the moment. The Panhu Creed and the Devil Blade Creed will definitely take their revenge. We'll watch from the side and cross the bridge when we get to it. When they left, the two creeds learned about what had happened to Chen Hua and Yang Dingtian. Wu Xinyuan, the Panhu Dao Venerable, wore an ugly expression when he heard the news. Patriarch, they killed our hall master in public, and they asked for you to personally appear to apologize to them. They're going too far. Hu Fei, the hall master of the enforcement hall, roared in anger. We should form an alliance with those from the Devil Blade Creed and kill our way over. We'll exterminate the Leiyu Creed before you can count to 10. In the Heaven Seizing Inn, Huang Xiaolong's casual comment had revealed his intentions. If he didn't want them to apologize for their members' actions, they wouldn't ask their disciples to relay the message. No, the other party is too mysterious. His subordinates could kill the two of them without any resistance, and we should investigate his origins before coming to any conclusions. An eminent elder of the Panhu Creed snapped. Wu Xinyuan swept his gaze across the hall and a frosty light flashed through his eyes. Since he said that he would come here for a stroll after the auction ends, I'll wait for him here. The other party had killed their hall master, requesting for him to personally appear to apologize. There was no way he would agree to something so humiliating. His plan was to wait for Huang Xiaolong to show up at the headquarters of the Panhu Creed. He wanted to see what the man could do to him. Also, send word to the experts of the Devil Blade Creed. Invite the Devil Blade Dao Venerable over for a discussion. Use everything we have at our disposal to uncover the connection between the young man and the Leiyu Creed. As Wu Xinyuan was passing down his orders, Huang Xiaolong was buying a residence in Xian City with several 100 million Dao coins. The manor was extremely large, but it had been empty for a long period of time. The structures were decaying, and the place was filled with unkempt grass. Of course, the efficiency of 39th esteemed Dao Venerables was something ordinary people couldn't understand. The manor transformed into a residence fit for the Son of Creation instantly as Grand Dao materials were used to replace the rotting structures. Grand Dao artifacts were used as decoration around the manor. As there were several days till the auction, Huang Xiaolong continued to spar with the 14 of them in order to deepen his understanding of the various powers. Several days passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of the auction finally arrived. The sun rose the next day, and Huang Xiaolong rode on Lei Yu's back as they left the manor. Heading straight towards the mystical pavilion's branch, they were ready to take part in the auction. Along the way, many experts noticed Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu, and they started discussing among themselves. It was clear they were speaking about the incident in the heaven seizing in. Even if they wanted to remain low-key, they wouldn't be able to after killing a hall master from the Panhu Creed and an eminent elder from the Devil Blade Creed. Of course, Huang Xiaolong wasn't affected by their behavior at all. Following behind the old monster Flame and the others, Peng Fei and Jia Jin became a lot more respectful. The scene where the old monster Flame had shattered the limbs and popped the heads of both Chen Hua and Yang Dingtian kept replaying in their minds. Since the auction venue wasn't too far from the manor, they managed to arrive after half an hour. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong noticed many guards clad in golden armor. They stood at one of the forks in the road, and they blocked off everyone who wanted to proceed. Experts who wanted to rush over to the auction venue got to their knees all of a sudden, and it looked like they were welcoming someone important. "It's the Golden Fox Army," Lei Yu chuckled. "Seems like the princess is pretty important to them." The Golden Fox Princess, Jin Xiaoxiao, was the person auctioning off the Phoenix Fire Crystal. And Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised she personally came over to supervise the process. From what Lei Yu said, they should be stopping the entire flow of traffic just for Jin Xiaoxiao to pass. A frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face, and he muttered, "Let's not stop." A crafty smile formed on Lei Yu's face as he started walking towards the Golden Fox Army. Even if the Golden Fox Dao Venerable ran into Lei Yu, he would have to make way. There was no need to mention a little girl from the Golden Fox Creed. They were crazy if they thought that Lei Yu was going to stop for them. Looking at the group of experts blocking his way, purple light emerged from Lei Yu's body. A terrifying pressure appeared in the skies and those on their knees jumped in fright. They retreated to form a path for Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu. When the soldiers of the Golden Fox Army saw that there were still people trying to force their way forward, they were shocked. A captain held out his hand and spoke to Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu. "The Golden Fox Princess is on her way. If you take another step forward, we'll kill you to ensure Her Highness' safety." Lei Yu chuckled happily in response. "Your Highness, do you see that? The Golden Fox Army is truly something else. A mere first esteemed Dao Venerable dares to threaten an old monster like me." The captain was precisely a mid-first esteemed Dao Venerable realm expert. "Do you look like an old monster to them?" Huang Xiaolong laughed. Seeing that he was being ignored, the captain felt a trace of anger rising in his heart. He swung his whip at Huang Xiaolong, and it instantly turned into a roaring dragon that tore through the skies. In response, Lei Yu raised his foot and kicked the whip away. The captain, along with several thousand soldiers, were sent flying into the distance. The road that used to be blocked was cleared in an instant. With Huang Xiaolong on his back, Lei Yu sauntered down the street towards the auction venue. Jin Xiaoxiao, accompanied by various young patriarchs of their creeds, appeared just in time to watch everything go down. As soon as they approached the street, they saw the Golden Fox Army soaring through the skies. A young man rode on a three-headed beast as they cockily made their way forward. Jin Xiaoxiao was stunned. That was the first time she experienced anything like it. In the past, she would always order the Golden Fox Army to seal off the street before making her way over, in case she ran into any trouble. No one dared to say anything about her actions as she was the daughter of the Golden Fox Dao Venerable, and they would all have to swallow their grievances if they wanted to live a happy life. Who would have thought that someone would dare to blast the Golden Fox Army into space before walking down the street they sealed off? The man on the beast didn't even look at her. Jin Xiaoxiao's pretty little face turned cold and a trace of killing intent flashed through her eyes. "Commander Liu," Go take them down right now. Their creed will pay for their actions. Xianxia growled. Hold it right there. An expert from the Zongming Creed ran out from the crowd and spoke to Xianxia. Princess, they seem to be the ones who killed Xinhua and Yang Dingtian in the heavens seizing in. What? The young patriarchs following behind her were well aware of the news. They were shocked when they discovered that the fearless bastard who had killed members of the Panhu Creed and Devil Blade Creed had just passed them. That's right. Your Highness. The skinny old man wearing the red robes was the one who killed Xinhua and Yang Dingtian. Someone pointed at the old monster flame and commented. A look of doubt formed on the faces of everyone present when they looked at the old monster flame. The events that had transpired in the heavens seizing in had made their way around the city, and many people had tried to guess the old monster flame's cultivation realm. One had to know that he had killed Xinhua and Yang Dingtian without any resistance. There was no doubt he was much, much stronger than them. Humph. So what if it's them? A youngster in crimson robes snorted. Even Zhou Hong and the other creeds will have to show respect to the Golden Fox Dao Venerable. How dare they anger Her Highness? They have to pay for their sins in blood. The young man who spoke was Li Dongjun, the young patriarch of the Nine Vision Creed. Like the Devil Curse Creed, the Nine Vision Creed had a bone to pick with the Leiyu Creed. It was natural for Li Dongjun to push for Huang Xiaolong's execution. That's right. No matter who they are, they have to die. If we let them run free, the Golden Fox Creed will be nothing more than a joke. Another young patriarch, Yudong, sneered. Seeing as there were people speaking out against the actions of the young man from the Leiyu Creed, many started to agree. The officer from the Golden Fox Army couldn't help but look at Xianxia. With a weird light flashing in her eyes, she eventually made her decision. Let's wait for Commander Zhang Tian to arrive before we do anything. The strongest officer protecting her was only a 7th esteemed Dao Venerable. Zhang Tian was a 9th esteemed Dao Venerable, and she felt that only someone at his level would be able to take them down. Princess is wise, Li Dongjun praised. It was clear that Xianxia planned to get rid of Huang Xiaolong the moment Commander Zhang Tian arrived. When he thought about how the experts of the Leiyu Creed would be killed, he became extremely excited. By the time they were done, Huang Xiaolong had already entered the auction venue. We'll enter too. Xianxia glared at Huang Xiaolong and a smile returned to her face. As soon as he arrived, Huang Xiaolong was led to a seat by an attendant. The auction venue was massive, and there were seats all around. In the skies above, there was a floating pavilion and there were couches and tables laid all around it. Spiritual fruits and refreshments lined the table, and the difference in treatment between the seats in the pavilion and the ordinary seats was like the difference between the heavens and earth. As soon as they arrived, Huang Xiaolong was brought to a seat in the pavilion. Only those of a certain status would be able to obtain a seat in the pavilion. It was clear that the Mystical Pavilions branch in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave felt that Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu had the qualifications to enter the pavilion. However, those who were already present had no idea who Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu were. They started discussing among themselves, and some of them became indignant that 2 random strangers were led to the pavilion while they were sent to the ordinary seats. Motherfuckers! I'll personally drag them down here right now. One of the 7th esteemed Dao Venerables from the Zhendan Creed, who was sitting in the ordinary seats, raged. The Zhendan Creed was ranked number 6 among all the creeds. As for the person who spoke, he was one of the hall masters of the creed and his name was Chun Luchi. Before he could get to his feet, his friend grabbed him from behind. Are you tired of living? Are you planning to turn into the next Yang Dingtian? Chun Luchi stared at his friend in stunned silence as his expression started to contort. They were the ones who killed Xinhua and Yang Dingtian? That's right. The skinny old man behind him was the one who killed the 2. The friend pointed at the old monster flame. Changing his mind, Chun Liqui quickly returned to his seat. Humph. He's just someone with a slightly stronger subordinate. Chun Luchi grumbled. That doesn't give him the right to sit in the pavilion. As there were only 100 seats in the pavilion, only peak existences in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave would be arranged a seat in it. That's hard for us to say. A profound light flashed in his friend's eyes. The branch master of the mystical pavilion definitely has his reasons for doing so. The kid might be rich. From what I've heard, he didn't care about losing 100 million Dao coins to the Devil Curse Creed. Moreover, the three-headed beast he's riding managed to throw out several tens of millions whenever he wanted to. Chun Lucci sneered, "Humph. I'll be able to take out several 100 million too." As the sixth-ranked creed in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave, they were pretty damn rich. It wasn't surprising for Chun Lucci to take out several 100 million Dao coins. Shaking his head, his friend chose to remain silent. "Her Highness, Jin Xiaoxiao, has arrived." An announcement rang through the skies and everyone in the venue got to their feet. Even Chun Lucci stood up, and he didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect. In the Origin Holy World, the power of region lords couldn't be underestimated. They wielded a lot of power, and if the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave was compared to a dynasty of the past, the Golden Fox Creed would be the supreme emperor and Jin Xiaoxiao would be a treasured princess in the imperial family. Members of the Golden Fox Creed would be considered nobles, and everyone else were peasants. As such, Chun Lucci and the others were paying respect as their vassals. No one dared to slight Jin Xiaoxiao, and it was also the reason why Li Dongjun would say that Huang Xiaolong deserved to die after the incident on the streets. A lady clad in golden robes slowly entered the venue as a group of experts followed behind her. Nodding her head slightly when she saw how respectful everyone was being, a look of satisfaction appeared in her eyes. However, she soon caught sight of Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu in the pavilion, and her expression turned cold. They didn't even bother looking at her, the princess of the Golden Fox Creed. "Preposterous! How dare you not bow when you see Her Highness?" A seventh esteemed Dao venerable behind Jin Xiaoxiao turned to glare at Huang Xiaolong's group and he roared in anger. Treating it as though they were clowns performing in a circus, Huang Xiaolong ignored them. He remained seated and turned to chat with Lei Yu. The seventh esteemed Dao venerable couldn't help but roar in anger once again. "Get down here!" Reaching out with one arm, he charged through the skies to grab Huang Xiaolong. In the instant he moved, everyone felt as though the space around them started to constrict. The world seemed to conform to the man's will, and he appeared before Huang Xiaolong in an instant. That's the Cosmos City Master's grand Dao art. The Cosmos Palm. The Cosmos City Master was a legend in the Origin Holy World. He was someone who ranked 82nd on the extermination list, and his name struck fear into the hearts of many. Right before he could touch Huang Xiaolong and the others, the old monster flame moved. Like he was getting rid of a speck of dust on the ground, the old monster flame swatted the man away. Slamming head first into the ground, his legs were the only visible part of his body left. It was a perfect coincidence that his legs were pointed at Jin Xiaoxiao. The venue fell silent as Chun Lucci, who was claiming that he would drag Huang Xiaolong down from the pavilion, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The experts behind Jin Xiaoxiao jumped in fright as their expressions changed. The commander of the Golden Fox Army felt his eyelids jumping in distress. When the incident in the heavens seizing in started to spread, everyone heard about how terrifying the old monster flame was. He killed Chen Hua and Yang Dingtian like they were flies, but not many people thought that he was actually as strong as described. They felt as though his strength had been exaggerated multiple times, but now that they were seeing it for themselves, they felt uncontrollable fear gripping their hearts. Jin Xiaoxiao was equally as shocked. Burning rage clouded her mind when she saw the man's legs facing her. "Princess, please head over to the second chamber in the pavilion." One of the attendants from the mystical pavilion gestured to Jin Xiaoxiao before anything else could happen. After all, he had to leave her a way out. Glaring at Huang Xiaolong from the side of her eye, Jin Xiaoxiao soared towards the second chamber. After she entered, the members of the mystical pavilion started to clean up the area. They brought the seventh esteemed Dao Venerable out of the hall as they tried their best to save him. The dragon Venerable Jian Huang has arrived. Not too long after Jin Xiaoxiao entered her chamber, another announcement rang through the skies. A scholarly-looking, middle-aged man entered the venue. Sword chi filled the air as soon as he appeared, and everyone felt like a sword was held to the edge of their necks. "It's been so many years since we last met. This little brat's strength has increased by quite a bit." Lei Yu couldn't help but praise. "Is he your old friend?" Huang Xiaolong chuckled. He could see that the dragon Venerable Jian Huang was a peak late 9th esteem Dao Venerable, and his sword Dao had already reached the small completion stage. "Not really. He's a junior of one of my friends." The dragon Venerable Jian Huang was still pretty weak when they last met. Lei Yu's old friend had paid him a visit in the past, and the dragon Venerable Jian Huang tagged along. He wasn't even a high-level Dao Venerable then, but after so many years, the little kid of the past had turned into a peak late 9th esteem Dao Venerable realm expert. Warmth filled Lei Yu's heart when he saw the dragon Venerable Jian Huang. Entering one of the chambers in the pavilion, he nodded towards Jin Xiaoxiao. When he turned to look at Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu, a trace of suspicion formed in his eyes. His gaze lingered on Lei Yu for a moment, and a frown formed on his face as he tried to recall where he had seen the beast before. "Young Patriarch Fan Luo of the Concealing Heaven Creed has arrived." Another announcement rang through the skies, but the welcome was much louder than when the dragon Venerable Jian Huang had arrived. Applause and greetings rang through the hall as everyone got to their feet. Almost everyone stared at the entrance with a gaze of reverence, and it wasn't something that Jin Xiaoxiao could receive. Everyone looked at her with respect because of her father, but they were truly respectful of Fan Luo from the bottom of their hearts. A handsome young man entered the venue, and his robes were anything but ordinary. It was as though his robes were made of starlight itself, and he wore a hair crown that resembled a nebula. He held a jade fan in his hand, and he looked like an ordinary prince from the mortal world. He was the young patriarch of the Concealing Heaven Creed, the second-ranked power in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. He was the strongest genius who had appeared in the Golden Fox Dao Heavenly Cave, and he possessed unfathomable strength. Even though he had cultivated for less than 1,000,000 years, his strength was comparable to his father, the Concealing Heaven Dao Venerable. As the patriarch of the second strongest faction in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave, the Concealing Heaven Dao Venerable was ranked in the top 3 in terms of strength in the region. One could only imagine how strong Fan Luo was if he was comparable to his father. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Fan Luo was the strongest and most talented individual in the younger generation of the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. His status was even higher than Doyan's in other creeds. The only person who commanded more respect would be the Golden Fox Dao Venerable. As soon as Fan Luo entered the venue, he swept his gaze across Huang Xiaolong, Jin Xiaoxiao, and the dragon Venerable Jian Huang. With his gaze lingering a little longer on Jin Xiaoxiao, he greeted, "Princess Jin." A warm smile appeared on her usually cold face and a gentle voice left her lips, "Big brother Fan Luo." Even though she sounded different from how she usually was, no one felt that it was strange. After all, the two of them have known each other since they were kids. Many people knew about Jin Xiaoxiao's affection for Fan Luo. Smiling at her, Fan Luo entered the third private in the pavilion. "Dao Jianqiu has arrived." The announcement caused the faces of many people to change. It was evident that Dao Jianqiu was a fearsome being. Dao Jianqiu really came. As the crowd broke into commotion, a middle-aged man who sported an untidy beard sauntered through the entrance with a massive blade in hand. His clothes were so loosely done that it revealed his chest, and everyone could see that he was comparable to a barbarian who hailed from ancient times. The vibes he gave were completely opposite to the dragon Venerable Jian Huang, who exuded a refined air. No one knew where he came from, and he was a wandering expert in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. His combat abilities were extremely strong, and he was someone who lived to fight. He was a massive headache for many patriarchs in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. "Hee, sissy dragon. Seems like you came early." Dao Jianqiu stared at the dragon Venerable Jian Huang and roared with laughter the moment he arrived. His voice was so jarring that many people felt their ears ringing. Those who could remain unaffected shook their heads and laughed after they heard what he said. They were arch enemies, and everyone knew that they hated each other. Every time they met, Dao Jianqiu would draw his weapon and challenge the Sword Emperor to a duel. None of them gained the upper hand over the other, and their battles always ended in a draw. Turning to look at the others in the pavilion, Dao Jianqiu's gaze stopped on Huang Xiaolong. Raising his blade, He pointed it at Huang Xiaolong and roared. When the auction ends, we'll have a good fight. One-on-one, like a real man. The desire for battle burned in his eyes. The experts sitting around started to chuckle in their hearts. The matter in the heaven seizing in was known by all, and everyone was speculating about Huang Xiaolong's true strength and identity. Some people felt that Huang Xiaolong was stronger than the old monster flame, but there were others who said that the old monster flame was only there to protect Huang Xiaolong. No one could come to a conclusion. However, they could be certain of one thing. Dao Jianqiu was intrigued by Huang Xiaolong's strength, and that was the reason behind his challenge. Jin Xiaoxiao celebrated silently when she saw that Dao Jianqiu had turned his blade towards Huang Xiaolong. Of course, she remained calm on the outside as she didn't want to blemish her status as one who reveled in other people's misfortune. Everyone looked at Huang Xiaolong, curious as to how he would respond. Fan Luo was also interested to see if Huang Xiaolong would accept. Glancing at Dao Jianqiu, Huang Xiaolong muttered, "If you beat my subordinate, I'll allow you to challenge me." He pointed at the old monster flame soon after. Dao Jianqiu might have been a peak late 9th esteemed Dao Venerable, but he had only comprehended his blade Dao to the small completion stage. He was far from being able to enter the extermination list, and the old monster flame was someone who could easily gain a rank on the list. There was no suspense if they fought. Dao Jianqiu would lose, and he would lose terribly. With his ability to wield absolute flame at the grand completion stage, the old monster flame would be ranked in the top half of the list. However, Dao Jianqiu seemed to have accepted the challenge, and he roared with laughter, "All right, wait till the auction ends. I'll kill your subordinate before defeating you." He invited himself into one of the private rooms after he spoke. When Li Dongjun of the Nine Vision Creed heard the exchange, he scoffed. "He's really daring. Ha ha ha, what a joke." He knows that he's no match for Dao Jianqiu, and he immediately chose to sacrifice his subordinate. "Seems like he's a real coward." Yu Dong of the Devil Curse Creed sneered. "Dao Jianqiu is a peak late 9th esteemed Dao Venerable. Moreover, his blade Dao is at the small completion stage. Not many people can take on his blade Qi without getting injured, and it's nothing for the kid to avoid the challenge. However, Dao Jianqiu will definitely do as he said. Once he kills the skinny old man behind the kid, there would no longer be an excuse. They have to fight." Fan Luo revealed a disappointed expression in the third room. He was expecting more from Huang Xiaolong, but his expectations were dashed when Huang Xiaolong turned the attention to the skinny old man behind him. Several other experts entered the hall after Dao Jianqiu, and the patriarchs of several creeds arrived. Seeing as the auction was about to start, another announcement rang through the air. "Lord Stone Ancestor has arrived." After a short moment of silence, the entire venue erupted. An expert with a head full of silver hair made his entrance, and everyone got to their feet. He was well built, but he had a ruddy face not befitting someone of his build. Everyone looked at him with respect, and even members in the private rooms got to their feet. That included Fan Luo, Jin Xiaoxiao, Dao Jianqiu, and the dragon venerable Jian Huang. The stone ancestor was the ancestor of a race of creation, and he was ranked 99th on the extermination list. Even though he ranked near the last position, he was a near-invincible existence in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. "We greet Lord Stone Ancestor." Many experts got to their knees, and even the patriarchs bowed. The only people who remained seated were Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu, and he didn't bother looking at the man. A smile formed on the stone ancestor's face when he saw everyone bowing in reverence. However, a frown started to form when he saw Huang Xiaolong's group. A terrifying aura emerged from his body, and everyone in the hall felt their legs going soft instantly. Experts at the level of Dao Jianqiu and the others couldn't even move. An expert who could be ranked on the extermination list wasn't someone they could hope to mess with. They could wipe out a creed from the face of existence if they so wished, and that wasn't an exaggeration. When everyone tried their best to resist the pressure, Jin Xiaoxiao approached the stone ancestor and said, "Senior stone ancestor, the young man and his subordinates are extremely arrogant beings. They have no idea how strong Senior Stone Ancestor really is. Would you like me to take them down for you to punish them as you wish? As long as he agreed, he would definitely help them out if her subordinates failed to take Huang Xiaolong down. According to her, all of them were doomed as long as the stone ancestor made his move. A sinister thought flashed through Jin Xiaoxiao's mind, and she chuckled in her heart. However, the stone ancestor contained his aura a moment later, and he laughed. There's no need to mess with a junior for his insolence. He probably has no idea who I am. I have long since given up my habit of killing cultivators in the junior generation. As an expert ranked in the extermination list, there was no way he could lower himself to kill random people of unknown origins. If news of it got out, he would be mocked by the other experts on the extermination list. Jin Xiaoxiao and the others were shocked, and they didn't expect the stone ancestor to let the young man off. The stone ancestor soon entered the first room in the pavilion. After he got seated, everyone finally got to their feet and returned to their seats. Dao Jianqiu shook his head when he looked at Huang Xiaolong again. He might not know who Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu were, but he realized that they were merely people seeking death. He felt that they were extremely lucky that the stone ancestor were willing to pardon them. Moreover, he felt that it was great news they were spared. After all, who would he challenge if the stone ancestor killed them with a single slap? Looks of disdain were thrown at Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu. That silver bug. In the past, I bullied him so badly that he started to cry for his mother. So many years have passed, and he finally managed to get himself onto the extermination list. Lei Yu chuckled. Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback, but he started to make fun of Lei Yu. Seems like you were too light-handed previously. He doesn't even recognize you. Heh! When I reveal my true body later, I'll beat him till he cries for his ancestor. Let's see if he remembers me then. The two of them burst out laughing. Since the room was protected by layers of restrictions, their voice didn't travel out to any other rooms. When Peng Fei and Jiajin heard what they said, their jaws dropped. The stone ancestor was someone who was ranked 99th on the extermination list. However, the three-headed beast standing before them revealed the stone ancestor's shameful past. Of course, they couldn't bring themselves to believe anything he said. In the second room, Li Dongjun spoke to Jin Xiaoxiao. That brat is really lucky that the stone ancestor actually allowed them to live. Humph. It doesn't matter. Even if senior stone ancestor doesn't make a move on them, Dao Jianqiu will definitely deal with them after the auction. The auction started soon after the stone ancestor arrived. The first item was a piece of mysterious metal that contained the attribute of darkness and lightning. This is a purple ruined secret metal. It already has its own Dao spirit, and the runes on the metal are exquisite. You can use it to refine cosmos artifacts, or you can use it to comprehend the Dao laws. The auctioneer was a pretty lady, and her voice was extremely pleasing to the ears. After a little more introduction, the pretty auctioneer started the bidding. Starting bid of 1 million Dao coins. No smaller increments of 100,000 Dao coins. For auctions held by the mystical pavilion, items brought out were never ordinary. Everything they brought out was worth at least 1 million, and many people only came to watch the show. As soon as the bidding started, Li Dongjun yelled, 3 million! Everyone stared at him in shock. No one would have thought that he would pay so much for it, as the piece of metal was only worth 2 million Dao coins at best. No one was crazy enough to fight him for it, as they had nothing against Dao coins. When the auctioneer handed it over to him, he waved his hand and threw out a spatial ring full of Dao coins. You can keep the rest. Glancing at Huang Xiaolong from the corner of his eye, Li Dongjun was clearly trying to challenge the man. Smiling to himself, Huang Xiaolong ignored him. To Huang Xiaolong, everyone from the Nine Vision Creed and the Devil Curse Creed were dead men as soon as the auction ended. They only had so much time left to live, and Huang Xiaolong wasn't going to rob them of the pleasure. Lei Yu cackled when he saw Li Dongjun's expression. Isn't he spending a bit more to buy trash? Why is he so happy? Brat, have you ever seen precious treasures in your life? Since he allowed everyone to hear his voice, Lei Yu's laughter rang in the ears of everyone present. Li Dongjun's expression changed instantly. You! In the end, He could only glare at Lei Yu with a hateful expression, as he didn't dare to break the flow of the auction. The stone ancestor and the others ignored them completely, as though they weren't interested at all. As the auction carried on, the second item was a grand Dao herb. The bidding started at 2 million, and Li Dongjun bought it again for 5 million Dao coins. He snapped up everything that came out for a substantial amount more than the market price. Moreover, he would stare at Huang Xiaolong after doing so in order to relieve some anger in his heart. Yudong laughed when he saw what Li Dongjun was doing. "Brother Dongjun, why are you so affected by a country bumpkin?" Finally, Li Dongjun snapped back to reality, and he stopped bidding. After the 10th item of the auction appeared, the prices reached tens of millions of Dao coins. It didn't take long for everything to be auctioned off. When the 20th item appeared, the interest of those in the pavilion was finally aroused. Huang Xiaolong, Fan Luo, the stone ancestor, Jin Xiaoxiao, and the others hadn't shouted out a single bid for the previous 20 items. The only thing that was bought by anyone important was a sword embryo for 40 million Dao coins by the dragon venerable Jian Huang. "Now, we shall be auctioning off a bottle of lightning flame pills." The auctioneer smiled. These were refined by experts from the Taiji Creed, and the Taiji Dao Venerable was personally involved in the process. Noise filled the auction venue and the auction entered its second phase. The Taiji Creed was known for their art of pill refinement, and they were extremely famous even in the Origin Holy World. Their ability to refine pills ranked in the top 3 of the Origin Holy World. Moreover, the pills were refined by the Taiji Dao Venerable, and that aspect alone was worth a substantial amount of Dao coins. Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up and those around her could see that she was extremely interested in the pills. Since Jin Xiaoxiao had barely entered the Dao Venerable realm, she needed to stabilize her inner worlds. The lightning flame pills were perfect for that. When Li Dongjun saw Jin Xiaoxiao's expression, he understood what she was thinking. "Princess, if you want the pills, I will buy them for you." Jin Xiaoxiao looked at Fan Luo in the third room, and she didn't say anything. From her reaction, it seemed as though she had agreed silently to his offer. Li Dongjun wanted to jump in joy, but he managed to keep his emotions in check. Yudong of the Devil Curse Creed frowned, but he didn't say anything. When the lightning flame pills were completed, they attracted tribulation lightning, and the 9 Dao runes you see on them signify that they are of the highest quality. The auctioneer continued. Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes grew even brighter. It was extremely rare for a pill to receive 9 Dao runes, and the effects of pills like that were several times better than ordinary pills. After a short introduction, the bidding started at 200 million Dao coins. When the opening price was called, the fervor in the eyes of those present cooled by half. 200 million Dao coins was no paltry sum. It was something high-level Dao venerables wouldn't be able to take out even if they tried, and only creeds that ranked among the top few would be able to do so. Of course, they might be able to do so, but that was merely the starting bid. 210 million. Li Dongjun, who remained silent for a long time, yelled the first bid. As the young patriarch of the 9 Vision Creed, he was able to bring out that much money. In an instant, all the gazes in the venue turned to Li Dongjun. 211 million. Eminent Elder Li Wenzi of the Zongming Creed continued. Li Dongjun frowned, and he upped the price once again. 220 million. The other party might be an eminent elder of the Zongming Creed, but he had already promised Jin Xiaoxiao to get the pills for her. 230 million. Another bid rang out. Seeing that it came from the 6th room, everyone quickly looked for their identity. It's Run Fengyuan of the Heaven-Seizing Chamber of Commerce. The crowd became restless once again. The Heaven-Seizing Chamber of Commerce was one of the largest rooms of commerce in the Origin Holy World. It was several times better than the Windy Cloud Chamber of Commerce, and the Heaven-Seizing Inn was one of their businesses. Run Fengyuan was the vice director of the branch in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave, and no one could look down on his status. He might not be the director of the branch, but he was definitely somebody important in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. Even if the 9 Vision Dao Venerable arrived, he would have to bow before Run Fengyuan. Chen Yuqi and Li Wenzi were shocked. They didn't think that Run Fengyuan would be interested in the pills. Turning his gaze away from the pills, Li Wenzi decided to give up on it. As for Li Dongjun, he looked at Jin Xiaoxiao with an awkward expression. 240 million. Jin Xiaoxiao broke the silence and called out the next bid. Everyone stared at her in shock as they didn't expect her to call out a bid for it. Turning to the sixth room, Jin Xiaoxiao bowed. Senior Ron, the pills are extremely important to me. I mean, no disrespect. Even with her status in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave, she had to show some respect to Renfengyuan. A chuckle rang through the skies. Since Princess Xiaoxiao needs the pills, I won't fight with you for it. A sweet smile formed on her face. Many thanks to Senior Ren. Xiaoxiao will thank you personally after the auction. Nodding slightly, Renfengyuan decided to let the pills go. When everyone heard that Jin Xiaoxiao was determined to get the pill, they quickly gave up on it. The lightning flame pills were good, but not many people wished to offend Jin Xiaoxiao for it. Before the auctioneer could close the bidding process, Huang Xiaolong finally made his move. 300 million. Everyone stared at him in shock. It was especially so when they realized it was the mysterious young man who spoke. No one thought that he would dare to fight Jin Xiaoxiao for some pills. He dares to offend Princess Xiaoxiao over some pills. You might not know this, but when he made his way here, the man allowed his mount to send the Golden Fox army flying. They were securing the path for Her Highness, but the young man ignored them all. Is that true? Not many people knew about the incident that had happened on the street, but now that they had heard about it, everyone started to clamor. Jin Xiaoxiao's expression sank when she saw that Huang Xiaolong was the one bidding against her. Li Dongjun and all the other young patriarchs behind her glared at Huang Xiaolong, and they didn't bother hiding the killing intent in their eyes. 400 million. Suppressing the rage in her heart, Jin Xiaoxiao called out another bid. She glared at Huang Xiaolong as she wanted to see how much he was willing to spend. Challenging the Golden Fox Princess was a futile attempt. After all, she should be one of the richest people present in the room. He's really fucking stupid. Doesn't he know that Her Highness has too much money and nowhere to spend it? How dare he bid against her? Someone couldn't help but mock Huang Xiaolong. He was an expert from the Endless Creed, and they were ranked fourth in the region. Many experts in the venue started laughing as they knew that the only person who could possibly be richer than her would be Renfengyuan. After all, wealthy wasn't a word to describe the daughter of the region master. She was filthy rich. Of course, how were they to know that Huang Xiaolong's wealth could rival the entire Origin Holy World? Huang Xiaolong casually replied, 1 billion. 1 billion. The experts who were mocking Huang Xiaolong fell silent instantly. Silence descended on the lands, and no one could comprehend what he was saying. That was 1 billion grand Dao coins they were talking about. Even Li Dongjun wouldn't be able to bring out so much money. Moreover, the pills were worth 40 million at most. Jin Xiaoxiao stared at Huang Xiaolong mutely, and cold light flashed through her eyes. Anger burned in her heart. 1 billion 500 million Dao coins. Jin Xiaoxiao ground her teeth together and growled. As the Golden Fox Princess, she could spend 1 billion Dao coins if she wanted to. She refused to believe that she couldn't obtain a mere bottle of lightning flame pills. 3 billion. Huang Xiaolong's voice came as soon as Jin Xiaoxiao released her bid. What? Chaos ensued the moment Huang Xiaolong spoke. They were already shocked he would bid 1 billion Dao coins, but the sum of 3 billion was absolutely mind-boggling. Everyone who was mocking Huang Xiaolong previously fell silent. As for Fan Luo, his interest in Huang Xiaolong returned. A trace of greed flashed in Dao Jianshou's eyes as he stared at Huang Xiaolong with a burning gaze. The only person who wasn't interested was the stone ancestor. The amount of money wasn't big enough to interest him. Jin Xiaoxiao glared at Huang Xiaolong, and the arrogant expression that had always been stuck on her face was no longer there. She might be able to bring out several billion Dao coins, but her heart still ached from doing so. Only after a solid 10 seconds did Jin Xiaoxiao retrieve her gaze. She remained silent and no longer called out another bid. With 1 billion Dao coins, she would be able to buy several bottles of lightning flame pills in the future anyway. She chose to listen to the tiny voice in her head and decided not to fight with Huang Xiaolong. The pills were eventually bought by Huang Xiaolong, and with a wave of his hand, 3 billion Dao coins appeared in midair. A mountain of Dao coins fell from the heavens and onto the stage, and Huang Xiaolong remained expressionless throughout the process. When the auctioneer handed the bottle to Huang Xiaolong, he didn't even glance at it as he threw it over to Peng Fei and Jiazhen. Both of you worked hard along the way. I don't have anything suitable on me, but these pills should do fine. You can have them as your reward. Everyone stared at Huang Xiaolong as though they were looking at a ghost. He spent 3 billion Dao coins to buy the bottle of lightning flame pills in order to reward the primal ancestor realm disciples of the Leiyu Creed. Even the sword Venerable Dragon Emperor and the others in the private rooms were stunned silly. The stone ancestor finally turned to look at Huang Xiaolong, and it seemed as though his interest was piqued. Huang Xiaolong remained unaffected by their reactions. In fact, all he had on him was Genesis-level pills. It was true that they were not suitable for the two primal ancestors. As such, he had decided to buy the pills in order to reward them as soon as they had appeared in the auction. The stone ancestor couldn't help but turn to Huang Xiaolong once again. He tried estimating their strength, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sense anything. However, he felt that the three-headed beast sitting beside Huang Xiaolong was getting more and more familiar. They seemed to have met in the past, but he couldn't recall where. A frown formed on his face. After all, he had been in seclusion for quite some time. There was no way he would recognize anyone from the younger generation. In another private room, Jin Xiaoxiao's face was too ugly to behold. She needed the lightning flame pills badly, as she needed to stabilize her foundations after entering the Dao Venerable Realm. However, she was frustrated that the bastard bought it for 3 billion Dao coins as rewards for his slaves. Wouldn't that mean that her status was even lower than Peng Fei and Jiazhen? She was the Golden Fox Princess, for God's sake. As for Peng Fei and Jiazhen, their hands couldn't stop trembling when they thought about how much money Huang Xiaolong had spent in order to obtain the pills. 3 billion Dao coins was something even Zhou Hong and the others couldn't raise if they sold off everything they had. The both of them finally realized the reason behind the look of jealousy they got from Zhou Hong and the others when they left. The next item is a batch of vigorous coiling dragon pill. They also came from the Taiji Creed, and Eminent Elder Hubo personally refined them. The main ingredient is the blood of Dao Venerable Realm coiling dragons, and the other ingredients consist of the crow fruit and several hundred other grand Dao spiritual fruits. The pretty auctioneer's voice rang through the skies. The vigorous coiling dragon pill was extremely useful for tempering the body. However, Huang Xiaolong's previous bid of 3 billion dimmed the shine of these pills. In the end, they were sold for 200 million Dao coins. Soon after bottles of grand Dao herbs were auctioned off. Even though they were pretty valuable, they couldn't compare to the lightning flame pills Huang Xiaolong had bought earlier. In the end, Jin Xiaoxiao had to settle for a bottle of heaven-seizing nature pills. It was effective for Dao venerables who just entered the cultivation realm. Of course, they couldn't compare to the lightning flame pills, but she had no other choice. Huang Xiaolong might not have raised a bid for the vigorous coiling dragon pill, but Jin Xiaoxiao was still irritated. During the entire time she was trying to obtain the pills, Huang Xiaolong didn't even spare them a gaze. It was as though the vigorous coiling dragon pills were nothing but trash in his eyes. As someone who was desperately trying to obtain them, she felt as though she was a garbage collector. Soon after, the 41st item was up for auction. As the auction neared the end, all the items that came out were items that could tempt experts at the peak-level Dao Venerable Realm. The starting prices of the items started at upwards of 1 billion Dao coins. Even people like Li Dongjun were unable to meet the starting price for the item. The auctioneer didn't waste time, and she started to introduce all 5 items that would be up for grabs. First was Jin Xiaoxiao's Phoenix Fire Crystal, and then a high-grade Cosmos Artifact level flying ship was next. A high-grade Cosmos Artifact level sword would follow, and the last 2 items would be a strand of Origin Chi and a piece of mysterious rock. Out of the 5 items, everyone knew that the Phoenix Fire Crystal came from Jin Xiaoxiao. After the introduction of the items were over, the crowd went wild. Even Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu were shocked by the level of items put up for the auction. They even had a strand of origin qi. Holy shit! Someone dares to sell a strand of origin qi. Did the mystical pavilion put it up for auction? There's no way anyone else can do something like this. Lei Yu muttered. Too bad it's not the tree of origin. Huang Xiaolong joked. Widening his eyes in shock, Lei Yu continued. If he really has the tree, the main pavilion master of the mystical pavilion will definitely keep it somewhere safe. Do you think he's stupid? I want the strand of origin qi. Jin Xiaoxiao spoke the moment the items were announced. Even though she didn't tell, everyone could hear the determination in her voice. Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised at all. It was possible the stone ancestor and the others had come for the last 5 items. Otherwise, experts ranked on the extermination list would never show up to a lowly auction at this level. Mysterious rock? Huang Xiaolong turned his attention to the final item on the list. If the rock could be placed after the origin qi, it had to be something special. Ordinarily speaking, the last item of an auction would be the most valuable, and the one that sold for the highest price. Out of the 5 items, Jin Xiaoxiao's Phoenix Fire Crystal was placed first. The auctioneer started the bidding off at 4 billion Dao coins. When the starting price was called, Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. Hee, this little lass is really cocky. Does she really think the Phoenix Fire Crystal is very desirable? Lei Yu sneered. After all, the starting price was something set by the person selling the item. For a piece of Phoenix Fire Crystal at this level, it would probably start at 3 billion Dao coins. Indeed, everyone who planned to bid on the crystal had second thoughts the moment the starting bid was announced. Huang Xiaolong was in no rush to start calling out bids either. 4,100 million. Ren Fengyuan broke the silence, and everyone turned to look at him. It seemed as though the heaven-seizing chamber of commerce's concept of money was different from the others. 4,200 million. Stone Ancestor, who had remained silent from the start of the auction, spoke. Everyone turned to look at him as soon as he spoke. Ren Fengyuan revealed a bitter expression when he realized that the Stone Ancestor had his eyes on the crystal. If the Stone Ancestor wanted it, he wouldn't be able to get it no matter how hard he tried. 4,300 million. When everyone thought that the Stone Ancestor was going to obtain the item, someone else raised the price. When the others turned to look at the person who made the bid, they discovered that he was a mysterious-looking man who was clad in black. Traces of black light swirled around his face, and no one managed to see his appearance. The Stone Ancestor causally called out another bid, unaffected by the mysterious man. 4,400 million. 4,500 million. The mysterious black-clothed man raised the bid immediately. The price soon got to 5 billion, and the Stone Ancestor frowned and decided to give it up. The reason he had come for the auction wasn't for the crystal anyway. 6 billion. When the black-clothed man thought that he would be able to obtain the crystal, Huang Xiaolong made his move. 6 billion. Those seated in the venue nearly jumped out of their seats in fright. Since Huang Xiaolong had stopped bidding for anything else after obtaining the lightning flame pills, everyone had forgotten about him. His bid of 6 million rang like a thunder in the skies, bringing all the attention back onto him. Even the Stone Ancestor and Fan Luo couldn't help but do a double-take. Dao Jianzhou's gaze burned even brighter. It seemed as though he was going to get rich after the auction ended. I'm not selling the crystal to him. Jin Xiaoxiao's voice rang through the air all of a sudden. Everyone thought they had heard wrong, but it didn't seem like she was kidding. When Jin Xiaoxiao snapped, even the auctioneer didn't know what to do. After all, something like that hardly happened. In fact, this was the first time someone decided not to sell their item after putting it up for auction. Previously, Huang Xiaolong had kicked the Golden Fox army away when they were blocking the traffic for her, and he had bought the lightning flame pills she had her eye on. She was trying to get back at him by refusing to sell her crystal away. However, the auctioneer stopped her from doing so. Princess, even though this was something you commissioned, according to the rules of our mystical pavilion, you have no right to reject the sale. Anyone is allowed to bid for the item. If the mystical pavilion allowed her to do as she wished, their reputation would be dragged through the mud. No one would dare to turn up at their auction in the future if owners of the items could reject the sale. Xianxia was shocked, and her expression fell once again. What if I insist on taking the item out of the auction now? Shaking her head, the pretty auctioneer continued, if that's the case, you will no longer be able to sell anything in our auctions. We will also no longer allow you to join any auctions in the future. Xiaoxiao's expression became unsightly. In the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave, no one dared to go against her wishes. However, the owner of the auction house was the mystical pavilion, and they had the power to destroy the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave 1,000,000 times over if they wished. Eventually, she gave up and shot Huang Xiaolong a cold glare. With the price Huang Xiaolong threw out, it was obvious no one would dare to bid against him. After all, how many people would be willing to throw money away for the sake of showing off? He obtained the crystal easily. After paying up, the Phoenix Fire crystal appeared in his hand. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that he kept it for himself. If he gave it to Peng Fei and Jiazhen, everyone present would die from a heart attack. Li Dongjuans looked at Jin Xiaoxiao, and he growled, Princess, this might be a good thing. He probably doesn't have enough to bid for the Origin Qi after spending 9 billion. If your highness goes all in on the Origin Qi, you will definitely be able to obtain it. Jin Xiaoxiao finally calmed down when she heard his analysis. Have you found out who he is? Jin Xiaoxiao turned and asked the others. Shaking their heads, everyone didn't dare to look her in the eyes. We only know that he arrived at the Leiyu Creed several months ago, and even Zhou Hong addresses him as His Highness. They call the three-headed beast he's riding their lord, and we didn't manage to discover anything else. Li Dongjun replied. His Highness. Jin Xiaoxiao sank into thoughts after hearing what they said. It's easy if we wish to find out his identity. Princess, you can just order Zhou Hong, Tan Hua, and Sui Hengyi over and question them. They wouldn't dare to hide anything. Yudong continued, this person definitely has some sort of connection to the Leiyu Creed, and the Leiyu Creed has to take responsibility for their actions. After Zhou Hong and the others reveal his identity, Your Highness should throw them into the Golden Fox prison. Jin Xiaoxiao nodded. Once the auction ends, pass down my order. Zhou Hong, Tan Hua, and Sui Hengyi shall be brought before me. Li Dongjun and Yudong nodded, and they nearly jumped in joy to celebrate the downfall of the Leiyu Creed. The flying ship was bought by Renfengyuan, and the sword received even more attention. The sword Venerable Dragon Emperor and the mysterious man were interested in the item, and there were 3 other Dao Venerables who vied for the item. The sword was eventually sold to the black-clothed mysterious man for 9 billion Dao coins. It was clear that Huang Xiaolong had no interest in the items. He had several hundred high-grade cosmos artifacts on him, and even the knife he had used to slice the whale beast previously was a peak-grade cosmos artifact. If he really wanted to, he could have bought out the entire auction. The strand of Origin Qi shall be next, the auctioneer continued. As soon as the words left her lips, Huang Xiaolong discovered that the stone ancestor and Fan Luo sat up straight. Jin Xiaoxiao stared at the auction stage, and so did Renfengyuan. A spatial ring made from an unknown artifact was placed on the table, and as soon as the restriction was open, everyone saw that there was a weird object the size of a forearm sitting in the ring. It was like a teeny-tiny dragon that was swimming around as it emitted origin power. An esteemed guest of our mystical pavilion placed this up for sale, and all of you can see that it's perfectly intact. It was nourished by all sorts of spiritual artifacts, and it's a strand of high-grade Origin Qi, the auctioneer explained. As she continued to introduce the strand of Qi, she praised it to the high heavens. In fact, Huang Xiaolong could see that she was exaggerating quite a bit when it came to the effects of the Qi. The starting price shall be 10 billion Dao coins. Even though everyone had their guesses in mind, they gasped in shock when they heard the opening price. A strand of Origin Qi was worth 10 billion at most, but it seemed that was only the starting bid for the strand of Origin Qi in the auction. Of course, it wasn't every day they could see a strand of high-grade Origin Qi. 10 billion and 100 million. Jin Xiaoxiao made the first call. 11 billion. The mysterious black-clothed man followed up instantly. Everyone turned to stare at him as they didn't understand how rich the man actually was. He had spent 9 billion previously to buy the flying ship, but he could still call out a bid for 11 billion. 12 billion! Fan Luo chuckled. 12 billion. Fan Luo brought up the price by a billion the moment he made the bid. 14 billion, the stone ancestor muttered. The hearts of Li Dongjun and the others pounded in their chest. When Ren Fengyuan heard that the stone ancestor made a bid of 14 billion, he shook his head with a bitter smile. Even he couldn't move an amount like that as he wished. The black-clothed man gave up too. Only Fan Luo contemplated if he should raise the bid. He was able to take out 14 billion, but it wasn't really worth it for a strand of origin chi. 14 billion and 100 million. Jin Xiaoxiao's voice rang through the hall once again. She turned to the stone ancestor and smiled. Senior stone ancestor, it is extremely important that I manage to obtain the strand of origin chi. I hope senior stone ancestor would be willing to allow me to have it. Little lass, as long as you manage to overbid me, you can have it. The stone ancestor chuckled. 14 billion 200 million. A sweet smile formed on Jin Xiaoxiao's face, and their battle for the origin chi reached a price of 15 billion Dao coins. They increased the price 100 million at a time, afraid that they would overpay for the strand of chi. After all, a price of 15 billion wasn't a small number. The stone ancestor chuckled lightly when the price reached 15 billion. All right, since you're so adamant about having it, this old man won't fight with you for it. Jin Xiaoxiao smiled and thanked the stone ancestor. After all, she felt that no one else would be able to outbid her the moment the stone ancestor acquiesced. 20 billion. Just as Jin Xiaoxiao revealed a triumphant smile, confident that the origin chi was something in her pocket, a voice sounded. The venue fell into a pin-drop silence. A beat later, eyes zoomed towards Huang Xiaolong, because the person who had spoken just now was none other than Huang Xiaolong. The smile on Jin Xiaoxiao's face stiffened while Fan Luo looked at Huang Xiaolong in astonishment. Stone Ancestor, who had yielded the origin chi to Jin Xiaoxiao, was just as astonished. You're deliberately going against this princess? Jin Xiaoxiao's words came through gritted teeth, chilling to the bones as she stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong. Her gaze sent chills down many experts' spines. This was the Golden Fox Princess, the existence standing above almost everyone in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. The creeds that had offended Jin Xiaoxiao in the past had all become history in the long passage of time. It was clear to everyone that Jin Xiaoxiao was really infuriated. Nine-vision young patriarch Li Dongjuan's mouth curved into a sneer as he looked in Huang Xiaolong's direction. This punk really couldn't die fast enough. He actually snatched the lightning flame pill the Golden Fox Princess wanted earlier. And now, he's once again stepping on the Golden Fox Princess bottom line, competing for the origin chi. After this fiasco today, it's the end for Leiyu Creed. Li Dongjun was naturally happy to see this result. Huang Xiaolong didn't give Jin Xiaoxiao a look, but his voice rang clear. You overestimate yourself. Why would I need to go against a little girl like you deliberately? Everyone was speechless with shock once again. Li Dongjun chuckled inwardly. Bravo, he has the guts to call the Golden Fox Princess a little girl in public? A primal ancestor calls the Golden Fox Princess a little girl. Don't forget that the Golden Fox Princess is an expert on the extermination list. Who does this brat think he is? What gives him the capital to call the princess a little girl? As expected, Huang Xiaolong's rude remarks that ignored her status as he called her little girl turned Jin Xiaoxiao's face cold. You are courting death. You'd better get on your knees and beg me to pardon your crime, or else, not only you will die, but everyone connected to you and the Leiyu Creed would have to die with you. Streaks of lightning sizzled in Leiyu's eyes at Jin Xiaoxiao's threat. Little girl, I will crush you to death right in this place, and then summon your old ancestor over to collect your corpse. Mouths were agape as Leiyu became the center of attention. Stone Ancestor shook his head, smiling wryly. In the Origin Holy World, no one would dare to say that they would crush the Golden Fox Princess to death, then summon her old ancestor to collect her corpse. Not even him. Jean Xiaoxiao's anger exploded like a burst dam, and the golden fox robe on her emitted blinding rays as she screamed, "Everyone hear my order. Kill them. Kill all of them for me." Exactly at this juncture, the beautiful auctioneer's crisp voice sounded, "Everyone, please don't forget. This is the mystical pavilion that we're in." All movements came to a halt. Hesitation and unwillingness flashed across Jean Xiaoxiao's face, but she sat down in the end. She decided that by the time the auction ended, the several commanders at the Golden Fox Mansion would have arrived, and that would be the time to take action. This lord bids 20 billion. Is there anyone with a higher bid? If there's no one else, this source of origin chi would go to this lord. The beautiful auctioneer spoke and indicated toward Huang Xiaolong. Almost everyone was looking at Jean Xiaoxiao one way or another. This made Jean Xiaoxiao's expression even more unsightly. Although she was the Golden Fox Princess, and could easily throw out tens of thousands, they were talking about 20 billion Dao coins right now. This was not a sum she could take out as she pleased. Moreover, 20 billion Dao coins had far exceeded the value of that Genesis chi source. So Jean Xiaoxiao chose silence. The more clammed up she was on the surface, the stronger her anger burned in her chest with a vigorous burning fire. With her status and identity as the Golden Fox Princess, she was repeatedly taunted, blasphemed, and tainted by an unknown small character. The origin chi goes to this lord. The auctioneer knocked on the final price and announced the result. Many experts exchanged glances as they had never imagined this result. Then again, many more were gloating inwardly. This brat is so rich. First he spent 9 billion and now it's 20 billion. That's 29 billion Dao coins. Heavens! Even the Songming Creed wouldn't be able to take out this sum of Dao coins. What's so great about having money because he's playing with fire to oppose the Golden Fox Princess? Not necessarily. Since he dares to oppose the Golden Fox Princess, he should have a big backing. What backing? An expert on the extermination list? In that case, it must be someone that ranks higher than the Golden Fox Princess? Hehe. The names on the extermination list were no secret, and everyone knew that Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu were definitely not on the list. Under these people's evil snickers, Huang Xiaolong flicked his fingers, sending 20 billion Dao coins to the stage. The rich sea of spiritual energy coming from the 20 billion Dao coins jolted everyone spiritually. Even the snickers stopped in the presence of the 20 billion Dao coins. No one could remain unaffected before a pile of 20 billion Dao coins, including the obscuring Heaven Creed's young patriarch Fan Luo, the most outstanding person amongst the younger generation in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. Even an expert on the extermination list like Stone Ancestor couldn't stop his heart from racing. From every corner of the auction hall, there was a feverish light of greed. An auction hall expert respectfully brought the source of origin chi to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong accepted it and threw it into the sun-moon furnace without a second look. He would refine it after the auction. The finale item of our action this time is a very important treasure. The auctioneer began with a brilliant smile as two experts carried a blood-red stone onto the auction stage. This blood-red stone was as tall as an adult man, resembling a blood-red small hill. But the guests could see that it took a lot of effort for the two experts to carry it up to the stage. They had even used their cosmos energy, yet it was still taxing for them to take each step. This discovery shocked many. What exactly is this blood-red stone, and why is it weighing so heavy? Thus, many Dao venerable experts tried to check the blood-red stone with their Dao eyes and various secret techniques, but no one could tell what this stone was exactly. Even Dragon Venerable Jian Huang, Dao Jianchou, Fan Luo, and Stone Ancestor were frowning in thought. Clearly, none of them could tell what could the blood-red stone be. Only for Huang Xiaolong. When he saw the blood-red stone, his Huang Long bloodline became rushed. Huang Xiaolong was bewildered. Huang Xiaolong's curiosity piqued, and he checked the blood-red stone with an aura from his Huang Long bloodline. Our branch master found this mysterious stone in the Heaven's burial lands. The auctioneer went on, although we can't determine what it is exactly, according to our mystical pavilion's assessor's thousands of years of research, it is definitely a piece of a Genesis stone. The pavilion master she mentioned was naturally the pavilion's branch master in Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. Genesis Stone. The whole auction hall was in an uproar. Items of creation era, no matter what they were, as long as they were slightly connected, they would be a supreme treasure. On top of that, there is a high chance that this Genesis Stone contains an unparalleled treasure within. With the same smile, the auctioneer went on. Maybe there's a Genesis spirit inside, maybe Genesis poisonous water, Genesis lightning water, Genesis magma, so on and so forth. She went on to give a long list of possibilities. What is the starting price for this piece of Genesis stone? The stone ancestor interjected impatiently. The auctioneer's smile widened. Lord Stone Ancestor, our branch master is not planning to sell it. He said that those who want this Genesis stone, they can exchange it with other Genesis items. Everyone can mention what they have, and our branch master will decide who to exchange it with. Exchange? After hearing the condition from the beautiful auctioneer, Stone Ancestor, Jin Xiaoxiao, Fan Luo, Dragon Venerable Jian Huang, Dao Jianqiu, and even Ren Fingyuan's eyes lit up. All of them were clearly interested in the mysterious stone, and even though the mystical pavilion had failed to find out what was inside the stone, what if there was really Genesis lightning water, Genesis poisonous water, or other treasures of this level? One could imagine how heavy the mysterious stone was from watching the two first esteemed Dao venerable experts struggle to carry it onto the stage. A common Genesis stone couldn't be this heavy, and therefore there had to be some kind of treasure inside. I would assume the mystical pavilion has tried many ways to open this stone, right? But even the mystical pavilion failed to open it. How are we going to open it after buying it? Dao Jianqiu suddenly asked aloud. The auctioneer smiled politely and spoke in her crisp voice. Just because our mystical pavilion failed to open it doesn't mean no one can open it, right? Who knows, there's people amongst everyone here who might be able to do it. Of course, if you can't open it after bringing it back, it is not the mystical pavilion's business. The others smiled slyly at her answer. But the auctioneer's introduction was like an unscratchable itch in everyone's heart, and they couldn't help but be attracted to the mysterious stone. I have a Genesis treasure, Blood Lotus. Ren Fengyuan of Heaven-Seizing Chamber of Commerce spoke as he took out a stalk of blood-colored lotus. The instant the blood-colored lotus appeared, it cast a blood-red glow onto the entire auction hall. However, there was nothing evil about this blood-red glow. It was neither sinister or nefarious. Instead, it had a mesmerizing, brilliant flow that was dreamlike, surreal, and enrapturing. Blood Lotus. Gazes turned hot as everyone's eyes locked on the blood lotus in Ren Fingyuan's hand. This was a genuine Genesis spiritual herb. Moreover, blood lotus had many miraculous uses. I'm willing to use this 9-colored erasure to exchange the mysterious stone. Suddenly, a mysterious man clad in all black, seated in a corner of the auction hall, spoke and took out a Ganoderma that exuded a prism of 9-colored lights. The 9-colored lights were clear and orderly, and every layer of light seemed to be a world in itself, nurturing many colorful elves inside. It's actually the 9-colored erasure. Eyes shifted away from the blood lotus to the 9-colored erasure. The 9-colored erasure was one of the Origin Holy World's Genesis-level spiritual herbs, and it had always ranked in the top 100 amongst the Genesis-level spiritual herbs. No one could have thought that this mysterious person clad in black would be willing to use the 9-colored erasure to exchange for the mysterious stone. Jin Xiaoxiao, Fan Luo, Stone Ancestor, Dragon Venerable Jian Huang, Dao Jianqiu, and the others looked surprised. Dragon Venerable Jian Huang and Dao Jianqiu, who intended to compete for the mysterious stone, shook their heads and gave up on the thought. Although they had some Genesis items in their possessions, they were far less in value compared to the 9-colored erasure. Jin Xiaoxiao and Fan Luo struggled inwardly. Both of them could take out sky-opening items at the same level as the 9-colored erasure, and they even had something better, but was it worth it to exchange them for the mysterious stone? Both hesitated. Even Stone Ancestor fell into silence. Gazes flitted between Huang Xiaolong, Stone Ancestor, Jin Xiaoxiao, and Fan Luo. It went without saying that these four were the ones who could afford something valuable at the level of the 9-colored erasure. I only have one geocentric bead. Then, Jin Xiaoxiao's voice sounded. She took out a yellowish bead. The yellowish bead's yellow light immediately won over the blood lotus blood-red glow. Geocentric bead, really? The Golden Fox Princess wants to use her geocentric bead to exchange that mysterious stone, someone exclaimed in disbelief. Geocentric bead was another kind of Genesis treasure, formed in the depths of the earth after countless years of accumulation. With the geocentric bead in one's close proximity, one would be able to sense the earth's energy. Although the earth's energy was weaker than heaven and earth's energy, it was one of the high-grade energy. Moreover, the geocentric bead was not only useful in cultivation, but it could also enhance the wearer's attack power. For example, with the geocentric bead in hand, Xianxia could borrow the earth's power and suppress an opponent of the same cultivation realm. It was no secret the Golden Fox Manor possessed a geocentric bead, but no one had expected Xianxia to be willing to exchange it for the mysterious stone. Fan Luo was astounded by Xianxia's action. He was still hesitating a moment ago, but seeing this, he decided to give up. Stone Ancestor stared fixedly at the mysterious stone in silence the whole time, and his eyes shone from time to time as he was considering what he should take out to compete for the mysterious stone. Though the geocentric bead was precious, he was confident he had a chance if he really wanted to compete. He was still contemplating whether the mysterious stone was worth it. Unfortunately, his technique did not allow him to see through the stone's secret. The auctioneer was in no hurry as well, and her beautiful eyes occasionally stopped on Huang Xiaolong and Stone Ancestor. I also have one Genesis spiritual herb. Huang Xiaolong spoke unhurriedly and took out a small thistle before everyone's full attention. The little thistle plant was constantly flickering, solid 1 second, and ethereal in the next second, like playing hide and seek with space, elusive and unpredictable. Many didn't recognize this little thistle, and looked at their companions in confusion. An unknown grass you dug out from God knows where is also a Genesis spiritual herb? The Nine Vision Creed's young patriarch Li Dongjun snorted audibly. But before he could say more, Stone Ancestor, Fan Luo, and Ren Fengyuan blurted out excitedly, almost at the same time, Void Reincarnation Thistle. Others blanked for a second, and then shock rose to their faces and gazes on the little thistle in Huang Xiaolong's hand turned hot. It's actually the Void Reincarnation Thistle, one of the top 10 Genesis spiritual herbs, an excited voice shrieked. The mysterious man's 9-colored erasure was one of the top 100 Genesis spiritual herbs, but next to the Void Reincarnation Thistle, the erasure was only a little better than medicine dregs. There was no comparison between the two. The 9-colored erasure was rare, but one could still find it in some auctions as the finale item. On the other hand, the Void Reincarnation Thistle, one of the top 10 Genesis spiritual herbs, had appeared no more than 10 times. It was not an exaggeration to say the Void Reincarnation Thistle was a priceless treasure. A single Genesis-level pill needed 100 kinds of Genesis spiritual herbs, maybe even more, to refine. But just one Void Reincarnation Thistle had the same efficacy of a Genesis-level pill. Even more precious was the Void Reincarnation's absolute space power, as one had a chance to comprehend the power of absolute space from it. The auctioneer was able to remain calm seeing the 9-colored erasure. Her reaction was the same with the geocentric bead, but when the Void Reincarnation Thistle appeared, she was obviously thrilled. Xianxia was astounded that Huang Xiaolong took out the Void Reincarnation Thistle, and there was a trace of complex emotions, including anger and desire. Her geocentric bead was precious, but it was not as valuable as Huang Xiaolong's Void Reincarnation Thistle. Who else would like to exchange this mysterious stone? The auctioneer asked. All eyes were on Stone Ancestor. Stone Ancestor shook his head, indicating he had given up. He didn't have any Genesis treasure in the top 50, and even if he did, he wouldn't take it out to exchange for the mysterious stone. Huang Xiaolong was a fool in his eyes, and he pitied him in his heart. After seeing that there were no more people who wanted to exchange for the mysterious stone, the auctioneer reported the items offered for exchange by Ren Fengyuan, Xianxia, and Huang Xiaolong to the branch master. In the end, the branch master selected Huang Xiaolong's Void Reincarnation Thistle. No one was surprised by this result. As long as one wasn't a fool, anyone would have chosen the void reincarnation thistle. Thus, in the end, the mysterious stone fell into Huang Xiaolong's hands. But when the auctioneer offered to have people carry the mysterious stone to Huang Xiaolong's place, Huang Xiaolong declined. There is no need. With that said, with one hand, he grabbed the mysterious stone across the air and took it away. This slight show of hand surprised many. Early 9th Esteem Dao Venerable Realm. Close to peak Early 9th Esteem Dao Venerable Realm. An expert exclaimed. Hearing Huang Xiaolong was actually an early 9th Esteem Dao Venerable expert genuinely surprised many. A small commotion swept through the guests. After all, no matter which top-tier creed or force they were in, a 9th Esteem Dao Venerable expert held a high status. Though many were surprised, no one was shocked. They had witnessed Old Monster Flame's strength, and even the 7th Esteem Dao Venerable, who had used Chengkuan Palm, was slapped half to death by Old Monster Flame. Thus no one was really shocked that Huang Xiaolong was an early 9th Esteem Dao Venerable. So, he's an early 9th Esteem Dao Venerable. 9 Vision Young Patriarch Li Dongjun snickered. And here, I was thinking that he's some expert on the extermination list. The experts around Jin Xiaoxiao laughed meaningfully. Have Senior Commander Yu-1 and the rest arrived? Jin Xiaoxiao turned her head and asked Commander Lu beside her. Replying to the princess, Senior Commander Yu-Wen's group has just reached Xian City. Commander Lu answered promptly and added, They are awaiting orders. Jin Xiaoxiao stared coldly in Huang Xiaolong's direction. Good, have them wait outside. Let Dao Jianqiu have a go at them first. And if Dao Jianqiu doesn't make a move, we'll take action. Dao Jianqiu stood up at this time, and with a single step forward, he arrived in front of Huang Xiaolong's terrace, staring at the great blade. Then he looked feverishly at Huang Xiaolong and stated the obvious. The auction has ended. He was speaking about the challenge that was agreed upon earlier. Huang Xiaolong smiled, looking at Dao Jianqiu, who couldn't wait to get started. Just as he was about to say something, the beautiful auctioneer appeared in front of Huang Xiaolong and politely said, Lord, our branch master invites you over. He has something to discuss with you. Huang Xiaolong glanced at the several branch pavilions experts behind her and chuckled softly. It seems I can't decline your branch master even if I wanted to. The clandestine Golden Fox branch pavilion sent many experts, and all of them were Dao Venerable experts. Their purpose was obvious. The auctioneer smiled sweetly. Lord has misunderstood. The branch master sent them here to respectfully escort you. Huang Xiaolong merely chuckled. I'm really honored. He stepped off the terrace and walked away with the mystical pavilions group. And as he was passing by Dao Jianqiu, he said, Wait for me outside, 1 hour. 1 hour was enough for him to deal with the clandestine Golden Fox branch pavilions experts. Dao Jianqiu frowned, but after looking at the branch pavilions experts, he kept silent. The auctioneer shook her head inwardly. She didn't know whether this young man was pretending to be a fool, or really a fool. Does he really think he can come out an hour later? Although she didn't know why the branch master was looking for this young man, it was clear to all that the branch master wouldn't allow him to leave the branch pavilion so easily. Watching Huang Xiaolong's group taken away by a group of branch pavilions experts, Jin Xiaoxiao sneered. It looks like there are many people who want his life. I don't have to worry at all. She then ordered Commander Lu. Pass my order to Zhou Hong, Tanhua, and Sui Hengyi, and tell them to get over here to see me this instant. Commander Lu complied respectfully. A few minutes later, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the deepest part of the branch pavilion. In front of Huang Xiaolong was the entrance of an independent space. Huang Xiaolong was no stranger to this kind of independent space. The mystical dragon fish branch pavilion master Tseng Lei had invited him into this kind of independent space to refine pills. Each branch pavilion had independent spaces like this. Lord, our branch master says he's only meeting you alone. Your subordinates can wait outside. At the entrance to the independent space, the auctioneer politely blocked Lei Yu, Old Monster Flame, and the others from entering. Huang Xiaolong nodded at them, then followed the auctioneer inside. Upon entering the independent space, Huang Xiaolong saw a middle-aged man standing in the air. His long, black hair fluttered without wind, exuding a chilling coldness. It wasn't that he deliberately targeted Huang Xiaolong, as this coldness was related to the grand Dao art he practiced. The mystical Golden Fox Branch Pavilion Master, Mao Baiqing, was a late 9th esteemed Dao Venerable, and he had comprehended a trace of absolute frost power. Another person with amazing talent and amazing combat prowess. Although he was a late 9th esteemed Dao Venerable, he could definitely put up a good fight against characters like Dragon Venerable Jian Huang and Dao Jianqiu. This is our branch master. The auctioneer stopped 100 meters away from Mao Baiqing and introduced to Huang Xiaolong. And then, she respectfully reported to Mao Baiqing, "Branch master, I have brought him here." Mao Baiqing did not turn around to face Huang Xiaolong, and spoke directly, "Early 9th esteemed Dao Venerable? Your strength is not weak, and you possess astonishing wealth. You spent more than 20 billion Dao coins without blinking an eye, and you even possessed a rare treasure like the void reincarnation thistle." After seeing that Mao Baiqing had invited him here, but was refusing to even face him while talking to him, made Huang Xiaolong almost laughed out loud. He purely found it funny. He hadn't merely come to Xian City for the Phoenix Fire Crystal, but Mao Baiqing was also one of his goals. However, before he went looking for Mao Baiqing had come knocking at his door, and it looked like his spending and void reincarnation thistle had attracted Mao Baiqing's interest. Mao Baiqing finally turned to face Huang Xiaolong after not getting a response for a long time. And when he turned, he was stunned to discover Huang Xiaolong was looking at him with the eyes of a predator. "Mao Baiqing, this space is not bad." Huang Xiaolong looked around and commented, "Fighting inside here won't alert other people in Xian City." Mao Baiqing felt speechless. A strange thought flashed across his mind as he looked at Huang Xiaolong, and he smiled sheepishly as he asked, "You won't be thinking of attacking me, would you?" "You're right," Huang Xiaolong went on. "In truth, before coming to Xian City, you were one of my goals, and although your strength is only SOSO, as a mystical branch pavilion master, you're worthy of a slave position by my side." Mao Baiqing was stupefied. So was the auctioneer beside Huang Xiaolong. She looked at Huang Xiaolong with a pitying gaze. Regardless of Huang Xiaolong's status, she could already see Huang Xiaolong's miserable ending. Mao Baiqing laughed heartily, and it was so loud that the space was shaking with his laughter. "Take me as your slave?" He stared at Huang Xiaolong with a bright smile. "It has been a long time since I laughed so happily." Huang Xiaolong looked at Mao Baiqing's bright smile, without any urgency to attack. He had already told Dao Jianqiu that he would meet him in 1 hour, so there was ample time. When Mao Baiqing stopped laughing, his gaze sharpened with gleams of coldness within. "I know you have an extraordinary identity and background, but today, I don't care who you are, and you will die a miserable death." Huang Xiaolong clasped his hands at his back and goaded, "Just relying on an ant like you? Ant!" The sharp beams of light shot out from Mao Baiqing's eyes and straight at Huang Xiaolong. From afar, these two beams of light resembled great rivers in the galaxy. The beams were sharp as blades, slashing through space. Boom! The two beams of light hit Huang Xiaolong simultaneously. The immediate space around Huang Xiaolong shattered to pieces, and black holes appeared, flickering in and out. But Huang Xiaolong was not reduced to pieces like Mao Baiqing had expected, and he stood there like an indomitable towering peak, no matter how the two energy beams attacked. The two energy beams felt like a soft drizzle of rain when falling on Huang Xiaolong's body. Who has ever seen a soft drizzle washing people away? Mao Baiqing was astonished that Huang Xiaolong had managed to maintain his footing. The auctioneer's eyes widened in shock, as she knew very well that the attack just now was the branch master's most powerful grand Dao art, the energy of light. Many experts at the same level as the branch master would suffer heavy injuries when hit by the energy beams, but this young man was unscathed. Mao Baiqing's eyes narrowed, and he began taking Huang Xiaolong a bit seriously. Then again, just a bit, because so far, he had only used 50% of his strength. "It looks like I've underestimated you," Mao Baiqing said icily. "But don't be complacent, because I merely used half of my strength right now." Huang Xiaolong smiled indifferently. "In that case, I'll give you another chance to attack. This is your last chance." and I hope you will go all out to use your most powerful attack. Mao Baiqing's face darkened as he saw Huang Xiaolong standing with his hands behind his back, scrutinizing him, and the momentum of a late ninth esteem Dao Venerable was fully released. Cosmos energy came howling out under his urging, like a tsunami hitting this independent space, causing cracks all over. Cold beams. Sky freeze. Mao Baiqing spat out slowly as he raised his palms. Not knowing what he did, his body floated forward, arriving in front of Huang Xiaolong almost instantaneously, and his palms slapped against Huang Xiaolong's chest. His palms exerted force as terrifying frost turned into cold beams and went through Huang Xiaolong's chest. When Mao Baiqing attacked, it gave others an illusion that the world was frozen still. Pulses of cold beams resembled maggots. After hitting Huang Xiaolong's chest, the coldness clung to Huang Xiaolong's robe and body, wrapping around him layer after layer, covering Huang Xiaolong entirely in frigid ice. Mao Baiqing stopped and sneered, seeing that Huang Xiaolong was trapped in his world of frigid ice. "Congratulations, Branch Master." The auctioneer stepped forward and showed a sweet smile to Mao Baiqing. Mao Baiqing nodded and commented, "This brat was careless, otherwise, it would have taken a bit more effort to deal with him." Right at this time, a loud crack came from the world of frigid ice trapping Huang Xiaolong. The crack multiplied rapidly, spreading everywhere, and more than half of the ice surface had cracked in a split second. Mao Baiqing's face tightened as he pushed forward with his palms again. Cold beams of light rushed into the world of frigid ice, but no matter how much energy he sent in, he was unable to stop the cracks. Bang! The world of frigid ice fragmented to smithereens. Huang Xiaolong was once again in front of Mao Baiqing and the female auctioneer. Given no time to think, Mao Baiqing attacked again. The cold lights circulating around his palms were glaring bright, but Huang Xiaolong merely flicked his fingers at Mao Baiqing. Mao Baiqing ashened. In others' eyes, Huang Xiaolong had merely flicked his fingers. It was ordinary, and there was no momentum at all. But in Mao Baiqing's eyes, the surrounding heaven and earth energy had condensed between Huang Xiaolong's fingers. He didn't have time to dodge and was hit squarely by Huang Xiaolong's finger force. The moment it hit Mao Baiqing, the invisible energy ball exploded. Dong! Mao Baiqing crashed into the distance and rolled to the deepest corner of the space. Blood was flowing from his mouth and chest. The auctioneer was rooted to the spot with a dumbfounded expression on her face. Her face was drained of blood as she looked fearfully at Huang Xiaolong. "I gather your status in the mystical pavilion is not low?" Huang Xiaolong asked, wearing a casual smile on his face. "What's your name?" She answered as if someone was clutching at her neck. "I am the mystical Golden Fox Branch Pavilion's alchemist." She stopped there. "Oh." Huang Xiaolong had not expected that. A pill refiner? Every mystical pavilion's branch was equipped with an alchemist, and those capable of holding that position were highly skilled in pill refining. Then again, this female was no simple alchemist, and she had to have another identity in the mystical pavilion. During this brief conversation, Mao Baiqing had climbed from the ground. With his face warped with fury and astonishment, he glared at Huang Xiaolong and demanded, "Who are you?" Huang Xiaolong did not answer, but he circulated his Huang Long bloodline, and a golden dragon appeared behind him. The independent space immediately seemed small with the giant golden dragon in it. "The dragon of creation!" Mao Baiqing shrieked as he looked at Huang Xiaolong fearfully and could no longer keep his composure. "You are the son of creation?" The auctioneer was agape, and her eyes stared dazedly at the dragon of creation. The creation dragon's might filled the entire space. Suddenly, two beams of light shot out from its eyes, entering Mao Baiqing and the auctioneer's body. Both fell under Huang Xiaolong's control. As Huang Xiaolong's strength improved, it became increasingly easier for him to brand others with the creation mark. Having controlled over the two, Huang Xiaolong asked the auctioneer's identity. To his surprise, the auctioneer's master was actually the main mystical pavilion's alchemist. Unfortunately, though this woman was the main mystical pavilion's alchemist's disciple, she had no idea where the main pavilion was. Huang Xiaolong subsequently helped Mao Baiqing recover with the power of nirvana, and had him order all Golden Fox Branch Pavilions Dao Venerable to enter this space. All this happened in less than an hour. Huang Xiaolong had every Dao Venerable of the Branch Pavilion under his control. Huang Xiaolong then asked Mao Baiqing about the mysterious stone, as well as Lei Yu's missing eldest disciple. It was close to what Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu had deduced. At that time, Mao Baiqing and the Nine Vision Creed Patriarch had swallowed the treasury between them. The Nine Vision Creed Patriarch had attacked Lei Yu's eldest disciple, and Lei Yu's eldest disciple had ended up trapped inside a restriction on the depths of the treasury. In other words, Yang Chong, that kid, might still be alive. Lei Yu was overjoyed hearing this news. Yang Chong was his eldest disciple. Huang Xiaolong nodded smilingly. Wait till we've annihilated the Nine Vision Creed and Devil Curse Creed. We'll make a trip to the Heaven's Burial Lands. Naturally, he wouldn't leave out the Panhu Creed and Devil Blade Creed. Let's go out, as Dao Jianzhou must be impatiently waiting for us. Huang Xiaolong grinned and left the independent space on Lei Yu's back. As expected, when they came out, Dao Jianzhou was pacing back and forth around the Great Blade, looking extremely impatient. Dao Jianzhou was pacing back and forth anxiously when he suddenly spotted Huang Xiaolong's figure. He was stunned for a moment. In the distance, Jin Xiaoxiao, Li Dongjun, and others were also surprised to see Huang Xiaolong come out so soon and unscathed. Branch Master Mao Baiqing let him off so easily? Jin Xiaoxiao's brows wrinkled in suspicion. Maybe that kid used some kind of treasure to convince Branch Master Mao Baiqing to spare him? Li Dongjun contemplated. Jin Xiaoxiao doubted. Is it like that? While Jin Xiaoxiao, Li Dongjun, and others were thinking of a reason, Dao Jianzhou approached Huang Xiaolong in large strides with a beaming face. Very good. You did not disappoint me. You said 1 hour, and you really came out in an hour. Huang Xiaolong was tickled by Dao Jianzhou's anxious face, so he laughed and said, "Shall we start now?" Dao Jianzhou was surprised. Then his smile widened. Start now. Before that, I want to add one condition. Oh! Huang Xiaolong wasn't really surprised, and as expected, Dao Jianzhou went on. If you lose, everything on you belongs to me, including all the things you bought at the auction. In the distance, Li Dongjun's face sank hearing that. This Dao Jianzhou's really got a big appetite. In the auction, Huang Xiaolong had spent more than 20 billion Dao coins, and the amount on him naturally exceeded that sum. Counting the items Huang Xiaolong had purchased, Huang Xiaolong himself was a mobile treasury. It would be a lie to say Li Dongjun, Yudong, and others weren't tempted, but now, Dao Jianzhou is planning to swallow everything alone? Princess! Yudong turned to Jin Xiaoxiao. Jin Xiaoxiao was unnaturally calm. There is no need to hurry. Even if Dao Jianzhou got everything on that young man's body, he won't be able to walk away. Do you think the stone ancestor has left? Huang Xiaolong even had a void reincarnation thistle, and the temptation was too big that even an expert on the extermination list like Stone Ancestor won't be able to leave so simply. Realization dawned on Li Dongjun, Yudong, and the others, and Li Dongjun chuckled. You shouldn't show off your wealth, but that brat grabbed all the limelight in the auction. Now he's going to pay for it with his life. Huang Xiaolong laughed when he heard Dao Jianzhou wanted everything on his body. Sure, as long as you defeat me, you can take away anything on me. I have many Genesis-level pills and also many peak-grade Cosmos artifacts. Genesis-level pills. Peak-grade Cosmos artifacts. He has many. Upon hearing Huang Xiaolong admit with his own mouth, it shocked many people, including Stone Ancestor that was watching from a hidden place. Dao Jianzhou looked at Huang Xiaolong in surprise and beamed. Are you joking? He really didn't believe that Huang Xiaolong had so many treasures on him, that he would even reveal it in public. If Huang Xiaolong really has so many Genesis-level pills and peak-grade Cosmos artifacts, experts from the entire Golden Fox Heavenly Cave would rush over here in a heartbeat. Even existences like the Golden Fox Dao Venerable wouldn't be able to suppress their greed. Then who was mere Huang Xiaolong? Huang Xiaolong's smile deepened at Dao Jianzhou's question. He backed away on Lei Yu with the others, leaving a wide space for Dao Jianzhou and Old Monster Flame. Dao Jianzhou looked at the Old Monster Flame with his blazing crimson hair, and then at the Great Blade. Suddenly, blade intent sword. All the experts on Xianxia sacred land felt the shocking blade intent and battle intent. Dao Jianchu's battle intent was fierce and vigorous, breaking through everything in its path, and it was unstoppable. It was as if he alone could destroy heaven and earth, incinerate a galaxial river. Let's keep things simple and make things quick, and determine victory with one move. Dao Jiancho laughed as he said to Old Monster Flame. He was proud, brazen, and he projected a domineering quality. In the next moment, he made his move. The great blade resting on his shoulder slashed out at Old Monster Flame, and the whole world lit up. It was Dao Jiancho's blade rays that shot to the firmament, piercing everyone's eyes. This slash was domineering, violent, awe-inspiring, and robust. And at this moment, every expert's blade hummed in excited resonance. Dao Jiancho's blade intent had triggered a resonance with these blades. In the same moment Dao Jiancho made his move, Old Monster Flame also moved. He closed the distance between them in a split second as if he was one of Dao Jiancho's blade rays. However, Old Monster Flame's speed was faster. He pointed forward with his finger, and it was akin to the condensation of 10,000 sun's rays. This simple point of his finger could incinerate a planet, melt the vast space, and pierce a hole through a sacred land like the Xianxia sacred land. Blade intent and finger intent dominated the horizon, and red blazing flames colored the sky, and blade rays crisscrossed in the air. Dao Jiancho and Old Monster Flame brushed past each other, as if two strangers on the streets were suddenly swerving to avoid the other. Then, neither moved. Everyone was awestruck. In the next second, blade intent in the air disappeared, and the blade rays in the firmament shattered like glass. Yet the blazing flames remained, spreading onward, burning the mountain ranges in the distance as if it would never stop. Why did they stop? Li Dongjun frowned, seeing Dao Jiancho merely standing there. Jian Xiaoxiao also found it strange, when she saw Dao Jiancho slowly turning to look at Old Monster Flame's back with absolute terror. That's right, terror. You, extermination. Before he could say another word, a crimson flame hole appeared in his forehead. This crimson flame hole was a burning hole through Dao Jianchu's head, turning Dao Jiancho's head crimson like Old Monster Flame's hair. The flames made quick work of Dao Jiancho, incinerating him like a piece of paper. Those who were baffled as to why Dao Jiancho had suddenly stopped in the middle of a battle stiffened on the spot, and then shock and terror sunk in. It was an indescribable feeling of terror. Dao Jiancho lost? A Tsangming Creed's disciple stuttered blankly. No, he was exterminated. The one who answered him was a Tsangming Creed's high-level Dao venerable expert. Just like what Dao Jiancho had requested earlier, it was a quick battle, and the victory was determined with one move. And the outcome had indeed come out after one move. However, the one who was exterminated was Dao Jiancho. Jin Xiaoxiao stared dazedly at the spot where Dao Jiancho was incinerated, and she was unable to recover for a long time. There were flames flowing on that spot, like glittering crystals, and they looked extremely beautiful. The peak late 9th esteem Dao venerable Dao Jiancho with minor completion in Dao intent had crushed many peak late 9th esteem Dao venerable experts with overwhelming strength. He had stood at the peak of Golden Fox Heavenly Cave and some neighboring heavenly caves for countless years. He was the person who had brought a headache to many creeds patriarchs at the mention of his name, but he was exterminated with one finger. Stone ancestors' pupils needled and his heart tightened. In his mind, the scene of Old Monster Flame's single finger tap played repeatedly. Old Monster Flame caught Dao Jiancho's Dao Soul and brought it to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong held Dao Jiancho's Dao Soul and laughed softly, seeing the absolute horror on his face. I told you that as long as you're capable, you can take away anything from my body. Pity that it seems like you don't have the strength to do so. Don't have the strength. This sentence greatly deterred those who coveted the good things on Huang Xiaolong's body. Huang Xiaolong threw Dao Jiancho's Dao Soul into the Sun-Moon Furnace, letting him stay with the other Dao Souls. Riding on Lei Yu, and with Old Monster Flame following behind them, Huang Xiaolong went towards Jin Xiaoxiao and Li Dongjun's group. Jin Xiaoxiao, Li Dongjun, Yu Dong, and others, who had been coveting Huang Xiaolong's lightning flame pill and origin chi, paled slightly after seeing Huang Xiaolong coming towards them. But Jin Xiaoxiao soon regained her composure. As the Golden Fox Princess, she didn't believe that Huang Xiaolong had the guts to harm a hair on her. As Jin Xiaoxiao calmed down, Li Dongjun and Yu Dong reacted, remembering their identities. Dao Jianqiu was someone without any backing. Huang Xiaolong could kill him without scruples. But behind them were the Nine Vision Creed and Devil Curse Creed. They were respectively the Nine Vision Creed and Devil Curse Creed's young patriarchs. They bet Huang Xiaolong wouldn't dare to attack them. The Golden Fox Army's experts were apprehensive when they noticed Huang Xiaolong was headed towards them. Even so, they surrounded Jin Xiaoxiao in several protective layers, blocking Huang Xiaolong. "Please stay." A ninth esteemed Dao Venerable Golden Fox Army's senior commander barked at Huang Xiaolong. "Take one more step, and we'll—" Before he could finish his words, he was sent flying with a kick from Lei Yu. The Golden Fox Army's experts closed in around Jin Xiaoxiao nervously. "How dare you attack a Golden Fox Army's senior commander?" A late ninth esteemed Dao Venerable Golden Fox Army's senior commander snapped at Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu. He was the strongest person amongst those protecting the Golden Fox Princess during this trip. It was understandable that he was infuriated, as the Golden Fox Army was the law enforcer in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave, which creeds or forces disciples did not show respect to them. As a senior commander of Golden Fox Army, Creed's patriarchs would roll out the red carpet to welcome them. Since when had they been disregarded so? Lei Yu didn't even bother to raise his eyes, and with one kick, he sent the late ninth esteemed Dao Venerable Senior Commander flying as well. On top of that, he used more force this time, directly kicking the senior commander out of Shen City. Jin Xiaoxiao fumed. "What are you playing at?" Huang Xiaolong moved closer to her on Lei Yu, and any Golden Fox Army who blocked their path was kicked away by Lei Yu. Several meters from Jin Xiaoxiao, Huang Xiaolong stopped and looked indifferently at Li Dongjun, Yu Dong, and the group of experts from Nine Vision Creed and Devil Curse Creed. "Kneel down! Kneel down!" Huang Xiaolong's voice contained an inviolable might. Li Dongjun and Yu Dong felt their hearts palpitate as they fell to their knees unknowingly. But after their knees hit the ground, burning anger of humiliation gave Li Dongjun the courage to rise from the ground and glare at Huang Xiaolong with ferocious eyes. "Who do you think you are to make us kneel?" Old Monster Flame directly slapped Li Dongjun into the ground, and no further noise came from Li Dongjun. Jin Xiaoxiao, Yu Dong, and the others saw Li Dongjun had turned into a pool of blood. Blood drained from Yu Dong and the others' faces. Honestly, Yu Dong, who had wanted to get up to his feet, didn't dare to move an inch. Even Jin Xiaoxiao, the Golden Fox Princes, who usually treated other experts of Golden Fox Heavenly Cave as lowly ants, was white as a sheet. While everyone was stiff with fear, Old Monster Flame struck out again with his palm, slapping Yu Dong into the ground, reducing him into a pool of blood next to what used to be Li Dongjun. The experts closest to Li Dongjun and Yu Dong plopped lifelessly on the ground, scared out of their wits. Li Dongjun and Yu Dong were young patriarchs of the Nine Vision Creed and Devil Curse Creed, and just moments ago, many of them were still flattering these two young patriarchs, yet Li Dongjun and Yu Dong were reduced to two pools of blood in the blink of an eye. All Nine Vision Creeds and Devil Curse Creed's disciples willing to submit to Lei Yu Creed will be spared, and those unwilling will die, Huang Xiaolong stated indifferently as his cold gaze swept over the two creeds' disciples. According to his initial intention, he was going to slaughter all these Nine Vision Creeds and Devil Curse Creed's disciples. But after looking at these quivering disciples, Huang Xiaolong's interest waned, and he changed his mind. Jin Xiaoxiao's face was ugly to the extreme, and everyone knew that Li Dongjun and Yu Dong were her cronies. Huang Xiaolong had not only killed these two people in front of her, but he also had the guts to recruit the remaining Nine Vision Creeds and Devil Curse Creed's disciples in public. Huang Xiaolong did not only disregarded her, the Golden Fox Princess, but also blatantly disregarded her father, the Golden Fox Dao Venerable. For the Nine Vision Creed and Devil Curse Creed were currently the two most loyal hounds by his father's side. One looks at the master before hitting the dogs. Still, Jin Xiaoxiao wisely suppressed the fury boiling in her heart. By now, She was clear that her golden fox princess identity was useless in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. A while later, Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu left leisurely. Many Nine Vision Creeds and Devil Curse Creeds disciples followed behind them. These were all disciples who had submitted to Lei Yu Creed. As for those that did not submit, all of them ended up like Li Dongjun and Yudong on the spot. But before leaving, Lei Yu looked towards a certain location in the void and chuckled. Silver Bug. We haven't seen each other for so many years. I will make a trip to the Cliffstone in the near future. And we'll play hide and seek again. Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu drifted away. But Lei Yu's words echoed above Shen City. Others might not have understood what Lei Yu meant. But Stone Ancestor, who had been hiding in the void, looked like he had been struck by divine lightning of punishment. And his composure collapsed. Silver Bug. For how long he hadn't heard this nickname. This nickname had been his nightmare for countless years. He thought he had forgotten that time, but those traumatizing memories returned with a sentence from Lei Yu. No! Stone Ancestor, who was hiding in the void, suddenly shouted frantically, fleeing as he glanced in the direction Lei Yu had left with a horrified expression on his face. The rest watched in silent confusion. Fan Luo, who was watching from another hidden corner, was inwardly bewildered by Stone Ancestor's reaction. He fell into contemplation as he looked in the direction Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu had left. Not long after Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu left the Chongqi sacred land, the news of Dao Jianshou, Nine Vision Creed's young patriarch Li Dongjun, and Devil Curse Creed's young patriarch Yudong's extermination spread like wildfire through the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. The Golden Fox Heavenly Cave was boiling. Many were shocked and curious about Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu's identities and origins. It is said Li Dongjun and Yudong directly turned to mush on the ground, exterminated right in front of the Golden Fox Princess. At that time, the Golden Fox Princess face was extremely ugly. Anyone know who that young man is? A powerful peak late 9th esteemed Dao Venerable like Dao Jianshou was killed by his subordinate with one finger. Isn't that a bit too scary? Even if that subordinate of his isn't an extermination list expert, he won't be far away. No wonder when they were at the Heaven Seizing Inn, Panhu Creed's Chanhua and Devil Blade Creed's Yang Dingtian's head were burst open without any power to resist. The Panhu Creed and Devil Blade Creed seemed to have issued a bounty for that young man. I heard the Panhu Creed Patriarch and Devil Blade Creed Patriarch nearly pissed in their pants when they got the news. The Panhu Creed and Devil Blade Creed are not the only ones. The Nine Vision Creed and Devil Curse Creed, who also have grudges with the Lei Yu Creed, are ants on a hot pan right now. The Nine Vision Creed and Devil Blade Creed have been planning to swallow up the Lei Yu Creed in recent days. Soon another news spread. That young man is really going to the Nine Vision Creed's headquarters on his three-headed beast mount. What? That young man left in the Nine Vision Creed headquarters direction? He won't really be planning to destroy the Nine Vision Creed, right? Who doesn't know that the Nine Vision Creed Patriarch is serving under the Golden Fox Dao Venerable? His action is a blatant provocation to the Golden Fox Dao Venerable. Say, what do you think the Golden Fox Dao Venerable will do about this? What else can he do? Of course, kill that young man and raze the Lei Yu Creed to the ground. While Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu were on their way to the Nine Vision Creed headquarters, the entire Golden Fox Heavenly Cave nearly flipped over. The Golden Fox Heavenly Cave sky is going to change? Ah? What changing sky are you talking about? That young man dares to provoke the Golden Fox Dao Venerable. There's a one way to hell. It won't be long before he's suppressed by the Golden Fox Dao Venerable. Do you still remember the Undefeated Creed? The Undefeated Creed Patriarch also challenged the Golden Fox Dao Venerable's authority, and later on the Undefeated Creed was suppressed, while everyone from top to bottom were killed. To this day, the Undefeated Creed Patriarch's Dao soul is still imprisoned inside the Golden Fox Creed's special dungeon. How many years have passed? Maybe close to 100 million years, and he has not seen daylight since. Not to mention, the current Golden Fox Dao Venerable and Cloud Wind Dao Venerable are quite close, and Cloud Wind Dao Venerable has accepted Golden Fox Dao Venerable's daughter as his goddaughter. Therefore, whoever dares to provoke the Golden Fox Dao Venerable is also provoking Cloud Wind Dao Venerable and provoking the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce is a hegemon, and no one has the guts to provoke them. Even Xiao Yunqing has to be polite to Wind Cloud Dao Venerable. Various forces experts were discussing the same matter. Inside the main hall of Golden Fox Creed headquarters, Golden Fox Dao Venerable Jin Hongyuan's face was gloomy as he listened to his daughter, Jin Xiaoxiao's complaints. Father, you don't know how brazen that young man was. Before the auction started, he robbed my path for no reason, and his beast mount kicked several senior commanders when they were protecting me. They didn't put me and the entire Golden Fox Creed in their eyes at all. After the auction ended, he had his subordinate kill Li Dongjun and Yu Dong for no good reason. Jin Xiaoxiao was reaching her breaking point, and probably recalling Huang Xiaolong's arrogant face, and her expression became twisted. Li Dongjun and Yu Dong were standing right beside me, and if the force of his subordinate's attack would have swayed just a tiny bit, I would have been reduced to a pulp of blood in a second. I wouldn't have even gotten to see father anymore, Jin Xiaoxiao added angrily. The Golden Fox Dao Venerable Jin Hongyuan did not interrupt Jin Xiaoxiao as he listened quietly. Father, that young man is more arrogant than the undefeated Creed Patriarch was in the past. Now, he's killing Li Dongjun and Yu Dong, but sooner or later, he's gonna kill me too. Jin Xiaoxiao cried woefully. Jin Quanqing suddenly turned to the commander Li Su standing beside Jin Hongyuan and asked, "What is your view on the young man's strength? How is the strength of the crimson-haired old man by his side? And also that beast mount of his?" Li Su was the late 9th esteemed Dao Venerable Senior Commander, who was sent flying by Lei Yu with one kick at Shen City. Li Su's expression was a little unsightly and fearful, recalling the strength in Lei Yu's kick, and the scenes of Old Monster Flame's battle against Dao Jianqiu. That crimson-haired old man is very, very strong. He pierced through Dao Jianqiu's head with the force of one finger, and his speed was too fast for me to capture. Even if he's not at the top of the extermination list, he qualifies to enter the top 150 ranks. As for that beast mount, his strength is probably not weaker than the crimson-haired old man. That young man is an early 9th esteemed Dao Venerable. I can't say for certain how strong he is, but he's definitely much weaker than the crimson-haired old man. Li Su gave his judgment one by one. The Leiyu Creed's Zhou Hong called that young man His Highness, and that beast mount as Lord. Jin Hongyuan had more questions. Yes, according to the result of our investigation, that is indeed so, Li Su answered respectfully. Jin Hongyuan fell into contemplative silence, his fingers subconsciously knocking on the armrest of his seat. Obviously, he was making a decision. Father, that young man is already close to the 9 Vision Creed headquarters. Seeing this, Jin Xiaoxiao added fuel to the fire. Are we going to watch them destroy the 9 Vision Creed and do nothing? Even if that young man has a big backing, don't we have the Godfather? Why should we be afraid of him? Even if he's the Prince of Origin, he still needs to be courteous to the Godfather, and more importantly, Father, you're a peerless expert ranked 60th on the extermination list. Father, who are you afraid of after joining hands with the Godfather? Jin Xiaoxiao's words jolted Jin Hongyuan like an electric current. Jin Hongyuan let out several chuckles as he exuded a strong aura of confidence. You are right. Father is overthinking things. With your Godfather on our side, who do we need to fear? Jin Hongyuan laughed sonorously. The awe-inspiring momentum of the Golden Fox Heavenly Caves hegemon made Li Su and the others tremble. Pass my order, Senior Commander Lu Yu stationed closest to the 9 Vision Creed to immediately depart to the 9 Vision Creed, and if he encounters that young man, escort that young man to the Golden Fox Creed headquarters to confess his sins and accept punishment. Jin Hongyuan ordered Li Su. Yes, Lord. Li Su promptly complied. What if that young man defies Lord's order? Li Su was hesitant to ask but still did. Jin Hongyuan's eyes narrowed as he spoke. If he dares to defy my order, tell him that the Leiyu Creed will be destroyed because of him. A surge of killing intent swept through the hall. Then Jin Hongyuan added another order. Have Sui Hengyi, Tanhua, and Zhou Hong come see me now. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong, Lei Yu, and Old Monster Flame were in the air above the 9 Vision City. Lei Yu stomped the air with his front paw, and the city below shook and rumbled in protest. The Nine Vision Creed headquarters was reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye, even though the headquarters buildings were protected by powerful array formations that were strengthened by generations of Dao venerable experts. All of these simply failed to block off the force wave from Lei Yu's single stomp. "Who's out there?" An infuriated voice thundered, as numerous experts soared to the sky. Other than Dao venerable experts, there were many high-level primal ancestor experts, almost reaching 100,000 in numbers. Huang Xiaolong's gaze stopped on the middle-aged man clad in a green brocade robe. "You're Li Shen. Insolent." Other experts of Nine Vision Creed snapped at Huang Xiaolong's rudeness towards their patriarch. The Nine Vision Creed patriarch Li Shen looked apprehensive after he took a good look at Huang Xiaolong, Lei Yu, and Old Monster Flame, and blurting out, "You are the people who killed my son." He had heard that Huang Xiaolong was coming to the Nine Vision Creed, but he had not expected Huang Xiaolong's group to arrive so fast. "Yes." Huang Xiaolong nodded. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to order Old Monster Flame to start, he stopped and turned to look towards the horizon where the Golden Fox army was arriving full of pomp. There were several million experts, and their presence completely blocked the horizon out of sight, like a golden sea during high tide. The Nine Vision Creed's experts were thrilled by the Golden Fox army's arrival, and Li Shen quickly led them to welcome the Golden Fox army, and Huang Xiaolong did not stop them at all. "Senior Commander Lu Yu." Li Shen cupped his fists in greeting at the Golden Fox army's senior commander, and happiness beamed from his face. The two of them were quite familiar with each other. "Patriarch Li San." Lu Yu, who had just arrived, smiled and greeted Li Shen. "I'm here under the Lord's order, and luckily, I'm not too late." Upon hearing Lu Yu say that it was the Golden Fox Dao Venerable who had sent him, Li Shen was even happier. Moments later, the army of several million arrived, stopping opposite Huang Xiaolong, Lei Yu, and Old Monster Flame. The moment the Golden Fox army arrived, they fell into formation immediately and formed a large-scale defensive formation, surrounding Huang Xiaolong, Lei Yu, and Old Monster Flame. The Golden Fox army's selection was extremely strict. To enter the Golden Fox army, one needed to at least have true Saint realm cultivation with higher upper talent. It was an army of several million true saints with primal ancestor realm captains, and Dao venerable realm commanders, and high-level Dao venerable senior commanders. This magnitude of power could easily raise a creed the size of Nine Vision Creed to the ground. Yet Huang Xiaolong was unperturbed. Lu Yu stepped out from the formation, and his gaze stopped on Huang Xiaolong as he spoke with a clear-cut voice. "Following the order of Lord Golden Fox Dao Venerable, we're to escort you immediately to the Golden Fox Creed headquarters to confess your crimes, and you're not allowed to make the tiniest damage to the Nine Vision Creed." The Nine Vision Creed patriarch Li Shen and the others were overjoyed hearing that. Huang Xiaolong's lips curved up in a faint smile. "If I don't go?" Lu Yu frowned, and there were tiny ribbons of lightning sizzling in the air around him. "I advise you to listen to our Lord's order and follow us obediently. Although your subordinate and beast mount are powerful, defying the Lord's order is unwise. The Lord had said that if you defy his order, the Lei Yu Creed will be annihilated because of you." He glanced at Old Monster Flame and Lei Yu underneath Huang Xiaolong. He had already heard of Old Monster Flame's strength, and admittedly, he was a little apprehensive and preferred not to use force if possible. Lei Yu raised his head and roared majestically at Lu Yu's threat. He looked at Lu Yu with big eyes and asked, "Jin Hongyuan, that brat really said that?" Lei Yu was referring to the matter of annihilating Lei Yu Creed. He had saved Jin Hongyuan in the past and guided him in his cultivation. Therefore, he can be considered as half a master to Jin Hongyuan. Lu Yu was startled and looked at Lei Yu as if he was looking at someone below him. That's right, in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave, regardless of identity, no one can challenge the Golden Fox Dao Venerable's authority. Anyone who breaks that rule only has one ending. Lei Yu laughed as he said, "Good, very good. I've got it." Originally, he still had some attachment in his heart towards Jin Hongyuan, but it was no longer the case. Now he felt relaxed, free of fetters. Lu Yu looked strangely at Lei Yu. "Very good. I've got it." He was even more baffled by Lei Yu's subsequent expression. "Punk, did you hear that?" The Lord has ordered you to get to the Golden Fox Creed headquarters right now to confess your crimes. Are you going to defy the Lord's order? A nine-vision expert behind Li Sun sneered coldly. This nine-vision creed expert was the nine-vision creed's Grand Hall Master, the third strongest expert of nine-vision creed. Just as his words finished, Lei Yu raised a leg and stomped down, directly squashing the person down into the deep ground. Muffled rumbles came from underground. All nine-vision creed's experts and the several million experts of Golden Fox Army were stupefied. Lu Yu's face was ugly to the extreme, and he unsheathed the long sword in his hand, pointing it angrily at Lei Yu. You've got some guts to defy the Lord's order. Lei Yu responded by sweeping his leg at Lu Yu, sending Lu Yu crashing through walls after walls, and burying him under thick rubbles amongst the ruins. Got guts? Lei Yu sneered. So what if I defied order? Who the fuck is Jin Hongyuan? The nine-vision creed's experts were flabbergasted, seeing Lu Yu being swept off so effortlessly, and even more dumbfounded were the several million Golden Fox Army's experts. All of them stared at the rubbles burying Lu Yu in disbelief. Lu Yu commanded several million experts of the Golden Fox Army, guarded a direction of the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave, and he was one of the strongest experts under Golden Fox Dao Venerable. In the eyes of the Golden Fox Army, their senior commander Lu Yu was a great presence only under the Golden Fox Dao Venerable. But now, kill! Capture all of them! Lu Yu's deputy reacted and bellowed a furious order. Immediately, several million from the Golden Fox Army rushed forward like a vengeful golden tsunami, waving the golden blades in their hands. Several million blade lights formed alarming golden waves of blades, eclipsing the sky. The sight of so many golden blades jarred the senses. Even the many nine-vision creed's high-level Dao venerables felt their souls tremble from the momentum. Kill! Huang Xiaolong suddenly spoke. The moment Huang Xiaolong's voice sounded, Old Monster Flame, and the 12 Dao venerables moved. The sky was dyed with colors of burning ember and icy blue rays. Wherever these two colors crossed, the nine-vision creed's experts saw the sharp golden light that dominated the sky earlier was incinerated to nothing. The colors in the sky gradually diminished and disappeared, including the Golden Fox Army's golden light that eclipsed the sky. A while later, blazing red light, icy blue light, metallic golden light, and 10 other colors retreated to the horizon as Old Monster Flame and other 12 Dao venerables returned to Huang Xiaolong's side as if they had never left at all. Li Shun was dazed on the spot, so were the remaining nine-vision creed's experts. They were not merely shocked, but they were beyond shocked that there were no words to describe what they felt. That was the Golden Fox Army of several million people that could easily annihilate the nine-vision creed. There were more than 100 Dao venerable experts, and 3 of them were 9th esteemed Dao venerable experts. Yet they were annihilated with one strike from Old Monster Flame and those people. One strike. Absolute powers. Li Shun was horrified looking at Old Monster Flame's group of 13 people, and with every syllable he spoke, his face turned a shade paler. He had just seen many kinds of absolute powers. From Old Monster Flame and the others, each of them wielded a kind of absolute power. Each one of them. In other words, these 13 people were all experts with absolute powers. Li Shun mechanically turned his stiff neck, looking at Huang Xiaolong with unprecedented horror, as even their origin Holy World Master did not have subordinates with all 13 kinds of absolute powers. Suddenly, Li Shun's legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees towards Huang Xiaolong. No, he was actually prostrating to Huang Xiaolong and quivering as fear had even taken over his Dao soul and inextinguishable Dao heart. Huang Xiaolong glanced indifferently at Li Shun, not saying a word. He lightly patted Lei Yu's back and Lei Yu responded. His pillar-like leg extended out and grabbed Li Shun between his claws, and he ground Li Shun like sand on the ground. Soon, Li Shun's miserable shrieks echoed through the nine-vision creed headquarters. When Lei Yu finally stopped and opened his claws, Li Shun was nowhere to be seen except for the golden blood flowing between his nails. Li Shun, the nine-vision creed's patriarch, one of the top 10 patriarchs of Golden Fox Heavenly Cave, was ground to death by Lei Yu. Half a day later, the news rendered everyone in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave appalled. The several million-strong Golden Fox army stationed close to the Nine Vision Creed was completely wiped out. Even Senior Commander Lu Yu didn't survive. This is like piercing a hole through heavens. The Nine Vision Creed Patriarch Li San is said to have been grounded to death by that three-headed beast, ground down to a pool of golden blood. All the Nine Vision Creed's experts were paralyzed with fear, and a lot of them chose to submit to Lei Yu Creed. In the Golden Fox Creed headquarters main hall, Jin Xiaoxiao was in a state of denial after hearing the news. She wasn't the only one, Jin Hongyuan, and every Golden Fox Creed's present experts looked dazed, very much doubting if they had heard wrong. Senior Commander Lu Yu's battalion is completely wiped out? Li Su repeated hoarsely. No one believed this was true. More accurately, it was Jin Xiaoxiao, Jin Hongyuan, and Li Su, who hadn't believed that Senior Commander Lu Yu and the several million strong men of the Golden Fox Army could get wiped out. Ever since Jin Hongyuan had taken the helm of Golden Fox Heavenly Cave, becoming the Golden Fox Dao Venerable, something like this had never happened before. Although there were casualties in the Golden Fox Army, it was 1 or 2 soldiers at most, as assassinations were carried out through detailed planning and various disguises. The Golden Fox Army had never lost any Dao Venerable level expert. Never. But now, exactly 100 of Golden Fox Army's Dao Venerable experts were wiped out. Even a powerful expert like Senior Commander Lu Yu had fallen. And the other party had done all of this openly, and the whole world knew about it. There were 100 Dao Venerable experts, and several million Golden Fox Army strongmen. While having a hard time believing it, his heart twisted in pain because whether it was the 100 Dao Venerables or the several million experts of Golden Fox Army, it made his heart ache equally. His Golden Fox Army was divided into 3 battalions, and the several million soldiers Lu Yu led was one of the 3 battalions. In other words, his Golden Fox Creed had lost 1/3 of the overall force. 1/3? How many years of accumulation, time, effort, and resources were spent to cultivate them? Lei Yu Creed. Jin Hongyuan's frosty voice seemed to originate from hell, sending chills down everyone's spines. Li Su and the others dared not utter a word. Jin Xiaoxiao sat with a forlorn expression, her eyes clouded with a turmoil of complicated emotions. She still had not recovered from the news, and she trembled after recalling the scene at Xian City where Old Monster Flame had slapped Li Dongjun and Yu Dong into the ground. If she had tried to stop Old Monster Flame with her Golden Fox Princess identity at that time, would he have slapped her into the ground as well? The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. Does anyone know what exactly happened at that time? Sometime later, Jin Hongyuan solemnly asked Li Su, "How were Lu Yu and the others killed? Who killed them?" Although they had received news that the entire battalion was wiped out, and even though the news had been verified, they still had no details on what exactly had taken place. No one had reported the details to him. Li Su hesitated before speaking. "We have an eyeliner at the Nine Vision Creed, but these eyeliner disciples have lost contact with us. Hence, the details of what happened is still unclear. But I don't think it is the 2 of them that did it." Li Su explained his thoughts and conjecture. If it's only 1 or 2 people, it's impossible that 1 person from Senior Commander Lu's battalion survived. Another senior commander, Liang Fangyi, stepped forward and said, "This subordinate is of the same opinion as Senior Commander Li Su, except for that 3-headed beast, Flame Old Man, and the 2 Lei Yu Creed's disciples. There are 12 other people by that young man's side." Jin Hongyuan inhaled deeply, then asked Li Su, "Zhou Hong, Tanhua, and Sui Hengyi, are they on their way here after receiving my order?" Li Su lowered his head. "Zhou Hong, Tanhua, and Sui Hengyi are still at the Lei Yu Creed's headquarters, and there is no movement on their side." No movement. Although Li Su had not laid everything out on the table, it was clear to everyone that Zhou Hong, Tanhua, and Sui Hengyi had disregarded Jin Hongyua, the Golden Fox Region Lord's order. Hearing the answer from Li Su, Jin Hongyuan's gloomy face darkened further. Very good. Cold light glinted in his eyes. Since the undefeated creed was wiped out, I have not taken any action for many years. So now, even a small creed like Lei Creed dares to violate my order. Very good. Lord, shall I lead the Golden Fox army to the Lei Creed now, and annihilate the Lei Creed from top to bottom? Li Su went on. At that time, I will capture Zhouhong's, Tanhua's, and Suiheng's Dao souls back for you. Jin Hongyuan's eyes narrowed dangerously. He suddenly asked, that young man, where is he now? Li Su froze for a second, and then hurriedly answered. That young man is still at the Nine Vision Creed, but it is said his next target is the Devil Curse Creed, then the Panhu Creed, and Devil Blade Creed. Release the word that I want to challenge him to a battle, and the time will be 3 months later at the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave's highest peak. Jin Hongyuan let the words roll off his tongue in a lazy drawl. Everyone present was stunned by Jin Hongyuan's words. No one had expected that he would make such a decision abruptly. Lord, you want to take action personally? Li Su asked dazedly. Your status is noble. There is no need to lower your status to challenge him to a battle. That young man is only an unknown punk. In Li Su's opinion, there was no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Jin Hongyuan was the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave's highest authority, and on top of that, Jin Hongyuan was an expert on the extermination list, ranked in 60th place. So, dealing with Huang Xiaolong personally was like raising his status. That's right, Lord. We are enough to kill them all. Another senior commander chimed in. Jin Hongyuan snickered harshly. You all? Can any of you defeat him? The present Golden Fox Creed's experts lowered their heads as no one said a word. Even when Dao Jianqiu and Lu Yu couldn't be that young man's opponent. Then who were they? Although they had confidence in their own strengths, their strength was only as strong as Dao Jianqiu and Lu Yu. Then what do we do about the Lei Creed? Li Su asked. We'll deal with Lei Creed after we're done with that kid, Jin Hongyuan said sullenly. He knew that the young man was the key, or it wouldn't matter whether he annihilated the Lei Creed or not. Once that young man was dead, the Lei Creed would be akin to a fish on the chopping board that he could chop or slice as he pleased. Father, should we discuss this matter with Godfather first? Jin Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke. Although she believed in her father's strength, for some reason, she felt insecure or more accurately, uneasy. Jin Hongyuan shook his head. After your celebration banquet, your godfather entered the Heaven's burial lands for something important. He won't be able to come back in a short time. Seeing his daughter's troubled expression, Jin Hongyuan laughed casually. Don't worry. Your father is confident about this. A world-deterring aura spread from his body. Under the Golden Fox Army's deliberate promotion, soon, the news of Jin Hongyuan wanting to challenge Huang Xiaolong to a battle reached every corner of the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. The Golden Fox Heavenly Cave boiled with excitement. The Golden Fox Dao Venerable wants to challenge that young man to a battle at the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave's highest peak. The Panhu Creed Patriarch Wuxia, who had been anxious like an ant on a hot pan, was overjoyed when he heard the news. Ha! I didn't expect that Lord Golden Fox Dao Venerable would handle this matter personally. That young man and his subordinates are dead for sure. The Panhu Creed's eminent elders laughed exuberantly after hearing the news, as if they were reborn. He's courting death. How dare he have several million of Golden Fox Army's strongmen killed? It's granted that Lord Golden Fox Dao Venerable would be furious, and wants to kill that punk with his own hands. One after another creed and forces were discussing the same subject, each with their own reaction. Huang Xiaolong, who was organizing the Nine Vision Creed headquarters forces, laughed unconcernedly when he heard the news. Jin Hongyuan finally couldn't sit back any longer. Lei Yu followed up. Jin Hongyuan is not qualified to challenge your highness. Better let me take the challenge. Huang Xiaolong was a little surprised, hearing Lei Yu's request to battle. Lei Yu explained, in the past, I gave that brat some guidance in his cultivation, but in these past years, because of his rise in strength, his wings have grown hard. Since he can't see properly with his eyes, then I, who was half a master to him, will teach him a lesson on your highness' behalf. Huang Xiaolong smiled as he looked at Lei Yu meaningfully. All right then, you will accept the battle challenge. Lei Yu then ordered the Nine Vision Creed's experts to spread the news. What? That young man's beast mount? The Golden Fox Dao Venerable is not qualified to challenge His Highness, so he would accept the Golden Fox Dao Venerable's challenge. That's too much. There's no end to that young man's arrogance. A beast mount actually dares to think of battling the Golden Fox Dao Venerable? Who does that three-headed beast think he is? Is he qualified to battle the Golden Fox Dao Venerable? Some people cried foul. I feel it's ludicrous and unbelievable. In the whole Origin Holy World, only our Origin Holy World's Lord World Master is qualified, right? Hope that young man is not thinking that he's our Origin Holy World's World Master, is he? Some people mocked. When the news that Lei Yu would accept Golden Fox Dao Venerable Jin Hongyuan's challenge spread, the entire Golden Fox Heavenly Cave was mocking Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu's naive arrogance. Almost everyone was clamoring for the Golden Fox Dao Venerable to destroy Lei Yu and destroy the Lei Yu Creed. When Jin Hongyuan heard the reply, he blanked for a good while. That beast mount of his is going to accept the challenge? Jin Hongyuan asked Li Su for confirmation. Are you sure the news is accurate? Li Su nodded and replied respectfully. It is accurate, Lord. The news was released by the 9 Vision Creed's eminent elders. Another senior commander present was enraged. That punk's really brazen. A nameless junior like him being challenged by our Lord. He should be honored and thanking his lucky stars that the Lord is raising his reputation, but he's actually going to let his beast mount face the challenge. Li Su voiced his opinion. I think that Brat knows he's no match against the Lord, so he sends out his beast mount to accept the challenge. After all, he's only an early 9th esteem Dao Venerable, and killing him is a matter of a fraction of a second for our Lord. He's scared. It's normal. Other experts of Golden Fox Creed chimed in agreement. Jin Hongyuan snorted. There is no difference since we're going to deal with all of them anyways, so it doesn't matter who accepted the challenge. But this only pushes the Brat's reputation higher. Another senior commander complained, feeling wronged. It's fine. Jin Hongyuan waved his hand. They are all dead people. There was no need to calculate profit or loss with dead people. The Golden Fox Heavenly Cave's experts had another hot topic when they learned Jin Hongyuan had actually agreed to Huang Xiaolong's beast mount answering his challenge. Although the date of the battle between Jin Hongyuan and Lei Yu was 3 months later, the moment the news spread, many experts had already started to rush towards the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave's highest peak. A great expert on the extermination list like Jin Hongyuan rarely battled, especially in public. Therefore, being able to spectate the battle challenge was rare in tens of thousands of years. Hence, merely a few days after news of the challenge spread, wave after wave of battleships arrived, crowding the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave's highest peak. Oh! The 9 Vision Creed headquarters. Inside the Sun Moon Furnace, Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged under the Tree of Beginning and Parasol Tree, and then took out the strand of Origin Chi and the Phoenix Fire Crystal he had bought from the auction. There were 3 months until the day of the battle challenge, and this time was sufficient for Huang Xiaolong to refine the strand of Origin Chi and Phoenix Fire Crystal. It would take others several thousand years, even tens of thousands of years to refine one strand of Origin Chi, but for him, to refine both items was only a matter of 2 to 3 months. The strand of Origin Chi wrapped around Huang Xiaolong, and the Phoenix Fire Crystal's energy swirled above his head. Huang Xiaolong began circulating the Soaring Dragon art, and immediately waves of origin energy and origin laws flowed out from the strand of Origin Chi, while the Phoenix Fire Crystal's nirvana power rained down, entering Huang Xiaolong's body harmoniously. At the same time, the beginning Chi and power of nirvana poured out from the Tree of Beginning and Parasol Tree. A hazy veil of energy enshrouded Huang Xiaolong as he continued to absorb the beginning Chi and power of nirvana, and the surface of his skin glistened with a crimson glow. In the blink of an eye, 2 months went by. There were 10 days until the day of the battle between Lei Yu and Jin Hongyuan, and at this point, Huang Xiaolong had finished refining the strand of Origin Chi and Phoenix Fire Crystal. Although there were 10 days until the day of the battle, the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave's highest peak was already crowded with experts from various forces. The Golden Fox Heavenly Cave's 38 top-tier creeds patriarchs were fully present. Of course, the Lei Yu creeds Zhou Hong, Tan Hua, Sui Hangyi, and 9 Vision Creed patriarch Li Shun were the only exceptions. Among the many flying ships, There was one particularly eye-catching black flying ship that exuded a chilling aura. This was the Concealing Heaven Creed's flying ship. Heaven generally refers to the heaven's will, and one could imagine how domineering the founder was to name the creed Concealing Heaven. Fan Luo was standing on the bow of this flying ship, with his back straight as he looked at the highest peak in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. Light flickered in the depths of his eyes as his thoughts wandered. Luoer, what are you thinking about? A stalwart-built middle-aged man asked as he approached in energetic strides. This middle-aged man was almost 4 meters tall, with thick arms and huge palms. Father. Seeing the middle-aged man, Luo Fan greeted respectfully. The middle-aged man was the Concealing Heaven Creed's patriarch, Fan Yihui, also the second strongest person in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. Fan Yihui nodded smilingly. Thinking about the upcoming battle? Fan Luo suddenly said, Father, do you really think the final winner is going to be the Golden Fox Dao Venerable? Fan Yihui was more than a little surprised by his son's question. He looked at his son for a moment, then chuckled softly. Don't tell me you think that young man's beast mount could win? That young man's beast mount might really be strong, but compared with the Golden Fox Dao Venerable, there is no comparison between the two at all. How should I put it? Even if there's 10 of me, I still am no match against the Golden Fox Dao Venerable. Fan Luo's eyes widened in shock. The Golden Fox Dao Venerable is so strong? Fan Yihui's pensive gaze looked into the horizon as he explained. You have never seen experts on the extermination list battle, so you have no idea of their might, not to mention, the Golden Fox Dao Venerable ranked 60th on the extermination list. This level of existence is far beyond your scope of current understanding. Though his son, Fan Luo, was hailed as the most talented genius amongst the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave's younger generation. Some even said that his son's strength had caught up to him, but Fan Yihui knew that there was still some gap before that. As for comparing his son to existences on the extermination list, that was even further away. Fan Yihui shook his head. That young man and his beast mount must not have seen the might of an expert on the extermination list. That's why they dare to provoke the Golden Fox Dao Venerable. Otherwise, give him 10,000 times the courage, he won't have the guts to accept the challenge. Fan Luo's brows creased into furrows, recalling the time he had seen Huang Xiaolong at the auction. Is it really like what father says? Out of nowhere, a thunderous boom traveled across space, like a lightning bolt of wrathful divine punishment from heavens. The entire Golden Fox Heavenly Cave shook from it. Fan Yihui, Fan Luo, and all the experts aboard felt their heads buzzing, and all of them looked towards the source of the noise in alarm. The loud noise came from the heavens' burial lands? Fan Yihui's gaze passed through space and time, and looked into the heaven burial lands that were outside of the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. Heaven's burial lands, Fan Luo exclaimed, and his face paled slightly. There must be a great change taking place in the heaven's burial lands. There was curiosity and bewilderment on Fan Yihui's face. Nothing else can explain such a loud noise. The shockwaves even reached the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave, and probably other neighboring heavenly caves too. When the loud boom thundered, a huge golden-colored flying ship was flying towards the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave's #1 peak at rapid speed, leaving a long tail of light that resembled a golden river in the galaxy. This was the Golden Fox Dao Venerable's famous ride, the Golden Fox Flying Ship. It was also the best flying ship in the entire Golden Fox Heavenly Cave, a peak-grade cosmos artifact. Jin Hongyuan and the others came out from the flying ship's cabin when they heard the resounding boom, looking towards the horizon from the ship's bow. It's coming from the heaven's burial lands. Jin Hongyuan's expression turned grim. His pupils needled as he focused on spotting something in the heaven's burial lands outside of the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. Many Golden Fox Creed's experts were bewildered when they heard the loud sound originating from the heaven's burial lands. The heaven's burial lands was outside of the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave's boundary. Moreover, there was a huge distance of starry space in between, but this loud noise had actually reached this far. Is it great experts fighting in the heaven's burial lands? Li Su asked in bewilderment. Jin Hongyuan shook his head, looking unusually solemn. Not likely unless it's experts in the top 10 fighting for life. Otherwise, it won't cause such huge energy fluctuations. Something must have happened in the Heaven's Burial Lands. Hearts tightened at that conclusion. The Heaven's Burial Lands was one of Origin Holy World's perilous lands, and the Heaven's Burial Lands represented the unknown, mystery. Even existences like the Origin Holy World's World Master were unable to fully explore the Heaven's Burial Lands because there were certain places the World Master dared not take the risks. Suddenly, came another thunderous explosion that reached the sky, louder and more terrifying than the first explosion. Even the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave was shaking because of it. Jin Hongyuan and the others were startled. Jin Hongyuan's communication symbol shook at this time. He took it out and said to Jin Xiaoxiao after reading the content, "It's a message from your godfather, and he wants me to enter the Heaven's Burial Lands immediately and assist him." Jin Xiaoxiao was astonished. "Godfather? Then father, what about the battle challenge?" "It's not the time to care about that now. Cancel the battle challenge for now. Have the Golden Fox Army inform that young man and his beast mount that I'll take their dog lives once I return from the Heaven's Burial Lands." Jin Hongyuan looked towards the Heaven's Burial Lands and ordered, "Full speed ahead. To the Heaven's Burial Lands. Hurry." The Golden Fox flying ship made a quick swerve to another direction in midair and sped off in the Heaven's Burial Lands direction. Before long, the news of the changes in the Heaven's Burial Lands and Golden Fox Dao Venerable Jin Hongyuan canceling the battle challenge spread. Lord Golden Fox Dao Venerable is rushing to the Heaven's Burial Lands, and the challenge battle is cancelled? That punk's really lucky. Panhu Creed Patriarch Wu Xinyuan's brows were locked tightly together. The Panhu Creed's Enforcement Hall Master Hu Fei comforted. When the Golden Fox Dao Venerable returns, they have to die just the same. They are merely living a few more days. The question is, what happened inside the Heaven's Burial Lands that made the Golden Fox Dao Venerable rush there? He paused briefly, then continued. Anyone here thinks maybe a supreme treasure has appeared in the Heaven's Burial Lands? For example, Genesis spiritual water, or other similar treasure. Only those rare Genesis-level treasures could tempt existence like the Golden Fox Dao Venerable. Not necessarily. It is said Golden Fox Dao Venerable received a message from Wind Cloud Dao Venerable that made him rush to the Heaven's Burial Lands. Perhaps Wind Cloud Dao Venerable encountered danger in the Heaven's Burial Lands. Hence, the Golden Fox Venerable went to help him. One of the Panhu Creed's eminent elders said. The Enforcement Hall Master Hu Fei tried again. Still, there's a good chance that Wind Cloud Dao Venerable found a huge treasure trove and requires Golden Fox Dao Venerable's assistance to open it. I heard the concealing Heaven Creed Patriarch Fan Yihui and young Patriarch Fan Luo have set off to the Heaven's Burial Lands with concealing Heaven Creed's experts. Even Songming Creed has led a group of experts there. Lord Patriarch, if there's really a supreme treasure, it is also a heaven-sent opportunity for our Panhu Creed. After all, many supreme treasures rely on fate. Who can say that fateful person is not you? Hu Fei added. Wu Xinyuan fell into contemplation. Some time later, he raised his head and said, Pass my order. All Dao Venerable experts are to set off to the Heaven's Burial Lands with me. The Nine Vision Creed's headquarters. Huang Xiaolong had just come out from the Sun-Moon Furnace and was planning to head to the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave's highest peak. It was right at this time that the first loud boom came from the Heaven's Burial Lands. Shortly after, he received news that Jin Hongyuan had cancelled the battle challenge and ran off to the Heaven's Burial Lands. When Lei Yu heard the news, he asked the Nine Vision Creed's expert, smiling whilst not smiling, Jin Hongyuan, that brat, really said that he would have us wait till he comes back to take our dog lives? The Nine Vision Creed's expert prostrated on the floor in apprehension. Why, yes, Lord. Lei Yu let out a cold snort, and in the clear sky above, rumbling lightning and thunder gathered, making the Nine Vision Creed's experts below lower their heads in fear. Heaven's Burial Lands, Huang Xiaolong repeated as he looked toward a certain direction with a pensive expression. Although Huang Xiaolong hadn't been at the Origin Holy World for long, he had already heard of the Heaven's Burial Lands. The Heaven's Burial Lands was no less dangerous than the divine Tua Holy World's bright lightning abyss. In fact, it was more dangerous, and even existences such as the Origin Holy World Master dared not thread carelessly into the Heaven's Burial Lands. Your Highness, the Heaven's Burial Lands hasn't had this level of movement for a long time. It's likely there is a heaven-defying treasure being born. Should we go take a look? Lei Yu asked Huang Xiaolong. Oh, you mean similar things have happened in the Heaven's Burial Lands in the past? Huang Xiaolong asked Lei Yu. Lei Yu nodded and replied. Before I left the Origin Holy World, there was one such large movement in the Heaven's Burial Lands. At that time, more than a dozen strands of origin chi had appeared, and also several kinds of heaven-defying plants, and one of them was the Flower of Time. The Flower of Time. Huang Xiaolong was astounded. Though a dozen strands of origin chi astonished Huang Xiaolong, what he had not expected was that the Flower of Time had once appeared in the Heaven's Burial Lands. The Void Reincarnation Thistle had the rare power of space, and it was one of 10 most precious plants of Genesis era, whereas the Flower of Time was the #1 herb. The Flower of Time, as its name indicated, had the power of time. When one refined the Flower of Time, there was a chance to comprehend the absolute power of time. Let's go then. We'll join the Heaven's Burial Lands liveliness, Huang Xiaolong said after a brief consideration. Moreover, Jin Hongyun has already cancelled the challenge battle. Not to mention, Huang Xiaolong wanted to take a look at the Heaven's Burial Lands. A dozen strands of origin chi? Maybe? Huang Xiaolong immediately exhorted the 9 Vision Creed's experts with some tasks. And after that he, Lei Yu, Old Monster Flame, and the others set off to the Heaven's Burial Lands. Naturally, Peng Fei and Jia Zhan were left at the 9 Vision Creed's headquarters, because the Heaven's Burial Lands was too dangerous a place to bring the both of them along. Huang Xiaolong took out the Purple Lightning Peak and had Old Monster Flame's group of 13 people to drive it. The Purple Lightning Peak sped off in a streak of purple lightning, traversing rapidly through space, that Lei Yu and the others sighed at its speed in amazement. Half a month later, Huang Xiaolong's group exited the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. Another several days passed, and the outline of Heaven's Burial Lands appeared before Huang Xiaolong. When Huang Xiaolong's group reached the Heaven's Burial Lands, there were many flying ships and experts swarming into the Heaven's Burial Lands in a hurry. The changes in the Heaven's Burial Lands this time had not only alerted the experts of Golden Fox Heavenly Cave, but also experts from other heavenly caves bordering it. It seems like all the experts from the heavenly caves close to the Heaven's Burial Lands have come, Lei Yu surmised, looking at the rows of flying ships around. He was familiar with most of the emblems on these flying ships. And, suddenly, Lei Yu's eyes narrowed when he spotted a flying shop with a tiger head. What is it? Huang Xiaolong asked as he followed Lei Yu's line of sight. It's the Darkness Tiger's flying ship from the Darkness Tiger Heavenly Cave, Lei Yu added. One of my opponents back then. Huang Xiaolong nodded as someone strong enough to be Lei Yu's opponent meant that this person was at least in the top 20 ranks on the extermination list. The Darkness Tiger flying ship sped into the Heaven's Burial Lands, out of Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu's sight. Huang Xiaolong had Old Monster Flame and 12 others control the Purple Lightning Peak and maneuver it through the chaotic currents to enter the Heaven's Burial Lands. Every corner of the Heaven's Burial Lands was dominated by chaotic currents, and these chaotic currents were so overbearing in nature that even primal ancestor realm cultivators couldn't handle them, much less those who were weaker. Therefore, those who ventured inside the Heaven's Burial Lands were generally Dao Venerable experts, or half-step Dao Venerables with higher-than-average combat prowess. Experts on other flying ships all turned to look when they noticed the Purple Lightning Peak. Firstly, it was because of the Purple Lightning Peak's outer appearance, and secondly, the Purple Lightning Peak had never appeared in public before this. What's that? Is it a flying ship? There are actually people who choose to refine a mountain peak as a flying ship. They didn't even bother to change the outer appearance, and this style is really unique. I wonder which heavenly cave or creed it belongs to. A concealed Star Creed's expert couldn't help making fun of the Purple Lightning Peak. This Purple Lightning Peak is not simple. Probably a Genesis treasure. An expert from the Jinxing Creed, by you, pointed out. The Concealed Star Creed and Jinxing Creed were creeds located in the Wild Maple Heavenly Cave, and both were amongst the top 10 creeds. Their overall strengths were slightly higher than the 9 Vision Creed and Devil Curse Creed, ranked in 6th and 7th place, respectively. Amongst the several heavenly caves closest to the Heaven's Burial Lands, the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave and Wild Maple Heavenly Cave were similar in overall strength. What? A Genesis treasure? Jun Buxia looked genuinely shocked. Brother Bai Yu, you won't be mistaken, right? Yet the Jinxing Creed expert Bai Yu was absolutely certain of his assessment. It's definitely a Genesis item. Although I cannot determine what it is exactly, I still have that much eyesight. The purple lightning peak had been forged by Old Monster Flame, Ming Fu and over 1,000 Dao venerables, successfully concealing the peak's lightning chi on the surface. But from time to time, there would be 1 or 2 experts with a keen eye that noticed the purple lightning peak's extraordinariness. The Jinxing Creed was the top forging creed in the Wild Maple Heavenly Cave, and Bai Yu was the Jinxing Creed's artifact forging hall master. Thus he could tell the origins of many things with a glance. Then again, this was mainly because Huang Xiaolong did not deliberately conceal or disguise the purple lightning peak's shape and outer appearance. Had Huang Xiaolong done so, even the Jinxing Creed Patriarch wouldn't be able to see through the purple lightning peak's true form. After seeing that Jinxing Creed's expert Bai Yu was so certain that the purple lightning mountain was a Genesis-era treasure, many other experts with him were tempted. That's a Genesis-era treasure. It didn't take smarts to know that such a large piece of mountain peak was definitely not the average kind of Genesis treasure. Jun Buxiao left the flying ship in a single step, and when both of his feet landed, he was blocking in front of the purple lighting peak, with a giant blade pointed at the peak as he introduced himself. I am Jun Buxiao from Wild Maple's Heavenly Caves Jinxing Creed, and I have a question. Inside the purple lightning peak, Huang Xiaolong watched it placidly, and indicated to Old Monster Flame to continue flying forward. Seeing that the people inside ignored him, and the purple mountain peak continued to fly towards him, Jun Buxiao was angered. Breaking Heaven Blade. Jun Buxiao slashed at the purple lightning peak as he bellowed. Waves of blade chi emerged, turning the immediate space's chaotic air currents into a quag. Breaking Heaven Blade. The Grand Dao art was created by the Jinxing Creed's founder Jun Buxiao, and he had cultivated it to the 12th level. The average 8th esteem Dao venerable probably couldn't take this blade when it slashed down. Jun Buxiao himself was a peak late 7th esteem Dao venerable expert. Jun Buxiao's companions on the flying ship couldn't help sighing in admiration, watching Jun Buxiao use the Breaking Heaven Blade Grand Dao art. But in the next moment, everyone watching saw that the purple-colored mountain peak, that was as big as a continent, continued to speed ahead, directly knocking away the so-called heaven-breaking blade's attack and reaching Jun Buxiao faster than one could blink. When the purple lightning peak reached an ashen Jun Buxiao, attempting to defend himself with the blade in his hand, both him and the blade in his hand were swatted away like how one would swat away a fly. When the purple lightning peak was long gone out of sight, Jun Buxiao finally rolled down from one of the mountains several 100,000 miles away. A chunk of the mountain peak was smashed off when Jun Buxiao landed. As for the great blade he had tried to block the purple lightning peak with was now scattered pieces of metal that one might not find all the pieces. Jinxing Creed's Bao Yu and the others stood woodenly in daze. That blade was Jun Buxiao's monarch sword? Someone gulped. Yes. Everyone was completely speechless now. Jun Buxiao's monarch sword had been continuously forged and strengthened with care by Jun Buxiao, and it had long reached mid-grade Cosmos artifact level, yet this mid-grade Cosmos artifact had shattered like fragile glass. After the shock had receded, gazes turned feverish. Even a mid-grade Cosmos artifact could not withstand a bump from that purple mountain peak. That purple mountain was definitely a... As a forging expert, the feverish light in Jinxing Creed's Bai Yu was the most intense. Standing at the top of Purple Lightning Peak, Huang Xiaolong's 3 Dao souls spread to survey his surroundings and get a sense of the Heaven's Burial Lands. This Heaven's Burial Lands felt like a corner forgotten by the gods. The Grand Dao laws and heaven and earth spiritual energy here were in an extremely chaotic state, and it felt as if an unimaginable force had segregated this place. Huang Xiaolong frowned, as a place like the Heaven's Burial Lands shouldn't have existed. Here, he could not feel any power of heaven tribulation. He couldn't sense any form of lightning element energy fluctuations. Seemingly detecting Huang Xiaolong's confusion, Lei Yu said, "Some say that the god of creation deliberately left out the heavens burial lands, while others think that the heavens burial lands is not something of our world." Huang Xiaolong analyzed Lei Yu's words and remembered the mysterious blood-red stone he had bought from the auction. "There's a treasure in the Sea of Skulls. Hurry to the Sea of Skulls." Right at this time, a flying ship suddenly cut across in front of the purple lightning peak, and an anxious voice sounded from it. Huang Xiaolong was stoked. "Sea of Skulls?" Lei Yu explained. "The Sea of Skulls is one of the dangers in heaven's burial lands. There are countless skull creatures there that are hard to kill, and they are extremely troublesome. If we hurry to the Sea of Skulls now, it would take half a day." Huang Xiaolong nodded, and with Lei Yu pointing the way, the purple lightning peak headed to the Sea of Skulls. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong's group reached the Sea of Skulls Lei Yu spoke of, and seeing the white sea of skull creatures that stretched to the horizon, Huang Xiaolong finally understood what Lei Yu meant by boundless sea of skull creatures. There was literally a sea formed from piled-up skulls and bones. How many billions were there? Not even Huang Xiaolong's Dao souls could cover the extent of this sea. A sudden scream cut across the air. A group of experts, not far ahead, was being besieged by the skull creatures, as they were bitten and gnawed with blood everywhere. Every one of the experts was filled with horror. Huang Xiaolong noticed when these Dao venerable experts cut the skull monsters into pieces. The skull monsters mended quickly, piercing themselves back together. Even flames condensed from cosmos energy could not burn these skull monsters to death. Lei Yu's voice sounded beside him. "Once you're surrounded by these skull monsters, not even high-level Dao venerables can escape. There is only death in the end. They can even bite through a cultivator's inextinguishable Dao heart. Taoist friend, please lend us a helping hand and save us." Suddenly, one of the people from the group of experts being besieged by skull monsters urgently sought help from Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu, with hope and desire for life shining in their eyes. "Go over there." Huang Xiaolong gave the word. The purple lightning peak disentangled itself from the swarm of skull monsters and reached the group being besieged in a zap. In the next second, the purple lightning peak spewed out bolts of lightning, zapping the skull monsters besieging the cultivators, and reducing them into white mists, as all blasted to nothing. These skull monsters were actually quite tedious to kill as they possessed strong recovery ability. However, this was not absolute. What kind of existence was the purple lightning peak? It could shatter mid-cosmos grade blades with a casual ram. Especially after the purple lightning peak had undergone repeated forging by Old Monster Flame and other 1,000 Dao Venerable experts' hands? Less than a handful of peak late 9th esteem Dao Venerables couldn't block the purple lightning peak. Then what were these skull monsters compared to them? Under the jubilant spewing lightning, the skull monsters were zapped into white mist, rendering the besieged group dumbstruck, and they forgot to move. "Leave the Sea of Skulls quickly," Huang Xiaolong said as he waved his hand. A while later, the group of experts realized they had been sent out of the Sea of Skulls. The purple lightning peak flew further in across the Sea of Skulls. Huang Xiaolong could lend a helping hand, but it was impossible for him to bring them by his side. The strange thing was that after they were sent out of the Sea of Skulls, those skull monsters stopped attacking, as if there was a kind of power that trapped those skull monsters in the Sea of Skulls. One would wonder if the group of experts were astounded by the purple lighting peak's power or terrified by their experience that they remained there for a long time. "Who's that?" A long time later, someone in the group asked dazedly, referring to Huang Xiaolong. No one had the answer. That purple-colored lightning peak easily shattered those skull monsters with a mere touch. Not to mention, its lightning chi actually reduced these skull monsters into white mists. Even if it's not absolute lightning power, there's not much difference. Someone sang its praises, and at the same time, there was greed and desire. "That's right, if I have this purple lightning peak, what kind of perilous lands in this world I can't cross? Just like now, with that purple lightning peak, crossing the Sea of Skulls is no different than crossing the plains." By this time, Huang Xiaolong, Lei Yu, and others were billions of miles away. "Your Highness, those people might not be grateful to you for saving them." Lei Yu spoke. He had seen too much ugliness of the human heart. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. I've killed too many people in my path. So, if it's merely extending a helping hand, it was fine to save them. Lei Yu fell into silence, but stated a moment later, in truth, compared to other Dao venerables, the number of people your highness killed is considerably low. Which Dao venerable did not rise from stepping on mountains of bones? Where there are cultivators, there are killings, as long as one can maintain his original intention after the slaughters. Huang Xiaolong's heart seemed to lighten, and he repeated under his breath, where there are cultivators, there are killings, as long as one can maintain his original intention after the slaughters? There was no shortage of enemies on his cultivation road, and after the slaughters, a lot of times, he had felt a little lost. But Lei Yu's words had helped him walk out from the maze. The purple lightning peak continued onwards at rapid speed. The skull monsters below did not cease attacking them, regardless of their numbers or how strong the skull monsters were, and none of them could block the purple lightning peak's progress. A few of the stronger skull monsters tried to climb up the purple lightning peak, but all of them were sent flying by the lightning chi on the surface, and they turned into wisps of white fog. What's that? 1 hour into the sea of skulls, Lei Yu suddenly pointed out in surprise. On the horizon were rays of brilliant golden light. This golden light exuded an amazing power of absolute light, as well as Buddhist energy. Huang Xiaolong was just as amazed. Soon, Huang Xiaolong, Lei Yu, and the others saw an enormous, towering Buddha statue in meditative posture. The body of the statue was the size of a mega-city, and the layers of golden rays originated from this golden Buddha statue. A towering golden Buddha statue sitting cross-legged in the middle of the sea of skulls, surrounded by an endless white sea of bones. This contradictory sight was a jarring visual impact. Seemingly afraid of the golden Buddha statue's light power and Buddhist energy that no skull creature dared to go close within several million miles radius of the golden Buddha statue. Hence, there was a piece of truly empty space around the golden Buddha statue. Huang Xiaolong saw there were already quite a few creeds flying ships and experts seeking harbor in that empty space. When Huang Xiaolong, Lei Yu, and the others arrived on the purple lightning peak, all these experts looked over at them. Who is this young man? Which heavenly cave and which creed does he belong to? This purple color peak is not an ordinary item. Most likely, it's a Genesis-era treasure. What kind of Genesis treasure? The purple color peak had become the center of attention. Right at this time, a huge flying ship flew towards Huang Xiaolong and a giant palm was imprinted on its body. This giant palm seemed to cover the sky, as if it was trying to grab the heavens down from above. Heaven-seizing commerce. It was no secret that heaven-seizing Chamber's flying ships could only be taken out by the Chamber's branch director-level authorities. Ren Fengyuan, whom Huang Xiaolong had met at the Xian City's auction, did not have the authority to use this heaven-seizing Chamber's flying ship, even though he was the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave's branch deputy director of heaven-seizing commerce. Therefore, the person on this heaven-seizing Chamber's flying ship was definitely one of heaven-seizing Chamber's branch's branch directors. For an origin holy world giant like the heaven-seizing Chamber, every branch director was a big shot in the origin holy world. Even though the branch director in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave was not as powerful as Jin Hongyuan, his status was not that much different from Jin Hongyuan. This was mainly because the branch director's backing was the heaven-seizing Chamber. Aboard the heaven-seizing Chamber's flying ship, a brocade-robed young man with a long sword hanging from his waist said to Huang Xiaolong, "Friend, what is the price of your mountain peak? My father wants to buy it, so state your price." The crowd of experts stirred slightly. That's the Wild Maple's Heavenly Cave's heaven-seizing Chamber branch director's son, young Master Si Xiaoqiang. The heaven-seizing Chamber's branch director Su Hong wants to buy this mountain peak. An expert blurted out in surprise, "This mountain peak? Can it be some kind of Genesis treasure?" Gazes changed as they looked at the purple-colored peak, turning more than a little hot. Huang Xiaolong glanced at Su Xiaoqiang out of the corner of his eye and responded tepidly, "Your father can't afford to buy my mountain." Gasps sounded from the experts all around. For a giant chamber of commerce such as the heaven-seizing Chamber, Every one of its branches had tremendous wealth that did not lose out to the treasury of a heavenly cave's lord. Yet Huang Xiaolong actually said that the other party couldn't afford it? Su Shaoqiang was stunned. But he wasn't angry. He even smiled as he spoke. Everything has a price. Just name your price. Huang Xiaolong stopped bothering with Su Shaoqiang and set his gaze on the golden Buddha statue. Lei Yu too was looking at the golden Buddha statue and asked doubtfully, "This golden Buddha statue was not here in the past. Did it appear suddenly? Were the loud booms earlier related to this golden Buddha statue?" Seeing Huang Xiaolong ignoring him, Su Shaoqiang frowned and then snickered. "My father said he's willing to pay 100 billion tuition Dao coins for this mountain. How about it?" He was full of confidence as he threw out this number. 100 billion Dao coins. The surrounding experts had been guessing how much Huang Xiaolong's mountain peak was worth, but they sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing that Su Hong was willing to pay 100 billion Dao coins for it. 100 billion Dao coins. Creed's experts were frightened off by this exorbitant sum. Those that could reach this place were mostly each heavenly cave's top 10 creeds, and even so, they gasped in shock. 100 billion Dao coins. It was not an exaggeration to say that even existences like Fan Luo's father, Fan Yihui, would be hard-pressed to take out 100 billion Dao coins on the spot. But now, Su Hong was throwing out 100 billion just like that. Su Shaoqing smiled, seeing the surrounding experts' shocked faces. However, when his gaze swept over Huang Xiaolong's calm face, he was surprised. Huang Xiaolong sneered inwardly. All these years, in order to reforge the purple lightning peak, he had used several hundred kinds of Genesis-level iron ores, and several hundred Genesis-level lightning-attributed spiritual stones, and the value of these materials had exceeded 100 billion Dao coins, and that had not taken the purple lightning peak's individual value into account. Moreover, Old Monster Flame and 1,000 high-level Dao Venerables had spent several years tempering the purple lightning peak, and just the cost of this effort was more than 100 billion Dao coins. Whose 100 billion Dao coins could hire Old Monster Flame and 1,000 high-level Dao Venerables to build a flying ship for them? Su Hong had the face to fantasize that 100 billion Dao coins could buy his purple lightning peak. 100 billion Dao coins? Huang Xiaolong snickered harshly. "You're trying to send beggars away, right? I already said that you can't afford it, and 100 billion Dao coins aren't enough to buy you a piece of stone from my purple lightning peak." Su Shaoqing was thrown into a stupor, just like the creed's other experts. Even Su Hong, who was on the heaven-seizing Chamber of Commerce's flying ship, did not react. But anger soon took over Su Shaoqing with murderous aura spilling out from his sharp gaze. In his opinion, Huang Xiaolong had deliberately insulted him and his father. His father, Su Hong, was the Wild Maple Heaven-Seizing Branch Commerce's director. Even the Wild Maple Dao Venerable had to be courteous when seeing his father. Yet this punk had the guts to. "This young man is too arrogant. I've seen many arrogant people, but none as brazen as him. That's not just arrogant. There's simply no bound to his arrogance." As the crowd of experts admonished Huang Xiaolong's attitude, even more were gloating inwardly. "Young man, which creed do you belong to?" "Actually, I don't care which creed you belong to because today, I will teach you the consequences of disrespecting elders on behalf of your elders." From the opposite flying ship came Su Hong's majestic voice. A second later, someone stepped off the flying ship. It's Wang Haoyang, Su Hong's right-hand man, and he is a late ninth esteemed Dao Venerable expert, but his battle strength is comparable to a peak late ninth esteemed Dao Venerable. Someone recognized the person, who stepped out from the heaven-seizing Chamber of Commerce's flying ship. Wang Haoyang's palm reached out to grab Huang Xiaolong the moment he came out from the flying ship. He was executing Su Hong's order of teaching Huang Xiaolong a memorable lesson. Thus he did not hold back much strength in his attack. His heavy palm force brought about a powerful wind element energy. While everyone thought Huang Xiaolong would be pulled off from the purple lightning peak by Wang Haoyang, a bolt of purple lightning zapped out from the purple lightning peak, striking Wang Haoyang. His scream was short-lived as he evaporated into white mist and disappeared from the world. Only his terrified Dao soul survived. The world fell into an eerie silence. Su Shaoqing stood stiffly on the spot, and no words came from Su Hong. Huang Xiaolong looked at the heaven-seizing chamber of commerce's flying ship and spoke directly. Scram. If you continue blocking my way, you will die. Su Xiaoqiang's face and the faces of heaven-seizing chamber of commerce's experts behind him turned extremely ugly. You! Su Xiaoqiang's eyes glared at Huang Xiaolong ferociously. However, the anger on his face subsided in an instant. He shot another angry glare at Huang Xiaolong, and then stepped to the side on the flying ship. It was obvious that he had received an order from Su Hong through voice transmission. Huang Xiaolong's attention returned to the Golden Buddha statue. There was a world inside the Golden Buddha statue. There was probably a great treasure inside. But first, they had to locate the entrance. A while later, Huang Xiaolong's gaze stopped on the Golden Buddha statue's eyes. He put away the purple lightning peak, then flew up towards the Golden Buddha's eyes with Lei Yu and the others. Standing in the air opposite the pair of eyes, Old Monster Flame raised a finger and sent a silver of flame into the Buddha's left eye. Waves of power of Buddhist energy burst out from the Buddha's left eye as a bright opening appeared. Huang Xiaolong leaped onto Lei Yu's back and entered through the left eye. Old Monster Flame and the rest followed behind him. Seeing this, other forces experts swarmed towards the left eye. Amongst these experts was a group of female disciples. Young lady, who could that young man be? He dares to offend Su Hong. One of the female disciples spoke. The leading female disciple had a veil covering her face, obscuring others from seeing her true face. However, one can still make out it was a beautiful face behind that veil. There seems to be a trace of dragon chi on his body. Perhaps he's one of the dragon race's young patriarchs? The leading female disciple said, but she shook her head. Doesn't matter which dragon race he belongs to. It is unwise to offend the heaven-seizing chamber of commerce. There were few that could stand against hegemon forces like the heaven-seizing chamber of commerce, and even the lord of a heavenly cave would not dare to offend these hegemon existences. Young lady, there must be a light attribute Genesis treasure inside this golden Buddha's world. How else would there be such a strong power of light? Maybe. By this time, Huang Xiaolong's group had arrived before a vast ocean, and Huang Xiaolong's Tao souls could not see the other edge of this ocean. The world inside the Golden Buddha statue was bigger than Huang Xiaolong had imagined. The ocean of suffering is boundless. There were 2 huge stone tablets erected on a high cliff. One was inscribed with Ocean of Suffering, and the other tablet said, Boundless. Lei Yu gazed towards the horizon and said, to reach the other shore of the ocean of suffering, one must have the ability to wield the power of absolute light, or use treasure with the power of absolute light. Huang Xiaolong nodded, then said to Lei Yu and the other 13 people, wait for me here. I'll return quickly. With that said, the power of absolute light surged from his body, enshrouding him entirely as he flew across the ocean of suffering. The heaven-seizing chamber of commerce's Su Hong and other forces experts arrived just in time to see Huang Xiaolong speed into the ocean of suffering. That is the power of absolute light. That young man can wield the power of absolute light. A certain creed's old ancestor exclaimed loudly when he saw the power of absolute light enshrouding Huang Xiaolong's body. Su Xiaoqiang and the veiled young woman were genuinely surprised. No matter who it was, a person who could comprehend the power of absolute light was a big shot in the origin holy world. But he's only an early 9th esteemed Tao venerable, another creed's old ancestor pointed out. Others could only look on in silence. While Huang Xiaolong was flying across the ocean of suffering, consecutive news spread out from the heavens burial lands. Golden Fox Tao Venerable and Wind Cloud Tao Venerable found the Tree of Nightmare in the Dream Cave. What? The Tree of Nightmare? Legend has it that the Tree of Nightmare contains an unbelievable grand Tao. The 5 Elements Creed Patriarch obtained a supreme ghost sword from the Yama Ghost Palace. That's a peak-level cosmos artifact that could project the Een Ghost world. The 4 Constellations Lord got a Star Beast egg in the glorious pole space. It could very well be in existence from the Genesis era. Similar news continued to come from the Heavens Burial Lands. The Heavens Burial Lands was boundless, and the ocean of suffering where Huang Xiaolong was located was just a small, slightly riskier places, where the Dream Cave, Yamaghost Palace, and Glorious Pole Space were the bigger perilous places in the Heaven's Burial Lands. Soon, shocking news came from the Heaven's Burial Lands. His Highness Prince of Origin has arrived at the Heaven's Burial Lands. What? His Highness Prince of Origin is also here. Does that mean there really is a world treasure being born in the Heaven's Burial Lands? Why else would His Highness be here? Very likely there's a treasure, and I heard that World Master Lord Xiankong is in His Highness group, but other than Lord Xiankong, several mystical pavilions branch masters are also here with large groups of experts. There's also the Devil Essence Holy Dragon Ancestor, Lord Three Blades, Lord Purple Giant, and Special Envoy Hylon. The arrival of Prince of Origin World Manners experts, as well as experts from the main mystical pavilion at the Heaven's Burial Lands, genuinely shocked many experts. What kinds of treasures didn't the existences at the Prince of Origin level have? Yet the Prince of Origin still ventured into the Heaven's Burial Lands, so there had to be a really rare treasure being born in the Heaven's Burial Lands this time. The main mystical pavilion had sent out so many experts, and it indicated that this time's treasure in the Heaven's Burial Lands was not simple. More news soon came. His Highness, the Prince of Origin, got a big harvest at the golden flaming sandy land, and he comprehended the power absolute blaze. When this piece of news spread, the experts within the Heaven's Burial Lands and nearby heavenly caves were in a furor. His Highness already has the power of absolute wind and earth, and now he has added the power of absolute blaze to the list. That's already 3 great absolute powers, as expected of His Highness. He has such an amazing talent, and he is truly deserving of his reputation as the #1 genius of the younger generation. The Origin Holy World had an extermination list. At the same time, there was also a ranking list for the younger generation. The names on this ranking list were sorted out by the main mystical pavilion. So it was named the Mystical List. The Prince of Origin ranked in the top 10 in the mystical list. The outside world was in a furor because of the news coming out from the Heaven's Burial Lands, while Huang Xiaolong finally reached the Ocean of Suffering's opposite shore. The other side. On the shore was a big stone tablet with the words "Other Side" carved onto it. Huang Xiaolong stepped on the other shore, and the land under him was made of fine grains of sand. Each grain of sand exuded a soft glow, the power of radiance. This is? Huang Xiaolong looked at the grains of sand on the ground in a pleasant surprise. Pure soil that only existed in the legends. This pure soil was different from the Pure Land in Buddhism. It was a kind of sand that had formed during the creation era. This kind of sand contained the purest power of radiance, and it was not contaminated by any impurities in the world. According to the legend, cultivating in such pure soil could cleanse one's Tao heart and Tao soul. Of course, it was extremely helpful to practice the power of radiance. Huang Xiaolong had not expected to find a piece of pure soil land on the Ocean of Suffering's other shore. Although there were no other treasures around, just this piece of land was a priceless treasure. Pure soil was different from treasures like Genesis lightning water or Genesis poison water, as these two would get exhausted after one refined them. On the other hand, pure soil could continuously generate the purest radiance attribute energy, and even if Huang Xiaolong cultivate on this pure soil for a year or 10,000 years, not a grain of sand in this pure soil would disappear. While Huang Xiaolong stood on the pure soil, feeling the world's purest radiance energy, suddenly, sounds of whistling winds came from the Ocean of Suffering. Pure soil! The delighted exclamation echoed loudly. Huang Xiaolong turned to look and saw the heaven-seizing Chamber of Commerce's robe on a person, with a star crown on his head and a pair of spirited eyes, exuding a majestic momentum. Su Hong. The arriving person was none other than the heaven-seizing Chamber of Commerce's Wild Maple Branches director, Su Hong. Although Su Hong did not wield the power of radiance, he too reached the Ocean of Suffering's other shore by borrowing an item with the power of radiance. Haha! It's actually pure soil. The heavens didn't forget me. Excellent. As Su Hong exclaimed in excitement, another excited voice sounded as a silver-haired old man arrived in whistling winds. Su Hong's face tightened after seeing this person. Absolute Region Lord. The old man, Feng Wuji, was the Lord of Absolute Heavenly Cave, one of the heavenly caves closest to the Heaven's Burial Lands. Feng Wuji had a resounding reputation as one of the experts in the extermination list's top 50. If it was an ordinary lord of a heavenly cave, Su Hong wouldn't bother giving him a second glance. But Feng Wuji's unexpected appearance caused Su Hong's heart to sink heavily. Although he wasn't afraid of Feng Wuji was not someone he could offend. Feng Wuji ignored Su Hong and stepped onto the shore. After feeling the radiance energy within the pure soil under his feet, his face turned red with excitement as he muttered under his breath. What a pure power of radiance. With this stretch of pure soil, my power of radiance definitely can reach peak major completion within 1,000,000 years, and 100,000,000 years later, enter perfection. Excellent. It was a good decision coming to the Heaven's Burial Lands this time. Feng Wuji was so excited that he was close to kissing the golden grains of sand. He also ignored Huang Xiaolong when he walked by Huang Xiaolong as if Huang Xiaolong did not exist. Huang Xiaolong merely stood and watched the overexcited Feng Wuji with mirth in his eyes. It was so obvious that Feng Wuji thought this stretch of pure soil was something in his pocket. Huang Xiaolong had heard about this absolute heavenly caves lord. Out of the 10 and more heavenly caves lords around the Heaven's Burial Lands, Feng Wuji was one of the strongest experts, a little bit stronger than Jin Hongyuan. Jin Hongyuan wielded the power completion absolute metal that had reached major completion, whereas Feng Wuji wielded power of radiance major completion. However, the power of radiance ranked higher than the power of absolute metal amongst the 13 powers. Moreover, Feng Wuji's mastery in his absolute power was better than Jin Hongyuan. I want 80% of this pure soil, and you can take 20%. Feng Wuji declared to Su Hong after he finally calmed down. Huang Xiaolong wasn't in his consideration at all. In the meantime, Su Hong also arrived on the shore. Hearing Feng Wuji's arrangement, his face sank and there was anger showing in his eyes. Lord Feng, you are indeed strong. But I am not afraid of you. You alone taking 80% is too much, isn't it? Then he added, I want at least 30%. After a second thought, he added, the things on this young man belong to me. He pointed at Huang Xiaolong. Clearly, he still couldn't forget Huang Xiaolong's purple lightning peak. Although Huang Xiaolong's purple lightning peak had destroyed his subordinate Wang Haoyang with a single strike, and Huang Xiaolong also wielded the power of radiance, Su Hong was confident he could deal with Huang Xiaolong. He could see that Huang Xiaolong's power of radiance was merely entry-level. But Feng Wuji shook his head. You can take 30% of pure soil, but the things on this kid, I want it all. He spoke in a dead-set tone. On the opposite shore, he too was smitten with Huang Xiaolong's purple lightning peak. Su Hong's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he looked at the pure soil, then at Huang Xiaolong, weighing his options. The pure soil was good, but Huang Xiaolong's purple lightning peak's value might not be lower than pure soil. Fine. Su Hong finally nodded. I want 30% of pure soil. A smile bloomed over Feng Wuji's face, seeing that Su Hong had agreed. Brother Su Hong is indeed a smart man. With that said, he took out a radiance element bowl and started preparing to collect the pure soil. He was in no hurry to deal with Huang Xiaolong, and he decided to leave him aside for now. Watching Feng Wuji's action of collecting the pure soil, Su Hong hurriedly took out a light attributed furnace in order to collect his part of pure soil, as if afraid if he was too slow, Feng Wuji would go back on his word. Huang Xiaolong watched Feng Wuji and Su Hong anxiously scooping the pure soil into their own containers. Not bothered at all to ask him who was the first person who arrived on the other shore, and he let out a wry chuckle. I say, you two haven't even asked my opinion? Feng Wuji spared a glance from the corner of his eye while retorting, what? You have an opinion? That glance was disdainful and full of mockery. As the absolute Tao Lord and an expert on the extermination list's top 50, he had always looked at people in this manner, and he wasn't specifically targeting Huang Xiaolong. There were not many people that could make him look at that person as a peer. You're right. I do have an opinion. Huang Xiaolong smiled as he looked at Feng Wuji playfully. Feng Wuji froze for a second, not expecting that answer from Huang Xiaolong. He smiled faintly. I rarely meet people who have opinions against me. Tell me then. I'm curious to hear your opinion. However, you only have 10 seconds. Su Hong also stopped his actions, looking at Huang Xiaolong with a contemptuous sneer on his face. This pure soil, I want all of it, Huang Xiaolong stated naturally. Both Feng Wuji and Su Hong blanked for a moment. Then Feng Wuji erupted into sonorous laughter. Su Hong too was shaking his head, smiling silently. While the two elders were either laughing or smiling, Huang Xiaolong's voice sounded again. Also, all the things on your bodies, I want them. Feng Wuji and Su Hong laughed even harder at Huang Xiaolong's words. On top of that, you two still have some use to me, so kneel and submit, and be my minions, Huang Xiaolong stated, clasping his hands behind him. As the absolute Tao Lord, if Feng Wuji could be of use to Huang Xiaolong would have an easier time to build his own force in the Origin Holy World. Su Hong, as the Heaven-Seizing Chamber of Commerce's branch director, barely passed Huang Xiaolong's requirements. Feng Wuji, who was laughing like a blooming water, stopped laughing completely upon hearing Huang Xiaolong tell him to kneel and submit as his slave. The sounds of laughter echoing on the shore was now replaced by a heavy silence. Feng Wuji stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong. Su Hong, too, stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong. Strangely, Feng Wuji didn't seem to be angry. Instead, he was watching Huang Xiaolong, full of curiosity. Young man, perhaps you have some background, but do you know, even the Prince of Origin doesn't dare to speak to me like that. Forget about the Prince of Origin. Even our Origin Holy World Master would have to be polite and courteous if he wants to recruit me, offering treasures and conditions that could move me. Feng Wuji asked half-jokingly, do you think your identity is higher than the Origin Holy World Master? Or do you think that your fist is bigger than the World Master? Huang Xiaolong naturally detected the ridicule in Feng Wuji's tone, but he did not bother with an explanation, and he directly stated, if you can take one hit from me, I'll let you go. Both Feng Wuji and Su Hong were caught off guard by Huang Xiaolong's condition, especially Su Hong, who was looking strangely at Huang Xiaolong. Previously, he had assumed that Huang Xiaolong was an arrogant punk, but now he highly doubted if Huang Xiaolong was a fool. Or perhaps this young man has no idea that Feng Wuji is an expert on the extermination list? The entire time, Feng Wuji stared at Huang Xiaolong without blinking. This young man doesn't look like a fool, but an early 9th Dao Venerable Realm young man who is not a fool is saying he's going to defeat me in one move? It was simply bizarre to Feng Wuji. Defeat me in one move. This young man really thinks he's the Origin Holy World Master. Suddenly, Su Hong sneered at Huang Xiaolong. Brat, you can challenge the Absolute Tao Lord if you survive one move from me. With that said, his right hand reached out to grab Huang Xiaolong. For an instant, it was as if nothing in the entire ocean of suffering, on the stretch of the other shore, even the entire safe space under the golden Buddha statue could escape Su Hong's hand. Feng Wuji had a feeling that the environment's grand Daos were extracted, making him sigh inwardly in praise that the Heaven-Seizing Chamber of Commerce's Heaven-Seizing hand deserved its reputation. Watching Su Hong's hand coming at him, Huang Xiaolong merely raised his eyelids and casually flicked his fingers. In the next second, Su Hong's scream rang as he tumbled across the sky over the shore and plummeted into the ocean of suffering. Splash! Su Hong sank into the ocean of suffering, and everything went quiet for a while. Everything happened too fast for Feng Wuji to react, and his mind went blank when he realized it was Su Hong who sank into the ocean of suffering. Even though he had mentally prepared himself that something unexpected might have happened, he was genuinely frightened when Su Hong was sent flying by a mere finger flick. On the other side of the shore, Lei Yu, Old Monster Flame, and the others were patiently waiting for Huang Xiaolong. Although several months had passed since Huang Xiaolong had entered the ocean of suffering, none of them were anxious at all. At Huang Xiaolong's current strength, as long as the mystical pavilion master did not take action, no one was capable of injuring Huang Xiaolong in the entire Origin Holy World. Hence, despite knowing Feng Wuji had also entered the ocean of suffering, Lei Yu, Old Monster Flame, and the others weren't worried about Huang Xiaolong's safety. Some distance away, Su Shaoqiang sneered inwardly as he observed Lei Yu's and the others' calm and unhurried demeanors. "Young master, should we enter the ocean of suffering and see how things are going?" A heaven-seizing Chamber of Commerce's expert inquired Su Xiaoqing's opinion, seeing that Su Hong hadn't returned for a long time. Su Xiaoqing shook his head. "There is no need. If there are really treasures to be found, the absolute Tao Lord won't dare to do anything to father, and as for that young man..." He let out a harsh snicker before continuing. "He's merely an early ninth esteemed Tao Venerable, and even if he has the power of absolute light, he's no match against my father. Maybe my father has already resolved him at this point. Then that three-headed beast and those 13 subordinates, should we deal with them once and for all now?" the expert asked as his gaze swept over Lei Yu, Old Monster Flame, and the rest. "We'll decide when father's back," Su Xiaoqiang said after some thought. Suddenly, someone shouted, "They're out!" The shout drew everyone's attention, and all eyes looked towards the vast ocean of suffering. The three people who had entered the ocean of suffering earlier, Huang Xiaolong, Feng Wuji, and Su Hong, had returned. But everyone was more than surprised when they noticed that Feng Wuji and Su Hong were actually following behind Huang Xiaolong. The young woman's eyes behind the veil widened in surprise. Su Xiaoqiang flew out from the flying ship to greet his father despite feeling baffled, and from afar, he asked loudly, "Father, this brat..." He pointed at Huang Xiaolong, but he had barely spoken a few words when he was sent flying by Su Hong's palm. Su Xiaoqiang and many experts were rendered stupefied by Su Hong's abrupt action. "Don't be rude to His Highness," Su Hong angrily chided Su Xiaoqiang. "His Highness!" Su Xiaoqing's head was reeling with disbelief. Many experts exchanged baffled looks with their companions, failing to figure out what was going on with Su Hong. Huang Xiaolong ignored Su Xiaoqiang and descended onto Lei Yu's back and exited the world within the Golden Buddha statue. Originally, other creeds experts had wanted to detain Huang Xiaolong and question him about the other side of the ocean of suffering. But Feng Wuji and Su Hong's respectful attitude towards Huang Xiaolong deterred them. After coming out from the Golden Buddha statue's body, Lei Yu said to Huang Xiaolong, "Your Highness, that devil essence holy dragon old ancestor is also here in the heavens burial lands." "Oh, that old man devil essence holy dragon's here as well." Huang Xiaolong was delighted when he heard that, and asked, "What about Huang Shui?" "Not sure about Huang Shui, but the main mystical pavilion sent 4 great experts this time. Other than the devil essence holy dragon old ancestor, there's also 3 Blades Yang, Purple Giant, and Special Envoy Hylon. The 3 of them are at par with the devil essence holy ancestor in terms of strength," said Lei Yu. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Although Yang Sandao and the other 2 people had strength at par with the devil essence holy dragon ancestors, he didn't put the matter to heart. The devil essence holy dragon was strong, but that level of strength was similar to his subordinate Old Monster Flame. Whether it was the 4 of them or 40 of them, he would deal with them just the same. "Right, Your Highness. The Prince of Origin is also here," Lei Yu supplemented. "Oh!" Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow and was just a tad surprised. "Even the Prince of Origin has come to the Heavens Burial Lands?" It seems the changes in the Heavens Burial Lands this time is really related to some great treasure, but that treasure was definitely not the pure soil. If the Prince of Origin and the main mystical pavilion's experts knew pure soil was here, they would have rushed to the ocean of suffering immediately. "Where are they now?" Huang Xiaolong couldn't help asking. Lei Yu answered, "The Prince of Origin is still at the Golden Flame Sandyland, and according to the news, he encountered a fortuitous adventure in the Golden Flame Sandyland and comprehended the power of absolute blaze. The mystical pavilion's devil essence holy dragon old ancestor and the others subsequently entered the Golden Flame Sandyland." "Golden Flame Sandyland," Huang Xiaolong repeated. Lei Yu nodded. "Yes, the Golden Flame Sandyland." Huang Xiaolong pondered for a moment and decisively said, "We're going to the Golden Flame Sandyland now." Huang Xiaolong was keen to capture the devil essence holy dragon old ancestor to get information about Huang Shui's whereabouts. Moreover, one of the reasons they entered the Heavens Burial Lands this time was to rescue Lei Yu's trapped eldest disciple. According to the information given by the mystical pavilion Golden Fox branch master Mao Baiqing, Lei Yu's eldest disciple, Chen Ming, was trapped inside the Fox Mounds. They would be passing by the Fox Mounds on the way to the Golden Flame Sandy Land. Having decided, Huang Xiaolong, Lei Yu, and the rest set off to the Golden Flame Sandy Land without delay. However, Huang Xiaolong did not have Feng Wuji, and Su Hong follow him, allowing them to roam freely. Other experts' gazes followed as Huang Xiaolong, Lei Yu, Old Monster Flame, and the rest left the Sea of Skulls, and various thoughts crossed their minds. Seeing Su Hong bowing respectfully as he sent off Huang Xiaolong, they really could not understand what caused Su Hong's sudden change of attitude towards Huang Xiaolong. It could be said that Su Hong's right-hand man, Wang Haoyang, had died in Huang Xiaolong's hand. Did Su Hong find out that young man's identity? Is that why his attitude towards that young man became so respectful? That young man won't be the Destiny race's young patriarch, right? After Feng Wuji and Su Hong's group left the Sea of Skulls, one of the remaining experts muttered in surprise. Others who heard him trembled, looking visibly apprehensive. Destiny race. Destiny race. They were the acknowledged #1 race in the Origin Holy World. For some people, the Destiny race was not merely the Origin Holy World's #1 race, but the entire Huanglong world's #1 race. On the Origin Holy World's extermination list, the Mystical Pavilion Master ranked first, and the second wasn't the Origin Holy World Master, but the Destiny race's patriarch. The Origin Holy World Master ranked third. Some even claimed that the Destiny race patriarch's strength was at par with the Mystical Pavilion Master. The reason why the Destiny race's patriarch ranked second was merely because of the race's low profile. In fact, the Mystical Pavilion Master and Destiny race patriarch had yet to battle each other. Maybe there's this possibility. There were experts who nodded seriously as if they were convinced of it. Seemingly, everyone tacitly agreed that this was the most logical explanation for Su Hong's sudden change in behavior towards the young man. Young lady, could that young man really be the Destiny race's young patriarch? Among the group of female disciples, one of them asked the young woman with a veil over her face. The veiled young woman shook her head. It's not likely. The Destiny race's young patriarch's strength cannot be so low, being only at early 9th esteem Dao Venerable Realm. Rumor has it that the Destiny race's young patriarch entered the peak late 9th esteem Dao Venerable many thousand years ago. It is said the Destiny race's patriarch has the power of absolute time and absolute space, and both absolute powers might have reached perfection level. I don't know if that is true, said the female disciple. It's just a rumor, not necessarily true, the veiled young woman said. A light shone in her eyes as she added, however, if the Destiny race patriarch really wields the power of absolute time and absolute space, and has reached perfection level, he would really be able to defy the will of heavens and change destiny, holding the power of life and death and time in his hands, and just thinking about it is scary. Huang Xiaolong had no knowledge of these people's thoughts and guesses, as he, Lei Yu, and the others were hurrying towards the Golden Flame Sandy Land at this moment. On the way there, Lei Yu also mentioned to Huang Xiaolong that Jin Hongyuan and Wind Cloud Dao Venerable had obtained the Tree of Nightmare at the Dream Cave, as well as the treasures other forces had obtained during this time. Despite not taking a step out of the world inside the Golden Buddha statue in the last few months, the news had even reached the experts who had entered the Golden Buddha statue's world. In the last few months, so many treasures appeared in the Heaven's Burial Lands. Huang Xiaolong fell into contemplation. Why would so many treasures appear in the same period of time? Lei Yu was just as baffled as Huang Xiaolong. I feel something strange as well. Although treasures would appear from time to time in the past, definitely not in waves like this. The Fox Mounds are up ahead. A day later, Lei Yu said as he pointed at an undulation of hills. Huang Xiaolong nodded. The Fox Mounds was quite famous in the Heaven's Burial Lands because all kinds of fox beasts lived here, and there were more than a few peak late 9th esteem Dao Venerable Realm fox beasts. Huang Xiaolong's group directly flew towards the Fox Mound Mountain. Lei Yu's eldest disciple, Chun Ming, was trapped inside this Fox Mound Mountain. As Huang Xiaolong's group headed to the Fox Mound Mountain, they encountered several groups of fox beasts attacks. Then again, Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu didn't need to do anything, as all these fox beasts were swiftly and cleanly dealt with by Old Monster Flame and the rest. They entered the Fox Mound Mountain and came to the spot where Mao Baiqing's expedition group had opened the treasury. They entered all the way and finally found the trapped Qin Ming, as well as a dozen other experts. Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu also rescued them by the way. "Master!" Qin Ming cried out when he was rescued. He recognized Lei Yu in a glance, and tears flowed out uncontrollably as he knelt in front of Lei Yu, sobbing his heart out, rendering Lei Yu speechless. A short while later, Lei Yu brought Qin Ming to greet Huang Xiaolong. The dozen of experts that were trapped all knew Qin Ming, and seeing Qin Ming sobbing on his knees in front of Lei Yu, calling Lei Yu his master, made them dumbfounded. You are Lord Lei Yu?" A ninth esteemed Dao venerable stammered. Looking at Lei Yu in disbelief, Lei Yu faced that person, feeling somewhat familiar, and thus asked, "You are?" "Lord Lei Yu, I am Xiaoan, 10 Swords' eldest disciple." The ninth esteemed Dao venerable expert answered ecstatically. 10 Swords. Hearing the name, Lei Yu let out a hearty laugh. "So, it's you, kid. That's why I was wondering why you looked so familiar. I didn't expect the little brat from the past to be already a ninth esteemed Dao venerable expert." 10 Swords was one of his good friends. When he had left the Origin Holy World, Xiaoan was barely 10 years old. "How's your master faring?" Lei Yu asked. Xiaoan immediately looked crestfallen at that question. "My master has been missing for several million years." "Missing?" Lei Yu was startled. Other experts were looking at Lei Yu in surprise. Could this three-headed beast be the Lei Yu Creed's founder ancestor? Although Lei Yu had left a long time ago, these experts still remembered some of Lei Yu's feats from the past. And it was because they had heard of Lei Yu's feats that these experts were shocked. Lei Yu's notorious reputation had cemented him as a ruthless character, and it was said the dozens of heavenly cave lords around the Heaven's Burial Lands detoured whenever they saw Lei Yu. One could imagine how notorious Lei Yu's reputation was. Seemingly, these experts' gazes were too intense that Lei Yu couldn't ignore them at all. His head turned towards them, and he grinned, revealing glistening white fangs, yet looking like a simpleton. These newly rescued experts' faces turned deathly pale. In the past, whoever Lei Yu had found displeasing to his eye was directly swallowed into his belly. The worst was not being swallowed into the belly, but thoroughly chewed before being swallowed down. "Little guys, you all seem to be very afraid of me?" Lei Yu looked displeased. This dozen of experts were so scared that they quickly shook their heads as if their lives depended on it. "All right, we should leave now," Huang Xiaolong spoke. The treasures in this treasury space had long been cleared out by Mao Baiqing's expedition group, and there was nothing valuable to be found here. Therefore, after rescuing Qin Ming and those trapped inside there, Huang Xiaolong, Lei Yu, Old Monster Flame, and the rest left the space. When Huang Xiaolong spoke, Lei Yu stopped teasing those frightened Creed's disciples. After leaving the treasury space, Huang Xiaolong did not make things difficult for those experts rescued together with Qin Ming. He merely left a restriction mark in their bodies to ensure that they would not disclose what had happened today. But Xiaoan pulled down his face and refused to leave, declaring that he would be following Lei Yu from now on. Lei Yu was troubled and looked inquiringly at Huang Xiaolong. "Let him follow then." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head, agreeing to Xiaonan joining their group. "Thank you, Your Highness." Xiaoan was overjoyed and thanked Huang Xiaolong. "What is your full name?" Huang Xiaolong asked, smiling slightly. "Replying to Your Highness, my full name is Li Xiaoan," he quickly replied. "Li Xiaoan?" Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "This name was given by your master?" "Indeed, Your Highness." Li Xiaoan smiled wryly. "My master is obsessed with the sword, and has his own skills with the sword. The only thing is, he's quite sloppy when it comes to giving names." Lei Yu agreed sonorously. "This kid's right. 10 Swords, that old man is sloppy in everything except the sword. He's called Li Xiaoan, and his junior brother is called Zhang Xiaodi, and both names were given by Old Man 10 Swords." Li Xiaoan looked embarrassed. Huang Xiaolong merely chuckled. "Master, where are we going now?" Qin Ming asked Lei Yu. Lei Yu did not conceal their plans. "We're going to the Golden Flame Sandy Land," and briefly summarized the events in the Heaven's Burial Lands from the last few months to his disciple. Chen Ming and Li Xiaoan had been trapped inside the treasury space for many years. Naturally, they had no idea so many things had happened in the Heaven's Burial Lands in recent months. Both were genuinely shocked as they listened to Lei Yu's brief recount. It was a smooth journey to the Golden Flame Sandy Land. A few days later, Huang Xiaolong's group reached the Golden Flames Sandy Land. In the Golden Sandy Land on the horizon, sand and dust cast a hazy skyline, and there were flames flowing out from the ground. Before Huang Xiaolong's group entered, they could feel the hot waves rolling towards them. The Golden Flames Sandy Land's flames have grown more volatile. Chun Ming looked at the flowing flames on the ground and exclaimed in shock. He was certain the flames flowing in the Golden Flame Sandy Land were not so violent. Perhaps it's related to the recent changes in the Heaven's Burial Lands? Lei Yu's brows furrowed deeply upon seeing this. Huang Xiaolong scanned the surroundings with his Dao souls and found that the Golden Flame's Sandy Land space was extremely unstable, and the cause of flowing flames' volatility seemed to originate from a certain kind of energy at the depths of these golden sand. But it did not stop Huang Xiaolong's group from venturing into the Golden Flame Sandy Land. Although the environment within the Golden Flame Sandy Land had become more volatile and dangerous, it posed no problem for Huang Xiaolong's group. Huang Xiaolong saw many experts from other forces as he ventured deeper into the Golden Flame Sandy Land. It was probably because these experts had heard that the Prince of Origin had gained a harvest here. The opportunity of comprehending the power of absolute blaze drew them here. The further in they got, the more volatile the golden flames coming off the ground became. Though the flames were violent in the beginning, there were quick bursts, and they were intermittent. But as they went further in, the flames resembled golden dragons that dominated the sky. The lethality of these flames had gone beyond the level where average low-level Dao Venerable Realm experts could withstand. Even early 9th esteemed Dao Venerables like Chun Ming and Li Xiaoan didn't dare to be careless, and protected themselves with cosmos energy. The Golden Fox Dao Venerable has also entered the Golden Flames Sandy Land. The Absolute Dao Lord and Wild Maple Lord have also entered the Golden Flames Sandy Land. Not long after Huang Xiaolong's group entered the Golden Flames Sandy Land, they heard news of the Golden Fox Dao Venerable and Wind Cloud Venerable and other experts' arrival. "Hey, Jin Hongyuan, that kid's also here." Lei Yu chuckled when he heard the news. Chen Ming struggled inwardly for some time and finally squeezed out, "Master, the Golden Fox Lord, I already know the gist of things." Lei Yu cut him off as he knew his eldest disciple was referring to Jin Hongyuan, allying with the Nine Vision Creed and Devil Blade Creed, to bully the Lei Yu Creed. "Before we enter the Heaven's Burial Lands, I ground down the Nine Vision Creed Patriarch," said Lei Yu. Both Chun Ming and Li Xiaoan were stunned. "We also wiped out the Golden Fox army of several million experts stationed close to the Nine Vision Creed. That Lu Yu exploded to his death with one flick of his highness fingers," Lei Yu added. Somewhere in the deepest part of Golden Flame's Sandy Land, several thousand experts were glaring angrily at the group of Mystical Pavilion's experts. "This Golden Flame Sandy Land does not belong to the Mystical Pavilion. You guys barricaded this area and stopped us from entering this area. Aren't you being too overbearing?" A Creed's patriarch was indignant. The Mystical Pavilion's senior supervisor sneered. "Overbearing? So what? It's not the ancient Eternal Creed's place to comment on how our Mystical Pavilion does things. If you have the ability, you can rush inside. But don't say I didn't remind you beforehand that anyone who crosses this line will die." He slashed out with the great blade in his hand, drawing a deep line across the ground that felt like a wall. Faces in the crowd turned unsightly. The ancient Eternal Creed patriarch hesitated. However, he did not have the guts to break past the barricade. The ancient Eternal Creed was one of the more powerful creeds in the heavenly caves surrounding the Heaven's Burial Lands that rivaled forces such as the Golden Fox Creed and Panhu Creed. But facing a hegemon like the Mystical Pavilion, the ancient Eternal Creed patriarch chose to retreat and swallow in the unfairness. Many creeds experts turned to leave, with the Mystical Pavilion dominating the sea, regardless how unsatisfied they were because they could only give up. Not to mention, the Golden Flame Sandy Land was a vast place. Even if there was a peerless treasure being born, it might not appear in this area, so it might be better if they tried their luck elsewhere. Shuiyong snorted with disdain, watching the experts endure and leave. A bunch of ants dare to compete with the mystical pavilion. Lord Shuiyong, is a peerless treasure really going to appear in this area? A mystical pavilion expert asked. Don't ask things you shouldn't. Shuiyong's eyes were sharp as blades falling on them, sending chills down their hearts. Shuiyong looked away, gazing into the depths of the area they were at. There, the Devil Essence Holy Dragon Old Ancestor, Three Blades Yang, Purple Giant, and Special Envoy Hylon sat cross-legged, each guarding one direction, north, south, east, and west, as they waited for something to be born. While the Devil Essence Holy Dragon Old Ancestor, Three Blades Yang, Purple Giant, and Special Envoy Hylon waited for something to be born, in another area of the Golden Flame Sandyland some distance away, the Origin Holy World Master Manners experts dominated an area. The Prince of Origin Xianxia and the World Manners experts were also waiting for a treasure to emerge. The Devil Essence Holy Dragon Old Ancestor and Prince of Origin Xianxia seemed to know in advance something would emerge in these two areas. A day later, suddenly, blazing golden lights shone from the grounds of the two areas fenced off by the mystical pavilion and World Manners experts, as if brilliant stars were escaping from underground. All the experts within the Golden Flame Sandy Land were immediately attracted and astounded by these brilliant rays that lit up the whole place. Golden rays soared to the sky and formed two golden diagrams in high air, like paintings painted with flowing golden-colored flames, exuding overwhelming waves of destructive energy. Even experts that retreated to the very edge of the Golden Flame Sandy Land's boundary felt the terror of the destructive energy. Huang Xiaolong's group was heading straight towards the Devil Essence Holy Dragon Old Ancestor's location when they saw golden lights, the golden diagrams, and the golden diagrams flowing golden flames. It seems to be the power of absolute blaze, Old Monster Flame exclaimed in astonishment. The golden flowing flames forming the golden diagrams in the sky were the power of absolute blaze. On top of that, the power of this absolute blaze was stronger than his peak major completion absolute blaze power. That could only mean perfection level absolute blaze power. Huang Xiaolong, Lei Yu, and the others were just as astonished as Old Monster Flame. It's the 9 Flames hieroglyphic. Even in his astonishment, Lei Yu was staring fixedly at the golden hieroglyphic in the sky. 9 Flames hieroglyphic? Huang Xiaolong repeated with confusion in his eyes. Lei Yu explained, the 9 Flames hieroglyphic is Immortal 9 Flames' unique symbol. Master, you mean the Immortal 9 Flames is ranked 10th on the extermination list? Chen Ming asked in shock, and Li Xiaoan's face mirrored Chen Ming's shock. Immortal 9 Flames was an expert ranked 10th of the extermination list. These existences were the true hegemons of Origin Holy World, and even Lei Yu would be lackluster if compared to the Immortal 9 Flames. At Lei Yu's current strength, the highest he could rank was 15th on the extermination list, and there was a high chance Lei Yu might not make it into the top 15. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered. Although he hadn't been in the Origin Holy World long, he had taken the time to look into the experts on the extermination list. The Immortal 9 Flames could wield the power of Nirvana and Absolute Blaze, and the point worthy of attention was that both powers had reached perfection level. The power of Nirvana, perfection level power of Nirvana. One could imagine how powerful Immortal 9 Flames. Even Huang Xiaolong's power of Nirvana had only reached major completion. As someone with the power of Nirvana, he understood how terrifying the power of Nirvana was. Someone who wielded perfection-level power of Nirvana was almost an immortal existence, and even if his Tao physique was destroyed and inextinguishable Tao heart pulverized to dust, he could rebuild his body from the power of Nirvana and be reborn and healed completely good as new. I understand now, Lei Yu blurted as a thought flashed across his mind. The World Manor and Mystical Pavilion's experts are guarding here for the Immortal 9 Flames treasures. This Golden Flame Sandy Land is the immortal cave with the treasury Immortal 9 Flames has left behind. Lei Yu's words were like a spell, and everyone was transfixed. Master, that can't be right? Chun Ming found it hard to believe. The response he got from Lei Yu was a knuckle to the head. and he harumphed. What can't be right? These 9 flames hieroglyphics is Immortal 9 Flames' unique symbol, formed from a unique combination of method and array. I'm certain it's left behind by Immortal 9 Flames. It makes no sense for Immortal 9 Flames to go through the trouble of leaving his unique symbol in the Golden Flame Sandyland for no good reason. The location of these 2 9 Flames hieroglyphic must be where the entrances to the treasury are. If there isn't Immortal 9 Flames treasury here, do you think the Prince of Origin and Devil Essence Holy Dragon Old Ancestor would bother to come here personally? Chun Ming clutched at his forehead, grimacing in pain, yet dared not retort a word. Your Highness! Lei Yu looked excitedly at Huang Xiaolong. Let's go! Huang Xiaolong wasted no time and threw out the purple lightning peak, and swept everyone onto it before speeding off. The purple lightning peak turned into a streak of purple light across the sky, tearing through the Golden Flames sandy lands billowing golden flames. After rescuing Chun Ming and Li Xiaoan, Huang Xiaolong had not traveled by the purple lightning peak. Thus the purple lightning peak's appearance and speed gave Chun Ming and Li Xiaoan a big shock. Standing behind Huang Xiaolong and Lei Yu, both Chen Ming and Li Xiaoan gulped in admiration looking at the purple mountain peak under their feet, the tiny ribbons of purple lightning crackling, and its startling speed. Master, this must be a peak-level cosmos artifact, right? Chun Ming asked a bit nervously. Lei Yu snorted. Do peak-level cosmos artifacts have this kind of speed? Chun Ming and Li Xiaoan's eyes were opened so wide that their eyeballs were protruded. In other words, the mountain under their feet was an existence surpassing peak-level cosmos artifacts. Chen Ming and Li Xiaoan felt their legs go weak, and they didn't know where to put their feet for a moment. They were actually standing on an artifact that surpassed peak-level cosmos artifact. As Huang Xiaolong's group rushed towards one of the 9 Flames hieroglyphic locations, the 2 9 Flames hieroglyphics in the sky turned, raining down golden lights that triggered the emergence of 2 entrances. The Devil Essence Holy Dragon Ancestors group and Prince of Origins group were barely holding in their excitement when the 2 golden hieroglyphics appeared in the sky. The experts who had rushed over upon seeing the 9 Flames hieroglyphic were all blocked off by both forces' experts at the entrances. A 9th esteemed Dao Venerable expert tried to break in by force, but he was split into 2 halves vertically by the Mystical Pavilion's senior deacon Shuiyong. Even though Shuiyong was not an expert on the extermination list, his blade Dao had reached minor completion, and his strength was comparable to the Golden Fox Heavenly Caves Dao Jianqiu. Not many peak late 9th esteemed Dao Venerables could parry his blade, much less those average 9th esteemed Dao Venerables. Many experts were trying to break past and enter through the other entrance as well, but all of them were deterred when a world manners expert pierced through someone's head with a spear. The world manners expert who was in charge of guarding the entrance was called Yang Ben, and he was the personal disciple of World Master Xin Kong. His strength was comparable to Shuiyong. However, Immortal 9 Flames treasury was too big a temptation, and many people were willing to risk their lives for it. Shuiyong sneered disdainfully at these people's futile attempts as he swung his blade. For some time, screams could be heard from both entrances as the corpses piled up. Oh! Half a day later, finally, people stopped trying to break in desperately. The sneer on Shuiyong's face grew colder. If you want to go in, you can, but only if you can get past the blade in my hands. Experts on the other side were seething with fury, but none of them spoke. A second after Shuiyong had spoken, a bolt of purple lightning appeared on the horizon and was speeding towards them, startling everyone. Even Shuiyong became wary. In the blink of an eye, the bolt of lightning stopped, and what appeared in their sight was an enormous purple lightning mountain the size of a continent. It's him! Someone in the crowd of experts shouted. He's the one who used this purple lightning peak's lightning and destroyed the heaven-seizing Chamber of Commerce's Wang Haoyang. What? Wang Haoyang? Su Hong's subordinate, that Wang Haoyang. That's right, that Wang Haoyang. I saw it with my own eyes along with many others. This young man entered the golden Buddha statue's world above the Sea of Skulls, and after coming out, the Absolute Tao Lord and Su Hong treated him with utmost respect. The crowd stirred hearing his words, and everyone was looking at Huang Xiaolong with astonishment. Even the absolute Tao Lord and Su Hong were respectful towards this young man? Huang Xiaolong put away the purple lightning peak, then walked towards the entrance with Lei Yu and the rest. Shui Yong's vigilance rose to the highest as he watched Huang Xiaolong and his group approach. Even the absolute Tao Lord and Su Hong were respectful towards this young man? But Shui Yong was certain that this young man's cultivation was only at the early of 9th esteem Tao Venerable Realm. Not to mention, he recognized most of the young patriarchs with strong backgrounds in the Origin Holy World, but he could not place Huang Xiaolong's face with any of the relevant forces. Therefore, there was a chance that this young man did not have any noteworthy backing. He looked at the expert in the crowd who recognized Huang Xiaolong, suspecting if this expert was placed by Huang Xiaolong to elevate Huang Xiaolong's status and mysteriousness. Please stop there. Shui Yong warned Huang Xiaolong. Maybe my eyesight is not very good. So pray tell me which creeds or family's young patriarch are you? Brat, you're still not qualified to know the identity of His Highness. Lei Yu chided, his voice rumbling like thunder. Shui Yong was dumbfounded for a moment. Lord Shui Yong, that's Lei Yu Creed's Chun Ming at the back. One of the mystical pavilion's experts informed Shui Yong, as he pointed at Chun Ming who was walking beside Lei Yu. Chun Ming? Lei Yu Creed. Shui Yong had never heard of them before. The expert explained, Lei Yu Creed is merely a creed ranked 18th in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. The creed is undeserving to be mentioned in the Origin Holy World's overall forces. It's only normal that Lord Shui Yong does not remember them given how small of a creed they are. The Lei Yu Creed ranked towards the mid-bottom amongst the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave's creeds. It might have been a giant to some sacred lands, but in the entire Origin Holy World's picture, it was merely an insignificant small force. This level of almost bottom-rung existences were not something Shui Yong would pay attention to. Shui Yong understood something from the expert's explanation. So, it's merely a creed ranked 18th in the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave. Shui Yong's gaze once again fell on Huang Xiaolong, and this time, there was ridicule in his eyes. What's your connection with Lei Yu Creed? He had been suspicious of Huang Xiaolong's identity in the beginning, and his suspicions only deepened after listening to the mystical pavilion expert's explanation. You can save yourself if you scram now, Huang Xiaolong stated tepidly, looking at Shui Yong who was blocking the entrance. The mystical pavilion's experts and other forces experts were stupefied by Huang Xiaolong's attitude. Shui Yong's face darkened as his lips curled into a mocking sneer. Did you make a mistake? You want me to scram? Yes. Huang Xiaolong responded with a calm and short word. Fine. Let's see how are you going to make me scram? Shui Yong laughed sonorously. Yet he raised the great blade in his hands suddenly, ready to attack Huang Xiaolong. But just as his blade shifted, Old Monster Flame behind Huang Xiaolong also moved. No one managed to capture Old Monster Flame's movement at all, except for a blurry shadow when Old Monster Flame closed in on Shui Yong. And in the next second, Shui Yong and his blade drew an arch across the sky. Not only Shui Yong, the other mystical pavilion experts blocking the entrance were all blasted into the air. The result rendered other forces experts aghast. Huang Xiaolong reached out with one hand and dragged Shui Yong to the ground, and right up to him. After searching through Shui Yong's soul, he threw Shui Yong to the side, and entered through the entrance with Lei Yu, Old Monster Flame, and the rest. Chun Ming and Li Shaoan followed up hurriedly. A long time after Huang Xiaolong's group entered, did others react. They looked at the entrance, then at each other, and for a moment, none of them dared to enter. Who is that young man? Even Shui Yong couldn't deal with his subordinate's one move. A certain Creed patriarch asked in bewilderment. The expert, who was at the Sea of Skulls, generously answered, previously, we had guessed that he might be the Destiny Race's young patriarch. Destiny Race. The world seemed to fall into a heavy silence. Before long, the news of a mysterious young patriarch subordinate sending Shui Yong flying in one move, then entering Immortal Nine Flames' Immortal Cave spread like wildfire. The news sent great waves of shock in the hearts of various forces experts. Jin Hongyuan, who was also rushing towards the Immortal Nine Flames' treasury entrance, naturally heard the news. Mysterious young patriarch, three-headed beast, together with Lei Yu Creed's Chun Ming, A golden light flickered in the depths of his pupils. I didn't expect that kid would also be here. Noticing Jin Hongyuan's expression, Cloud Wind Dao Venerable thought it was weird. Hence he asked, Hongyuan, do you know them? Jin Hongyuan had yet to tell Cloud Wind Venerable about his battle challenge with Huang Xiaolong. Thus Cloud Wind Venerable was still unaware of the matter. They wiped out several million experts of my Golden Fox army, Jin Hongyuan said through gritted teeth. Cloud Wind Venerable was visibly startled. There was such a thing. Jin Hongyuan nodded, then briefly told Cloud Wind Venerable about Huang Xiaolong, which ended up with the battle challenge being cancelled. I see. Cloud Wind Venerable fell into contemplation after hearing the story. You said his mount is a three-headed beast? A while later, Cloud Wind Venerable suddenly asked. Jin Hongyuan froze for a second, and then chuckled, Brother Cloud Wind, I know what you want to say, but that is impossible. Cloud Wind Dao Venerable nodded his head. Indeed, if it was really that person who in this world could tame him, let him be a mount. The Origin Holy World Master couldn't do it. Neither could the Mystical Pavilion Master. An hour later, Jin Hongyuan, Cloud Wind Dao Venerable, Jin Xiaoxiao, and the rest reached one of the entrances. Since Shui Yong and other Mystical Pavilion's experts who guarded this entrance were injured and nowhere to be seen, this particular entrance had become open for all. Jin Hongyuan's group entered without any hindrance. Where could that punk be at? Jin Hongyuan wondered out loud as his eyes swept around. Needless to say, the Immortal 9 Flames cultivation cave was huge, and everywhere were flowing flames. We have more important matters, Cloud Wind Dao Venerable reminded. We should find the Devil Essence Holy Dragon Old Ancestor Yang Sandao and the others first. Since they knew beforehand the Immortal 9 Flames Immortal Cave would appear, they might know the actual location of the treasury. Jin Hongyuan nodded. Although he was anxious to resolve Huang Xiaolong, he understood that locating the treasury came first. The Immortal 9 Flames' treasury must have unusual supreme treasures. At this time, Huang Xiaolong, who had entered the Immortal 9 Flames Immortal Cave, was searching for the Devil Essence Holy Dragon Old Ancestors group with his Dao Souls. Despite having searched Shui Yong's Dao Soul, there wasn't much information that could be garnered. Shui Yong did not know the whereabouts of the Devil Essence Holy Dragon Old Ancestors group. But there was a frown between Huang Xiaolong's brows at the moment because he had been searching for over an hour, but had not discovered any clues at all. It was as if the Devil Essence Holy Dragon Old Ancestor and the other three people had vanished into thin air. Then, there were violent energy fluctuations coming from a certain direction up ahead. Huang Xiaolong was immediately alerted, and his Dao Souls extended out. It's the World Manners people, Huang Xiaolong stated with a hint of surprise. Under the coverage of his Dao Souls, the World Manners experts were besieging a few Creed's disciples. Seemingly, they had robbed something from them and were cutting loose ends. Might these World Manners experts know something? Thinking of this, Huang Xiaolong reached out and grabbed the several World Manners experts from across space to his side. These experts were busy cutting loose ends when their sights suddenly darkened, and in the next second, the view changed, giving them a fright. Huang Xiaolong didn't wait for them to speak a word, and crudely searched their souls. Yai! Huang Xiaolong discovered a secret when he was searching through one of the experts' Dao Souls.